I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Hell of a night for DC Sports Misery, wasn't it, last night? Thank goodness we have the NFL schedule to talk about. We found out the Commanders will play that international game in Spain. That came out earlier today. Official announcement of the international games. Commanders and Dolphins in Madrid at Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, Sunday, November 16th. It'll be a 9:30 a.m. kickoff. Week 11 for the Commanders, playing their first international game since their only other one, that 27-27 tie against the Bengals at Wembley Stadium in London 2016. Commanders also hosting Philly as part of the Fox doubleheader Week 16, December 20th. Last year, teams that played those games played on Christmas Day. We're going to find out those Christmas games later today. They'll be announced by Netflix. With some other schedule announcements, it seems likely the Commanders, if they do play Christmas Day, that would be a game at Lambeau at Green Bay. Hockey, Capitals lost to Carolina 5-2, so Spencer Carberry and the Caps now down 3-1 on the brink of elimination.
Oh, our guys will fight just like they did tonight. We're down 2-0. They reset. We fought right to the end. Doesn't work out, but I don't expect anything different. We fought all year, and our guys, I know the character of our group.
Must win. Season on the line. Game 5 Thursday night, 7 p.m. on the Fan. That game back in D.C. Game 6, if needed, would be Saturday in Raleigh. The Nationals lost last night, starting their series in Atlanta with a 4-3 loss to the Braves. Nats have now dropped 6 straight. 7-10 again for the Nats in Atlanta tonight here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Welcome in. Welcome in. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. We're getting JP connected here. He's still on his way back from Raleigh after a disappointing night for the Capitals. Disappointing night for DC sports fans. A disappointing night, to say the least. I don't know the last time I've been as mad as I was last night about DC sports in general, and it just piled on after pile on after pile on. So driving home last night, I have on the NBA draft lottery on my phone, driving home and kind of just listening along while I'm also listening to Walton and the Caps right here on the Fan. And as you're getting set, watching the Caps game, listening to the guys and seeing how things are going, it's going okay. And then you're listening to the draft lottery and you know that the Wizards can pick, 1 through 6. And so they're announcing the picks and you're going through. You get to 6 and you hear Washington. I turned the stream off. I was done. I was sold that this team was going to have a shot at getting a Ace Bailey, a Dylan Harper, a Cooper Flagg, and that all of this was going to be worth it because you're going to be back at Cap One next year caring about the Wiz and wanted to watch this team because they were going to have a legitimate superstar. Because whatever people are saying about, you don't need a superstar, that's lies in the NBA. You need a superstar, and that's what this team is missing. That's what this team has missed since John Wall left, really. And maybe you can make arguments that this team hasn't had a superstar since back in the 70s, right? It's been quite some time since they've had someone that you felt like was transcendent and could take you to that next level. Because even growing up with the big three of Gilbert Arenas, Caron Butler, and Antoine Jameson, they weren't going to get past the true superstar in LeBron James. They weren't going to be able to get past some of these upper echelon teams. They weren't going to get past some of these really, really good players in the league. Unfortunately, this team had the opportunity once again where I think they finally did everything correct. I think that's part of the frustration for Wizards fans is they didn't have the right front office in place for so long, and they were losing, and it wasn't good, and it wasn't pretty, and it wasn't going the way that you would want. And then finally, they did stuff correctly. Where last year, they understood the assignment and did what you want a basketball team to do when they are missing some stuff, right? When they don't have exactly what you're looking for, you go try to find that. And that's through the draft generally, because you could maybe trade for one. Maybe you could sign one in free agency, but generally in free agency, those guys aren't going to hit the market that are the true number ones. And they're definitely not going to want to sign with the Washington Wizards. And if you're going to trade for one of these superstars, they're going to come with baggage, whether it's because they're not going to want to stay there, whether it's because they're asking out from somewhere else. That also means you're going to have to give up a lot of assets, regardless of who it is. Maybe they're a little bit older. And so the best way to get this guy is through the NBA draft. And so I thought they did a fantastic job this past season of doing it correctly, where they went out there and they said, we're going to take these young guys that we drafted last year, and Alex Sarr, Bub Carrington, Keyshawn George, and they're doing everything correctly on how to go about it. And they get these young guys in the lineup. They're playing tons of minutes a night. And they're not winning ball games. And that's fine, because you still want a chance at the number 1 overall pick. You want to get these young guys experience, and they finally get this thing played out. They're tied for the best odds, the number 1 pick, and they pick 6th. It's just disappointing. JP, I know you were in the building last night in Raleigh watching the Caps. That added on. The Wiz kind of started things off,
Toby,
getting the 6th
I am just
pick.
full of disappointment, dude. You want to talk disappointment? Let's do it. Drove 2.5 hours in the biblical rainstorm this morning. Get here. No, we need tech support. Last night was just, I mean, the Canes just kicked their ass, and I know they deserve a lot of credit for being able to fight back late in that thing. And they never gave up, and that's who that team is, and they deserve a ton of credit for that. But to have a 4-minute power play at the end of the first and just be completely ineffective, I mean, just completely ineffective. They had the early chances, good early chances, again, couldn't convert. And then when they did score late, Carolina just answered right back. Hard. Listen, the Caps are a good team. They've done a hell of a job of rebuilding on the fly while still having Ovi chase the record and eventually get it. Like, the Caps deserve a ton of credit. Carolina just might be their kryptonite. That the system they play and the speed and the little shifty guys they have, it's the Caps are in a world of trouble. And as I'm sitting in this press box in Raleigh, which credit, we hear about that barn, how loud it is. It is loud. It is big, but a lot of it's manufactured noise. Like, remember the Seahawks or the Falcons actually got in trouble for it, for like pumping noise in? The volume with which they're going to music in between, like a puck goes up into the stands and there's like that, 17 seconds before the face-off, they are just cranking some like kind of terrible death metal for 15 seconds of it. At one point, it was like you could tell there's a problem or a joke with the volume with which they play stuff there, because they have like the in-arena hosts that every arena and baseball stadium have. They all have these like hosts that come on and kind of hype up the crowd or like lead the sausage race or whatever. And the dude came on and his mic was just hot. Like, they hadn't adjusted the level for where they play the music to the dude talking. And when he started talking, I was like, ah! And the whole stadium, including players on the bench, like everybody looked up, and quickly, like, their in-house audio knew to turn it down. But like, to me, that was a fairly telling moment of the manufactured noise down there. But as that's all happening, then we're watching the draft lottery, which just sucks. There's the whole process for the NBA draft lottery, beyond the obvious like conspiracies. This thing is rigged. The Mavs trade away Luka, and no, they don't like what is going to happen in Milwaukee with Giannis is going to be an open bidding process. Send us your absolute best offer. We're going to figure out the best offer and make the best decision for us. Dallas did it all in secret. They did not get enough for Luka. And then they get the number 1 pick. And it's very easy to run with those conspiracies. But that may or may not be real. I don't know, right? But like, what I know is the whole process, both of tanking and the lottery, is so stupid and screwed up that the Wiz, Charlotte, and Utah have the best chances to get the number 1 pick, and the 3 of them land 4, 5, 6. And there's smarter people than me, better number crunchers than me that can tell you. But like, The Wiz had a better chance of 6 than they did of 1. What the hell is the point of all this? And if we're going to do this, show the actual lottery, not like the presentation of numbers. Like imagine if we don't get to watch the horse race, you just get to watch which horse gets that blanket of roses. Like, what are we doing here? Like, do you want to have sex or do you just want to have pillow talk after? Because all they're giving us in the lottery is just pillow talk. Like, what the hell is happening? The whole process is so incredibly stupid, and obviously it's a disappointing result for the Wizards. I'm going to turn the page here. They can get a good player at 6. Weirdly, some NBA people that I know, based on like conversations that got posted via the station's Instagram, were like, yo, I think people need to chill with Cooper Flagg as a prospect. He's really good, but this is not an Anthony Davis type prospect, which is wholly irrelevant for us now because he ain't coming here.
Yeah.
I think, me, you, and Landfill are texting last night. Obviously, just a terrible, terrible night for DC sports. Just a terrible, terrible night. It's not an all-time awful night. The Caps weren't eliminated. It's not like the Wizards now don't get a pick or something. Like I wasn't there, but when the Skins lost to the Raiders in the Super Bowl, I believe that would have been like January of 84. Maybe I got my dates mixed up, but like that was a terrible night for the city. You lost the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like,
I know just for me personally, JP, like I think the last time I was this mad was that Thursday night game when the Skins were 2-2. Sam Howell is the quarterback, and here come the Chicago Bears, who were middling, 0-4 coming into the game, and you're thinking, okay, this could be a fun way to get above 500 again. It'd been an encouraging early start with Sam Howell, and they just get
27-3 at halftime.
Trounced. They just looked completely overmatched. I haven't been that mad about something DC sports related since then. Someone pointed out, because Danny had posted out, is this the worst DC sports night ever? Someone had put a reply under his tweet saying that May 10th of 2017, when the Wizards lost to the Boston Celtics in their series to go down 3-2, then they lost 123-101, and the Caps lost Game 7 to the Penguins 2-0. And I think maybe that could be comparable. That's 2 playoffs wins. And last night felt like a momentous, potentially moment for the Wizards, and that was completely quelched right away. Even if they would have got the 2nd or 3rd pick, you would have felt fine because there's, a couple of transcendent kind of guys. Like I think Dylan Harper is going to be really good, and some people are big on Ace Bailey. I'm not, but regardless, he was a really, really good prospect. And instead, they're going to get stuck with the best of the rest. I think we were having a conversation with Will Dawkins when we were over in the suite watching the game a couple of weeks ago, and it was like, yeah, anything inside the top 5. They didn't even get top 5. JP, like they got screwed.
Yeah, dude. And this is what we've asked for as Wiz fans, is to tear it down and rebuild. So I've tried to just remain optimistic about things. I'm not mad at how bad they've been, but to fall to 6, like the lowest possible pick you can fall to, is just such a gut punch. And they were, even when they hadn't started the rebuild process and they just had like the end of the Beal era, like that sucked too. It's not like there's levels of suck, but the DC sports turnaround has felt so real, and that's driven by football, right? Like football drives our city. And I said this on NBC4 last night, like as I just delivered, 3 minutes, 5 minutes of terrible news. I was like, hey, good news is Jaden Daniels still a Washington Commander. Like, the sports turnaround happened with the Skins and the burgundy and gold, and then the Caps being able to thread this needle of Ovi gets the record, but they're also good. And then the Nats, as discouraging as ownership practices are in Natstown, you do have good young pieces, and they're fun to watch, and there's something there, right? If you ever spend some money, particularly in the bullpen. But the final boss of the DC sports turnaround is the Wiz, right? I mean, outside of the Gill years, before he blew his knee out, they would have been a real contender in the East, I think, that year. They've had some, I mean, if you want to get fired up about, John Wall taking out Toronto or whatever, that's cool, but you weren't a real contender. Like, I believe in what this Wizards group is trying to accomplish, and this was a huge step in doing it. And instead, it was, Kornheiser's famous line, which you're probably even unaware of, Toby, because you're so young, but it's the curse of Le Boulay. Like, They're still just the Bullets, dude. And sometimes it's hard to shake that feeling. And last night was an absolute slap in the face reminder of that. And I don't know, like the search for the lowest moment, like where is rock bottom? I think personally is always driven by football. Like May 17th, 2017, whatever you said. Like I don't remember that date. Like you had to look it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I remember that Bears game. I remember that clear as day. I remember when Shanahan was going nuclear on RG3 and Snyder, and Schefter had to report direct from Shanny that he cleaned out his office before the end of the season. You remember that Chiefs game, end of 2013, where they gave up a kick return and a punt return? Like to me, the moments are always bigger. But I do think from a true, like, affecting the franchise situation, the Wiz falling to 6 is so much. Honestly, the Caps weren't even eliminated last night. They might come back to win this series, and we're having a different conversation. The Wiz falling to 6 is such a kick in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just you had opportunities that last night were not capitalized on.
Please don't equate a Nats game with what happened last night.
I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not.
They play 190
frankly,
of them.
I had it on the TV, but it was the last of my priorities last night.
I'm proud of you, Toby. It's gross.
But like, you know, the Wiz had a chance at Cooper Flagg, and who knows, maybe he doesn't turn out to be a superstar, but I take my chances, right? You had a chance.
I like Harper a lot too.
Exactly. I would have taken a chance at a franchise-altering player where, you know, this team, like you said, has been frankly irrelevant for so long. Cooper Flagg would have put this team back on the map a little bit. I saw that Schefter had tweeted that he'd been talking to people that he could have been worth $500 to $1 billion just in terms of marketing and people being back in the building. And that would have been huge to have that back here in DC. And then for the Capitals, it didn't end their series. Just like getting the 6th pick doesn't end the Wizards' chances of getting a good player. It hurt them a lot. But, you know, the Capitals didn't get eliminated, but they could have evened the series, and you would have felt a lot better coming back with home ice advantage again for Game 5. Instead, now you're down 3-1, and you have to hope for a miracle of a comeback. And both opportunities were squelched in a very disappointing fashion where, you know, losing if they would have got the 4th pick, it would have still been disappointing, but you could have lived with it. The Capitals, if they would have put up a better effort where you have 4 minutes on the power play and you barely mustered a shot.
That was so awful.
It was just so bad.
Awful.
And when they finally get back in it, JP, you feel like they're finally getting some momentum, and you're, okay, maybe they're right there again. You have Hall end up wide open that one-on-one, 99 out of 100 dudes score on that chance. It was so disappointing.
Carberry
all
afterwards got asked about that and was just pretty despondent by it, frankly. He was just like, he's like, yeah, you know, our guys, our defensemen lost them. And it's just like, this is the 2nd round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Like, how is that happening? And, you know, there's been problems throughout the series. I do think on some level you kind of got to give Carolina some real credit, and at times we're like slow to do that. But dude, I want to, I mean, obviously the biggest news of the night, to me, the biggest news is the Wiz going from 1 to 6, or just falling to 6. It's not like they had one. But I mean, what an absolute joke. And I don't know. I don't think they're going to do anything, frankly. But I know that it sucks. I know that the NBA regular season, 70% of it is a pretty unwatchable product, and the tanking. And I was listening to a Brian Windhorst interview yesterday in my interminable driving over the last 3 days. We'll get to just how much my life has sucked for the last 36 hours, but that's a different topic. The structure of the NBA. So the players union resisted a salary cap. They said, no way, man, we're not taking a salary cap. So you know what the owners did? They put in like a zillion little rules and loopholes and the luxury tax and all these things that it basically acts as a salary cap, and it is really, really prohibitive to try to rebuild. The only way to rebuild is now called tanking, because you just have to tear everything down to the studs and try to start over and get right with some picks. And it's pretty damn hard to do. But to me, it's also not a secret. Like, it's been reported for some time now, and lots of, I mean, hell, B-Mitch, who's probably on his way to Seattle right now, leaving one rainy city for another, has been saying this for months. Like the Commanders locking in the Madrid game. Right now, officially, we know 2 games for Washington. And like, if there's some nerd out there that wants to yell at me for talking a little football today, I don't care about you. Knowing that the Commanders are, so far they've announced 2 games. They're both national audiences, right? Like you've got the Saturday game against the Eagles. Now you've got this Madrid game. It just, that scene shifting so much. I was with guys last night after the Caps game, people that know things, right? And they were like, man, thank God for Jaden. And I was like, at least when told me that May 17th, 2017 thing you brought up, right? Like there have been a lot of bad nights to be a DC sports fan. Like this is not novel. But when, I mean, honestly, probably in your lifetime, has there ever been a response like, at least we got football, dude?
Exactly.
At least we know football's coming.
I saw our guy Ben Strober here, and he was wearing Commanders gear, and I purposely wore my Hail Jaden t-shirt, if you're looking on the YouTube stream, because that's the dude that gives you hope now, right? When was the last time that DC had all this crap happen one night, and then you go, but at least we've got our quarterback? Like you've never said that as a fan of my lifetime. You've never gone, well, at least we've got the quarterback and you feel good. And, looking at, I know Sheehan does his mock schedule and was talking about that. He's got like 6 or 7 primetime games. Like this team is must watch. They're sending them to Spain. First time ever. They're playing a game in Spain and they're sending Washington over there. It just shows you how different a time it is. And, it feels like things were on the up and up with this city, like you said, because a lot of it is football driven. And I think ultimately when we get past this in a couple of weeks, it'll be whatever, because we'll start looking ahead to football season and you've got Jaden. But it's just so disappointing that all this stuff had to happen. But then again, you wake up in the morning and you've still got JD5 here in DC, and it's like, well, maybe it's still okay.
Last night sucked. No way around it. It sucked. Period. Caps still have a chance. I mean, the Wiz once got the number 1 pick and took Kwame Brown. So it's not like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
The Republic will stand. But if last night was so bad for you as a DC sports fan that you feel like you got to sell your house, I got the guy. His name is John Leahy. You gotta understand how John works, man. It's all about relationships. Think about Sergio and Margaret were looking for a home in the Annapolis neighborhood, but it was one specific neighborhood they wanted. They talked to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, and they showed him a property that they loved, but a whole lot of other people loved it too. They already had 2 offers, and as John was figuring out the strategy, 3 more offers came in. But you know what happened? John Leahy and the Fine Living Group were able to figure out the right way to market their offer, the right kind of structure, the right kind of closing, the right kind of cash, all that, and they beat it. They got the property even with all the other offers. They beat out 5 other offers, and then Sergio and Margaret landed exactly where they wanted in Annapolis. One big part, mortgage pre-approval. If you're looking for something like that, you can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. You should also check out the website if you're thinking about selling your house. johnsellsdmv.com. You can find out your home's value in seconds. You go to johnsellsdmv.com. Find out how much equity you got, or maybe even get an instant cash offer. Give them a call today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. We start with the NFL news, scheduling news today. The Commanders confirm will play in Spain against the Dolphins. That game in Madrid, Sunday, November 16th, 9:30 a.m. kickoff, Week 11 for the upcoming season. We found out earlier this week, Commanders are also going to host Philly, part of Saturday Fox doubleheader, Week 16, the week before Christmas. Playing that Saturday means the Commanders will likely play a Christmas Day game as well, be part of that triple header. We don't know that for sure. Those games will be announced by Netflix at some point later on today. Hockey Capitals falling in Carolina 5-2, down 3-1 in the series. Everything's a must-win now for the Caps. Game 5 Thursday in D.C., 7 p.m. here on The Fan. Wizards lose the NBA draft lottery. Not only lose, they fall 4 spots to number 6 overall, despite the second worst record. Dallas Mavericks jump from 11 to 1 for the first overall pick. Nationals, they lose again last night, beaten by Atlanta 4-3, first of a 4-game series down there. Nats and Braves again tonight, 7:15 on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's a good day for a rainy, crappy day. I have this theory. I don't know if you've ever been to a funeral in the rain, but like a rainy day for a funeral always just feels appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
And after everything that happened last night, from a sports perspective, just a rainy day feels appropriate.
Yeah, it definitely fits the mood.
Now, driving from Raleigh to Richmond in biblical rain on small roads, not as much fun, Toby. Not as much fun.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was a bear to get in today just around here. I can only imagine.
You know what? I can't wait, Toby. How much fun do you think my ride home is going to be from Richmond to DC? There will be wheels moving on my truck by 1:55 p.m. I'm going to play a hunch. I think there's going to be bad traffic.
Yeah, it seems
95, the Beltway, Tyson's, GW Construction. Woo!
Seems like a miserable day, JP. It kind of fits with the mood.
I'm going to tell you the truth, Toby. When my car gets to my home, there's going to be a big old cocktail because it's 10:30 in the morning. I believe we're going to be joined by Craig Laughlin here, the Locker, in a minute or two. But, dude, how did you feel going into that game last night? Because I talked to somebody at the end of the first, and I was like, man, is this what you expected? And this is somebody that knows stuff adjacent to the organization. And they're like, honestly, yeah. Like I fear that from a Caps perspective, we're starting to be a little resigned to Carolina just might have their number.
Yeah, I mean, I felt more confident going into this one, but you saw a good first period in game 3, so you're hoping that maybe some of that would carry over, but they've just looked so outplayed most of this series. And so, I mean, you can only feel so confident when the other team is going to shoot more than you, they're going to have the puck more than you, and they're going to spend more time in your zone, regardless of how you say that's just their style and all this stuff. I get all that, but you can only be so confident when the other team has just been that much better in the series. And so, I was hoping that they would come out with a little more intensity, and you've seen stretches where they look like the Capitals that we saw for a majority of the season.
Even last night, there were stretches.
But it's so few and far between, JP. In a 60-minute game, you maybe see 10 minutes of it. And so last night, even when you'd finally see it, it wasn't long enough that they were able to sustain anything to finally get something going. They get a 5-on-3 and finally able to capitalize. But it's just there wasn't enough of that. And there hasn't been enough in this series, frankly. When you look at just the amount of periods that have been played well for the Capitals through 4 games, you probably 2, maybe 3, where you feel like they were definitively better than the Hurricanes, and the Canes have the rest of them. It's just, it's tough.
I was talking with Kerwin last night. Going into that game, they'd played 9 periods, right? 3 games, 3 periods a pop. I guess a very brief overtime period, if you want to be technical. I think you could say going into last night, they had been the better team for 3 of 9 periods. And I fear if you say it now, you're saying 3 of 12. And eventually, I mean, there's a reason most professional sports playoffs outside of football, but the rest of them are multiple game series, is because they want to identify the best team. And if you just extrapolate the numbers out over time, the best team will likely emerge. And there's not a lot of data points you can point to right now to suggest Washington is the better team, at least right now. I understand they have the better regular season. There's also nothing preventing them from what would be not quite historic, because it's 3-1. It's not unheard of, but like a really incredible, inspiring, remarkable comeback in the series. To anybody that is driving on 355 or Route 29 to Charlottesville, there is zero preventing them. There is no tariff. There is no law. There is no rule that will not allow the Washington Capitals to come back in the series. It might happen. So I want to at least point that out. Like, there's a game Thursday night. There's a reason they play the games. But through 4 games, undoubtedly, Carolina's been better.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you were seeing in this game that Carolina was getting chances on the penalty kill that Washington wasn't getting on the power play. Like, it's just incredible stuff that was just...
They got more shorties, at least early on, than the Caps were getting shots, actual shots on goal in the power play.
Yeah, it was so disappointing to see all of that. But, I mean, if you want to look on the other side and be positive today, you say, well, when
I'm not sure I'm that guy today, but I'll give you everything I got.
Well, when you lose one at home, that means now you have to win one on the road, and there's still an opportunity to do that. And if they can take care of home ice the rest of the way, then there's your shot. Now, it makes it a lot more difficult when you say you got to win 3 in a row against a team that has pretty thoroughly outplayed you in the series, but they can flip a switch. And I thought a majority of game 2, they looked like the better hockey team. And especially in that second period, they came out and played much better. So if they can find a way to get back to that, whatever that was in the second period versus what we've seen a majority of the rest of the series, then yeah, you've still got a shot. I mean, this is one of the best teams in hockey, so you don't want to write them off just yet, but being down 3-1, you can't have any margin for error. And unfortunately for the Capitals, it seems like a lot of stuff is bouncing the Hurricanes' way. And so when now you have a razor-thin margin for error, and it seems like the puck luck is on Carolina's side, you're really in a world of hurt.
World of hurt sounds correct. It is hard to see a way for them to win. Don't want to say they can't, because they can, but I do think, Carberry, like a lot of those guys struck the right note in their post-game comments, talking with Tom Wilson, talked to Dylan Strome, and they're like, we just got to turn it around. Backs against the wall. It'll be great to get home. And I think they mean it. I don't know that they'll be able to pull it off because the other guys are buzzing. And what really hurts in this scenario is that all of a sudden Carolina has the hotter goalie. And people that want to blame last night on LT are nuts as far as I'm concerned. But like the second goal particularly was a little soft. And they had the third goal in game 3 was a little soft, or maybe it was the second. But I think LT's been really good all playoffs, and just all of a sudden Anderson's better. What a lame name, Fred Anderson. It sounds like the neighbor on an 80s sitcom. Well, like, it's just so dorky.
And I know some people are going to look at it and say shot attempts and how much does that really matter versus high quality. I mean, the reality is that Logan Thompson has had to deal with a lot more shots than Freddie Anderson, right? Like, I mean, it just naturally, it seems like even though you might be the better goalie, when you're going to face twice as many shots on goal, sometimes one's going to get through. And that's the style that Carolina plays. That's not necessarily the style the Capitals play. But listening to Alan May with the Junks a little bit earlier today, he was kind of talking about maybe the Capitals have to adopt a little bit of that philosophy, not go full on Carolina, but maybe just start throwing more pucks to the net and see what happens. Because if I were going to build a hockey team, JP, and I were going to go into the playoffs, I like the way Carolina plays, where I'm going to try and be in your defensive zone. I'm going to be in my offensive zone. I'm going to just throw pucks at the net and see what happens. I'm going to be aggressive. And if you're able to combat it and beat me, then I'll live with it. But that's kind of how Carolina's been playing. And there hasn't been much of a counterpunch for the Capitals. And so in turn, You need Logan Thompson to be spectacular. And for most of the series, I think he has. He's given up a couple, light ones last night maybe, but that's naturally going to happen too when you face twice as many shots. They've got to find ways to get pucks on net and just see what happens. The goal that they lost in game 1, it's not like it was a spectacular chance for Carolina, but there's traffic in front. He doesn't see it till too late and it slips through. Those sorts of things happen. Like, that's kind of the nature of hockey. So always looking for the perfect shot maybe isn't the way to go when the other team is just looking at every puck saying, how many can we just shoot this? And they've done that, and a couple got through last night, and you're on the short end again.
Yeah. I mean, it's been disheartening to say the least. You couple that with the Wiz and just knowing that the Wiz and the Caps are monumental sports. And I mean, what a gut punch that had to be for Ted and, ownership and the people involved. That I had heard 6 weeks ago from folks over there, May 12th is going to be a really big night for the organization. And I saw Will Dawkins. I read a story from Chase Hughes last night, and Will Dawkins said all the right things and explained that, we didn't have any picks. So it's not like we lost anything. We're really excited. They have 6 and 18 now. A lot of reasons to think they're going to get good players, but the NBA is about stars more than anything. And sometimes you can draft and develop them. I mean, Jokic is probably the best example, I'd say, in Washington. Gilbert Arenas, even though he wasn't drafted here, they saw something in him, gave him a huge deal. He signed here. He was a second rounder. Like, players can come from anywhere. Terry McLaurin's a third rounder. Like, players can come from anywhere, but in a top heavy league, you'd like to be at the top, and the Wiz aren't there. We have a lot to discuss. Let me go through what's coming. John Hollinger is going to join us to talk NBA draft at 11, talk about kind of what options there are maybe for the Wizards. Our guy Barstool Nate's going to join us at noon. There is plenty to discuss. I'm going to see if I can drag Michael Phillips from down the hall to come sit with us for a little bit. I am live in Richmond, Virginia at an incredibly hard to find radio studio. I've now worked 3 different Odyssey stations. I've worked at ours, obviously, WJFK in DC in Nats Navy Yard. I got to work at WFAN for a couple days. This time last year when the Caps were getting swept by the Rangers. WFAN, obviously a titan of the radio industry up in New York City. And now I've worked the Richmond office. I might do some power rankings of the various Odyssey offices.
Okay.
Pros and cons.
I'm going to tell you one thing. The con is sitting in this prison cell in JFK studios. I'm sitting in your seat currently. I get it.
Yeah. I mean, that studio really sucks. Really does. But it's significantly harder. It's significantly easier to find than this one here in Richmond. I got pros and cons about everything. They got free parking here, Toby. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley and Toby. All right, we're gonna get through it together, folks. Toby, you know it's not cheap. A flight to Madrid.
Yeah, I heard the junks talking through that. It's like probably $800 to $1,000.
Well, what's crazy, dude, is I looked at this stuff last week, and it wasn't that bad. It's jumped. I wonder if maybe they'll introduce more flights, and that'll kind of, because if I'm an enterprising airplane company, especially if I'm United, which has a huge hub here and a ton of international travel, like throw a couple more flights in. You're gonna sell them out, dude. I think you could pack 2 planes with people going to Madrid. I am super excited about that. I don't get too worked up. I love finding out the schedule. I would consider myself a schedule dork, but the only thing I don't want to happen is a road trip on Christmas, which means there will be a road trip on Christmas. Like that's the only way this is going to go. I have a 6-year-old daughter who hopefully she's at school and not listening right now. Kids, if you're in the car right now, earmuffs. My 6-year-old still believes in Santa, and that's a special kind of magic for a parent.
Of course, yeah.
And I'm hoping to be able to hold on to that. But honestly, by the time we get to December and she's almost 7 and big sister is 10, I think our Santa days are probably numbered anyway.
Well, and Santa doesn't show up on December 28th. It has to be the 25th. So
yeah. Santa doesn't take a rain check. All right, I got a serious question. I don't know who all we got. I know I wasn't the only one with some transportation issues this morning, but I'm going to ask a serious question. I'll start with you, Toby. Do you think the NBA draft lottery is rigged?
Oh, man. JP, I'm not generally a conspiracy theorist guy. I'm not generally one to believe any of this stuff, like, oh, this is rigged and they do all this stuff. But LeBron James was on the Pat McAfee show a couple of weeks ago and basically alluded to that, saying, oh, I'm sure that Cleveland definitely was going to win the lottery when I was the number 1 pick. And you have Luka traded away, and they get the number 1 pick. And the Pelicans traded away Anthony Davis, and they get the number 1 pick. And after LeBron leaves Cleveland, they get the number 1 overall pick. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's rigged, but all the evidence seems to point it, point that direction, because you have all this craziness going down with the Mavericks, and everybody in Dallas is so frustrated, and it seems like they're about to lose a massive part of their fan base and frustration. And it's like, well, here's a little nugget to get you back. It's a little bit disappointing. And even if you don't want to go, okay, well, them getting the number 1 overall pick, number 2 overall went to San Antonio to help them out to continue to build that thing up, because they feel like San Antonio is so important to the NBA. I don't know why DC is not important, because it's such a basketball hotbed out here in the DMV. I don't know why DC isn't important to the NBA. Maybe it's because the Wizards have been largely irrelevant for a better part of 4 decades. But it's hard not to believe some of these conspiracies when year after year you have craziness happening and the Wizards continually get screwed by it.
I totally agree, man. It's hard to make a lot of sense of, you know what I mean?
Like 1.8% chance, JP, 1.8, and they get the first pick.
Landfill, do you think it's rigged? Seriously.
100%. 100%.
Legitimately.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you think that prior to last night?
I was a little bit skeptical, but there's, like Toby was talking about, there's too many coincidences. Cleveland getting the number 1 overall pick when it's LeBron. The Mavericks give Luka to the most popular team in the league to try to keep them somewhat relevant, and then they just get gifted the number 1 overall pick. 100% rigged. 100%. And the fact that they do it like behind closed doors, they won't allow anybody into the room to see exactly how the lottery balls are drawn. You know, they made a really big deal. You're not allowed to bring cell phones in here. Why not? Why can't somebody record it? What are you trying to hide?
They released the video afterwards. My boy Danny sent me the video that they released.
Plenty of time to doctor it.
I don't give a crap afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, I care watching it live. Whether or not it's rigged, I generally find conspiracies impossible to believe, because when people, like the RFK thing, right? They had the RFK press conference announcement, whatever, was set to happen a couple of weeks back. Say it was set for like Monday at noon, right? Didn't we take it live on the show? And this big embargoed press release went out to members of the media all over DC, probably some national folks, Sunday evening. And you had to RSVP and say you confirmed the embargo. And people may not know what embargo is, but a lot of times news outlets get information from whatever the news source is, but it's embargoed till a certain time. So you're allowed to have the information, prepare your story, prepare your television package, whatever, but you can't go with it until X time, Monday at noon, for instance. And as soon as I got the information and recognized the embargo, I was like, there's no way this won't get out, because once you just have all the people involved that have the information and the people involved in sending out the information, and then they mention it to their wife or their partner or whatever, like once that circle starts widening, it's just impossible to keep things secret. And specific to the embargo, a lot of times people tip off their media outlet of choice. So in general, I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but like the thing with Dallas makes it so hard to believe. It's just
right.
It's really, really pretty remarkably stupid and dumb. And I don't know what to do with that. You know what I'm saying?
This is intriguing. JP Mill in the chat said, when we got John Wall, that's when Agent Zero had the locker room incident. Go back and look. December 2009, that's when all the stuff went down with Arenas and Crittenton, which there's a whole new Netflix doc. And 2010, here comes John Wall to DC.
Right.
I mean, it's an easy way to like control.
Wasn't
publicity.
that like right after Ted kind of bought the team fully too?
It's just crazy how it's like it's you don't want to believe it's rigged, but so many ways all this stuff just happens to work out. If it happens once or twice, it's one thing, but it's not once or twice. This is year after year after year where, last year it wasn't a big time draft, so it really didn't matter. So everyone just kind of like whatever happens, happens. This year it's Cooper Flagg, and it just so happens that they get to replace Luka Doncic with Cooper Flagg. Oh, I'm so sure that wasn't somewhat rigged.
Here's where we are. John Hollinger covers the NBA. We're going to ask him if the NBA draft is rigged next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. We found out today the Commanders will indeed be playing an international game this year in Spain. First ever NFL game to be played in that country against the Dolphins in Madrid. It'll be at Santiago Bernabeu Stadium Sunday, November 16th, 9:30 a.m. kickoff for Week 11 for the Commanders. That's a great stadium, by the way. It's one of the most modern, opulent stadiums in the world. Retractable dome, retractable field. They're pretty cool. And it's just the second international series game ever played by Washington. The only other one, the 27-all tie against the Bengals 2016 Wembley Stadium in London. Capitals are on the brink. They lost to Carolina 5-2 last night in Raleigh. Back home now for a must-win Thursday night for Tom Wilson and the Caps.
I think in the playoffs, no matter what the score is in the series, the next game's huge. So it's got to be our focus and clean some stuff up and turn the tides a little and get a big win on home ice and go from there.
If they don't win, it's good morning, good afternoon, good night, Washington. Game 5, 7 p.m. Thursday night in D.C. Game 6, if needed, would be Saturday back in Raleigh. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. The Reynolds Empower Home team, Keller Williams Realty. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Obviously, a lot of basketball news last night. Somehow Dallas got the number 1 overall pick. Somehow the Wiz fell all the way to 6th. Just a really disappointing night for hoops heads in the DMV. Helping us to make sense of it all is John Hollinger from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at John Hollinger, HOLLINGER. John, thanks very much for joining us. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, although I must admit, as a lifelong Commanders fan, I am crushed that I can't talk to Brian Mitchell this morning.
Dude, we'll have you back. We will fix that. B is on his way to Seattle for a golf trip, so he's escaping all the rain on the East Coast for all the rain on the West Coast. But we can fix that, I promise.
Okay, that's cool. It's funny. I right after the lottery, I ran into San Antonio Spurs general manager Brian Wright, and I don't know if you know this, but he is also a huge Commanders fan.
I did know
we
that.
We did not spend any time talking about San Antonio moving up to number 2. We spent the entire time talking about whether we approved of taking a tackle over an edge rusher at number 1, and whether this time we drafted a cornerback who can actually play. So that was the gist of our conversation last night. So.
I love
anyway,
that.
So sorry to go off the rails right away here. But.
No, dude, you're good. I love that, man. You gotta focus on what's important.
Exactly.
As for the Wiz, I mean, last night literally could not have gone any worse.
Yeah, I think mathematically that's correct. That was the worst it could have gone. Now they were only about 50-50 to end up in the top 4. So there was, I think, roughly a 1 in 4 chance that they could end up at 6, which is where they ended up. So, yeah, not great for the season they endured, right? But this was always a distinct possibility at the same time. And it's part of the calculus on tanking that, if you have the worst record in the league, it's still only a 1 in 7 chance that you're going to end up with the number 1 pick. And most of the time you're going to be picking somewhere further down and trying to make the best of it. So this is sort of what's baked in now. And I think it's generally for the better to disincentivize tanking, but you hate to see a team and its fans kind of suffer to the extent that Washington did this year and not get a little more out of it than the 6th pick.
I think what's so tough, John, is this team, I feel like, finally was going about it the correct way, where you can call it tanking, and I understand that. And they played a lot of young guys and they did all these different things after the new regime comes in, moves on from Beal and does all these different things. But it felt like, this team actually had a direction where they kind of understood the assignment, and all the guys, Sarr, Carrington, Keyshawn George, when they got AJ Johnson in the trade for Kuzma, like they played all these young guys. They got them their experience. And at the end of the road here, where you're hoping maybe you can add a Cooper Flagg or a Dylan Harper, or maybe even an Ace Bailey, they end up getting the 6th pick. And I understand your point about you don't want to encourage tanking, but it felt like the Wiz finally did stuff the right way. And I don't necessarily agree that what they were doing was tanking, and yet they kind of get screwed with the 6th pick there.
Yeah, exactly. And to your point, I mean, this is the path they should have gone down a long time ago, and we're resisting it to kind of chase 40 wins in the 8th seed with Beal for a few years there. And then I think the thing to remember too is that in this process, Washington has also accumulated a whole bunch of other draft assets besides their own pick that are going to start coming into play here as we get further down the road. These pick swaps with Phoenix in particular from the Beal trade. Given how the Suns' future looks, those look extremely promising, and those could be, depending on where the Wizards are, I mean, those can be trade assets too. They don't necessarily have to be used on a pick in 2030. So there's still a lot to be optimistic about. I think, Michael Winger's whole crew kind of came in and did some a needed organizational facelift, and it's still early days there. So we'll probably be talking again after the 2026 lottery, to be honest, right? And that's okay.
I know that you're correct, but gosh, it just seems like it's so far away. But I'm trying to remind myself of how much the end of the Beal era, fighting for a 7 seed, only to lose in 5 games, how much that sucked too. That was like the high water mark. Right. We are on the Rude Guest Hotline talking with John Hollinger. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. John, I mean, you worked for the Grizzlies at a really high level. Like, the NBA inside and out. What do you say to the claims? Listen, I am not a conspiracy theorist, but it's really hard to ignore Dallas traded away Luka in secret, and then 3 months later they get the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I mean that. I don't really see those two as connected, I guess. Like, I don't know.
But if I was
the league, if I was going to be rigging things for the league, I wouldn't be like, oh, let's give these idiots another chance.
Yeah.
It's in the league's interest to not have the Southwest Division win the lottery every single year. Like, they probably would have really liked to see Washington or Charlotte win this and balance out the conferences a little. So to me, it was like the opposite of what you would have expected if things were rigged.
All right, but the one problem with the NBA, including its television partners, ESPN, Turner, like, they're all going hard on this. The perception is awful. And I can totally understand where you're coming from as somebody that worked in the league and understands it on like a entirely more granular level. But like, the perception of this is awful for a league that has what's so crazy about the NBA is the playoffs are so magnificent and their regular season product is so broken, and like, it just continues like negative conversations surrounding the NBA, at least domestically.
Yeah, I mean, they have people in the room every year, reporters and whatnot. Like, I don't know what more they could do to be more open about the fact that it would be basically impossible to do, I guess, what some people think that might happen with the lottery. So I don't know what to say about that part. I mean, to their credit, they have done some things to change, like, because So my second to last year with the Grizzlies was 2018, where it was a loaded draft, right? It was, Luka, Jaren Jackson ended up, Trey Young, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Ayton ended up being the number one pick. We all thought he was going to be awesome. He ended up not being quite as good as we thought. But so everyone was, shall we say, positioning themselves for that draft. And that was when, if you had the worst record, you had a 25% chance of getting number one. And the efforts to position teams for that draft was definitely more egregious than anything we've seen since then, since they modified it. And I think we see why. I mean, Washington, for instance, Bub Carrington made that crazy shot to win the last game of the season, and it puts them ahead of Utah. But it ended up it didn't matter. It was still 14% for them to get the number one pick either way, right? And so, that shot moves them from 5 to 6. It's just not a big deal. And I think that's a good thing for the league that's the case now.
I'm with you. We're talking with John Hollinger here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give John a follow at John Hollinger, Hollinger, noted Burgundy and Gold fan. Let's switch from, I think, what is probably unintelligent yet pissed off discourse surrounding the riggedness of the lottery to I have really enjoyed watching the Knicks beat the Celtics. Boston just seems one of these teams that has so much success that they seem like slightly disinterested or something. I don't know how best to describe it, but obviously last night everything changes with the Tatum injury rather. What do we know and what's Boston's path going forward?
Well, so they're doing an MRI today. I haven't seen any news yet. I think the expectation, unfortunately, is that he probably hurt his Achilles. We've all seen Achilles injuries and what they look like and how players react. And this is, follows the exact kind of framework of that, in which case, that's a year injury. And so that changes a ton of things for Boston. They have this crazy expensive roster already that they were already looking at, where they might have to cut next year just to avoid the repeater tax and the second apron penalties. And I think that's only going to be more imperative if they're looking at not having Tatum next year anyway. There's Al Horford is another question now. He's 38 or 39. His contract's expiring. Is tomorrow his last game? You can't rule that out, right? If he just decides to walk away or if he decides to go somewhere else next year.
Right.
So there's a lot that's suddenly in play in Boston for their future where, when you woke up yesterday morning, you're thinking they had this half-decade window with the two Jays, and man, one injury changes your fortunes in basketball pretty quickly. So it's pretty devastating to watch. He was playing so great in that game too. Even as the Celtics themselves were struggling with New York, I've been kind of shocked by that because they owned the Knicks in the regular season the 4 times they played them. But hat tip to Karl Towns, especially, who I think has held up a lot better defensively in these playoffs than anyone expected. And New York is now, if you look at a New York-Indiana series now, be a repeat of them playing a year ago, and a very interesting series to determine who gets a spot in the finals.
You mentioned Indiana there. How shocked are you by how that series has gone? Is it more of what Indiana has done in the series, or is it the Cavaliers have not been able to play like they had all season long because they looked so impressive this year, and now they're down 3-1?
Yeah, there's definitely some injury issues with Cleveland that impacted that. Garland didn't play the first 2 games. Mobley didn't play game 2. Hunter didn't play game 2. Donovan Mitchell played game 4, did not look like himself at all, even before he went out at halftime. So that part has been troubling. But the other part is that Indiana got off to a very slow start this year, but they've been gangbusters since the midpoint of the season. So I think they profiled as tougher than a typical 4 seed that you might face, and that's been a factor in it too. Because game 4, especially, obviously, they just came out and killed them. They play, and part of that was Cleveland was sluggish or whatever, but Indiana played so well. I just don't know who was beating that Pacer team on that night the way they played.
Yeah, the Pacers have been great, and who knows? At this point, maybe the Knicks win the damn title. I don't know, but it feels like to me the title winners coming out of Thunder Nuggets out of that series. Obviously, I think they play tonight. What do you think of that matchup, and who do you think gets out of there?
I agree with you. I think Thunder Nuggets winner would have the advantage. They'd have home court over Minnesota next round. If it's Minnesota that advances, which I think it probably will be. And I think Oklahoma City, basically, this is working out almost like Boston the year before and Denver the year before that, where the bracket just kind of is falling away. And all the teams that really matched up and could have maybe given them a series are gone by the time they get to that round. That this could end up just being a really soft, easy run for them, depending. I think fatigue is starting to catch up to the Nuggets. They played a 7-game series last round. They had 1 day off before game 1 of this series. It's just been every other day since then. They're playing all their starters 40 minutes every game. The Thunder play very fast. I think this could be a very challenging game 5, let's say, for Denver. So I would give Oklahoma City the advantage, even though Denver has done some things in this series that I think are a little bit of a roadmap defensively for the teams that the Thunder will face in the next round, into how to limit the Thunder from running and really jam up some of the things they like to do in the half court at the same time, and just make them totally dependent on Shea for all their offense. So it'll be interesting to see how other teams can apply that against them. But on paper, the Thunder is the best team. They were the best team all year, and they have a pretty easy bracket now. So if they can just take care of business at home tonight, I think it's advantage Thunder the rest of the way.
Real quick, John, circling back where we started, looking at the NBA draft for the Wizards, I think the consensus is saying Flag will go 1, Harper probably goes 2. It looks like you're lower from your rankings on Ace Bailey, but it seems like he's probably going to go 3 or 4. Edgecombe probably goes somewhere in that range as well. Outside of those guys, what do you think is the best option, or who do you think some of the guys are that the Wizards could target at 6 now?
So I would say 2 guys for them would be Con Knippel from Duke, who is I would describe him as I think there's this negative viewpoint where Wizards fans are going to be like, oh, he's just Corey Kispert. And I think he actually has a lot more juice than Kispert, just in terms of being a guy who can make plays off the dribble, get all the way to the rim, defend his position. I think he's a really good player. The other guy I think they're probably going to end up looking at is Jeremiah Fears from Oklahoma, who is a pick and roll point guard, very good handle, can get downhill, get to the rim, had a pretty strong freshman year. He's a little small. The shooting's a little suspect. There's some overlap there with Poole, but I don't think you can make draft decisions if you're the Wizards based on Jordan Poole, right? He's not that level of building block, right? So yeah, I think Fears is another guy to definitely watch for the Wizards.
What, John, just in your best estimate as a guy that did this for the Grizz, when should Washington be competitive again?
So here's the thing that's tough with the rebuild is that you don't know, because the thing that drives everything else is getting somebody who's good enough to be the best player on a good team. And until you have that, you're rebuilding. And so it could have been this year, right? If they ended up number 1. But I think that's what makes it a little unknowable is until you have that guy, you haven't really started yet.
Yeah, that's what's so tough about the NBA is just you need to get that superstar by any means possible. And I think the Wizards
Yeah.
felt like they had done everything that they could have, and they get the 6th pick. So maybe it's, but by all accords, you would know better than I would. It seems like next year's draft could be really good as well. So maybe if the Wizards
Really
just
good.
have
Yeah.
go through this again.
I've heard really good things about Darren Peterson as a guard who's going to Kansas. AJ DeBansa, I've seen him play twice, small forward going to BYU. I would compare him as a prospect, not as an NBA player necessarily, as a prospect to Andrew Wiggins, who went number 1 several years ago. And there's some other strong players too. Carlos Boozer's son, whose first name I'm blanking, Cameron Boozer. Very strong prospect as well, playing for Duke. Like it's a good crop next year.
John, thank you so much for the time. I promise we'll have you back when B's on the show, and you can talk all of the glory days of the Burgundy and Gold.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not
That'd be outstanding. I have many fond punt return memories. So
he was memorable.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, dude.
Thanks, John.
Sorry we vented about the lottery being rigged.
Thanks for having me.
All right. That's John Hollinger from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at John Hollinger, joining us via the Rude guest hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. We got to talk some NFL scheduling. At some point, I'm going to let Conspiracy Theory Jeff explain how the NBA lottery works. Nobody go anywhere. Barstool Nate at noon.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. We found out today officially the Commanders will play an international game this season. It'll be in Spain. First NFL game ever played in Spain against Miami. That'll be in Madrid, Sunday, November 16th, a 9:30 a.m. kickoff in Week 11. Commanders could also be in line possibly for a Christmas Day game as well. Those games will be announced later on today with the full schedule coming out tomorrow. Hockey Caps with a 5-2 loss at Carolina. Head back home now. Must win. Game 5 in D.C. Thursday night, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. Baseball, Nats lost their 6th straight last night, beaten by Atlanta. They'll play again against the Braves tonight, 7:15 here on The Fan. In just 16 weeks, the Team Builders Academy can jumpstart your career in construction, energy, or utilities. Train for high-demand jobs and start building your success. Visit us at pgcc.edu and enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. There's not, you know what Spain is known for? Sunshine. Spain is a very nice place to be. I've been to Barcelona and Pamplona and a small little town called San Sebastian that was just magical. Spain, they like to eat ham. The ham is terrific. They like to have sangria. They like to take naps. I mean, overall, Spain is a magical place. I think we can agree on that, Toby.
I think there should be a siesta time in the U.S. as well.
You have my full support.
I'm so down for that.
Although what sucks is if you're an American backpacker that's 20 years old and doesn't know anything and you're hungry at like 6 o'clock and everything's closed, that does kind of suck. Trust me. But on a day where just about everything that could go wrong went wrong last night, the Nats have lost 6 in a row, thanks to Earl for making me aware of that. That's just terrific. Speaking of 6, the Wiz got the 6th pick, and the Caps almost gave up 6 goals. It was a bad night, and I think it's not as big of a deal because it's been widely reported and believed that the Commanders were going to Spain to play the Dolphins, but it's pretty damn cool. And I would go one step further. So far, there's been 2 official reveals of the Commanders' schedule, and both of them are national television audiences. And I think that tells you a lot about what expectations and excitement surrounding the Commanders are. And that is positive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this goes. I mean, the last time they went overseas was Dustin Hopkins missing, what was it, an extra point or missing a field goal. They end up tying over that. That was so gross. Tying in London. That was terrible. But having the team be something that people want to watch now. I mean, people are wearing Commanders gear around. People are wearing Jaden jerseys. I was telling somebody, I follow someone that was out at Stagecoach, just a big music festival out in California. Someone was out there, and what do you see in their story is them at a concert, and right in front of them is a burgundy and gold Jaden Daniels jersey. Like, this guy is everywhere. They want him to become a superstar. He is a superstar, and now they're going to send him overseas to play in Spain. Like, I think it's really cool that this team, and as much as last night really sucked, having a quarterback in this town that people want to see, having a team that people want to see and can get on board with. Because even when this team has had a quarterback, think back to 2012 when you had RG3, like, there was fun with it. And obviously, some of that was maybe, okay, this isn't sustainable. It definitely feels like this with Jaden is. But also there was still the owner, and do you really want to support this and that? There's none of that anymore. It's all on the football field. It's all about the team that's going out there, and you can get behind this team because they're all hard workers. They're good guys, and you've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So it's a really, really cool time to be a Commanders fan.
It really is, and I think we kind of need that. The Spain game I think will be really, really cool, and I get, those Europe games are always kind of weird. Feels like it's always like the Jets and the Jaguars, and I kind of pay attention and kind of don't. But I think when it's a good game, you're absolutely going to pay attention. There was one good game last year. Did the Chiefs play somebody good, like in Germany or something? But I remember it was a dog of a game, but a lot of Chiefs games last year were kind of dog of games. I'm really curious to see how Washington handles the travel with that game. We know they showed like a real commitment last year with the Cincinnati to Arizona, go to Arizona for the week. But I don't know. It seems like less and less teams are going overseas for the week. I don't know if you saw this, but now all the international games have been revealed, and that includes a Dublin game, a bunch of London games. Did you see that the Vikings now have the Vikings, I think, are playing the Steelers in Dublin, and then the Vikings play the following week, I think, in London.
Yeah.
So you got to assume they're staying over there, right?
Well, and I think that's what makes the most sense, right? That's what the Jags have started doing, knowing that they're going to play a couple of games over there. They stay over there for a couple of weeks, and they're able to kind of just go through their regular routine. They're able to settle into the time zone and go over there. So I think it makes sense if you're going to play multiple over there, play them in back-to-back weeks and just stay over in Europe. I know it's different countries, but it's essentially for them going over that direction, just like traveling in the United States to a different state. It's not all that far. So I think it makes sense to do something like that. If you're going to go over there, play multiple games, even though it's technically different countries, it's not that far. Stay over there, get acquainted to the time, and be able to just go through as regular a week of practice as you can outside your own facility.
Yeah, I think, unless you're planning on swimming from Dublin to London, I think that commute is probably like a 30-minute flight. I think it's quite quick. I imagine that commute is like getting from DC to New York.
Hour and 25.
Not even Boston.
Hour and 25 is what it's saying from Dublin to Heathrow.
Okay. So maybe that's more like DC to Charlotte or something.
Yeah, nothing hard.
It's the opposite of what my drive from Richmond to DC is going to be this afternoon in the rain. Don't worry, I'll keep everybody posted. I'll keep everybody updated on that. But I don't know until we know what the week before is for Washington. We don't know how they'll treat that scheduling block. And it's not like, say they played Kansas City and then LA in consecutive weeks. You can make a real case all right, we've already made it to Kansas City. Let's just go to LA, stay the week and just get used to it there. It's not like Washington's going to be playing in Portugal and then they just decide to stick around in Madrid for the week. Like wherever they are the week before, home or away, it's going to be an ocean away.
Well, do you think they're going to try to get a bye week before or after, or do you think they're just going to play it like a regular schedule and they'll have to figure out what they're going to do to go over there in the meantime, or do you think they're actually going to try to get a bye in there to help them out?
I would think you get a bye, but that is hardly a guarantee anymore.
Isn't that like
the Vikings
preference?
are playing 2 in a row over there. It has been, but I think as the NFL is continuing to push the envelope on international play and perhaps an international team like a London team, or even I think the big vision dream would be a European division where you have like a team in probably maybe even 2 London teams and then like a German and a French team, or German and a Spanish team, or maybe even 2 Germany teams, honestly. Whatever, they can figure that out. But they want it to become normal. They're trying to normalize the process of playing in Europe. I don't know that they'll ever accomplish that goal, but that is certainly what they're trying to figure out right now. It's a simple question, dude. How excited are fans about the Europe trip, about an international trip? We're going to ask the boys in the aquarium. Before we do that, though, it's JP Finley, and I got to tell you about the comfort and convenience of Ruud. My Ruud system is incredible. It's got Wi-Fi compatibility. I can turn my heat up or down right here in Richmond for my house in Bethesda. It's incredible. Say you crank up, you turn down the air conditioner because you're going out of town for a week, and then you fly in and you land at Dulles. You're able to get that thing back down to where you want it comfortably. You like 68, you like 70, whatever it is, but you left it at 78 so you didn't have to pay the bill while you're gone. Bang. You could do it on that dumb little bus they make you ride at Dulles when you have to go find baggage claim. Whatever it is, the app can do it wherever you are. and the compressor fires up so fast, it'll adjust in seconds. I'm telling you, the Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more of those noisy interruptions in the middle of the night. You get precise temperature and humidity control. The humidity control is so vital, man. I never knew what a difference that makes until I experienced it personally. It's comfort and performance, perfectly balanced, and you can save some cash. That's what we all care about. Cheddar, you can qualify for up to 2 G's on federal tax credits through heat pumps through 2032. Check out ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Tough night in the DMV. Caps lost, Wiz fall to the 6th seed. But Commanders are going to Spain. Commanders have 2 official games announced so far, both through national TV audiences. The whole world can't get enough of Jaden Daniels. Eventually, we're going to open the phone lines up about how miserable yesterday was. We have that Misery Monday sounder, I think is the radio term, that we play during football season whenever they lose. Like, yesterday was a way bigger Misery Monday than I think we've had in a long time. But I'm going to go to my man, Jeffrey. Always a smile on Jeff's face. How fired up are you for the Spain game, Jeffrey?
Yo, JP, I'm so fired up. I already started looking up hotels and flight prices.
Well, dog, let me tell you something. The flight prices are high.
Not really. I found a round trip for like $560.
Jeff, do you think you can finesse in Madrid?
Jeff can finesse anywhere.
I was about to say I could finesse anywhere.
Now, Jeff, let me hear more about this round trip for $560 you found to Madrid. Can I get some times and some layover information on that flight?
I gotta go through all through my file. I mean my tabs again because it's on my laptop.
To be fair, I saw something like that too, but you didn't get a checked bag. You had to stop somewhere in like Boston. Like it wasn't unreasonable. I think it was on American Airlines or something like that. So it wasn't unrealistic, but you're probably gonna have to pay the extra $150 for $75 for a checked bag
For a
both
seat.
ways.
Dude, now hold on a second, Toby. Toby, we're going to make you cool one way or another, dog. What do you need a check bag for? You're a single dude going to Europe for like 3 days?
I mean, you probably want to go for a little bit longer than 2 days, 3 days, right? I mean, you're going to spend...
We need to recalibrate.
Friday to
Monday, you do not need a check bag.
Well, I was looking for like a Thursday to a Monday. So
Toby out here trying to go sightseeing.
Yeah.
Well, Toby, I tell you what, Toby takes his fits very seriously. And I know Toby would have a different fit each day. You'd be the only dude in all of Spain decked out in Hokies gear on that Saturday.
Yeah.
Who knows? They're probably playing Syracuse that day or something. Toby'd be locked in to the Hokies game at some bar. Jeff, I can only imagine. I don't know who would be funnier to hang out with in Madrid, Jeff or Toby.
I'd be boring to hang out with. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, you'd want to watch baseball. Like you'd be looking for the World Baseball Classic reruns or something.
Yeah, I think if you want excitement, go hang out with Jeff. If you want to just sit around and watch sports still, even though you're in a different country, you can come hang out with me.
Yeah, you'd be very boring. Jeff would find some trouble to get into. That much I know. I hope you make it there, Jeff. I hope I make it there.
What day is it? It's the 16th, right?
Yeah, who do the Hokies have on the 15th?
Hokies will be in Tallahassee taking on the Florida State Seminoles.
That's a big one, obviously.
It is.
Landville, are you excited about the Spain game?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't care so much that it's in Spain. I do kind of like the fact that it's going to be on a little bit earlier. And now that the team's actually good, I like the fact that they're playing national games. Previously, when they sucked back when Snyder owned the team, it was just an opportunity for us all to get really embarrassed for being fans of the team whenever they played in prime time, because everybody's watching what a ridiculous clownish organization this was. But now that they're good, everybody just gets an opportunity to see how fantastic Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are, and I love that.
Yeah, every time they would play one of those nationally televised games before, it was just an opportunity to show that graphic of all the coaches that were here.
Right.
Now
all
it
the
doesn't matter.
quarterbacks, they would do something embarrassing like misspell a star player's name. But now, it's just watch Jaden Daniels lead this game-winning drive with 30 seconds left. It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
I love it.
It's a different world. I very much love it. I think what feels the most different about all of it is that it doesn't at all. It totally feels sustainable. Like it doesn't feel like they're forcing anything. And that I find really rewarding too. Like it, whatever. I mean, we all work in the content business, and a lot of the content business is a pretty dirty game. But like, I don't see any indications of sophomore slumps or them taking a step back. If you want to play the like crunch the numbers, strength of schedule game. Okay. The way I've always looked at that is look at the quarterbacks you're facing, because defense tends to have tremendous variance year over year, defensive rankings. And they're playing a lot of really good teams. Like they're playing a lot of really good quarterbacks, and that'll be more difficult. And if you think of the concept of just puck luck or things breaking your way, they got some good breaks last year. I mean, the Hail Mary chief among them, right? But good teams also make their own luck, and they were good. So I don't expect a big step back. I talked with a buddy of mine that played in the league over a decade, was a big part of the NFLPA and stuff. And we were kind of just talking about the way they built the roster and what they've got there. And then you supplement, you really, really add to your offensive line, which was not an accident, to try to continue to build an excellent offense. And I mean, this feels like a 10-win team, right? And if a 10-win team gets the breaks, they're a 12-win team. If a 10-win team is on the wrong end of the stick, they're probably an 8-9-win team. And the best part about talking about a 10-win team, and maybe you want to say that's 11 and then you're going to 13-9, but even at 10, you're talking about a team most likely making the playoffs, even if they don't get the breaks. Yeah. If they go 9-8 with 3 wildcard teams, 7 teams from the NFC getting in, like they're right there. And I think to have elevated kind of the floor and the midpoint for this team in such a fast turnaround, pretty damn remarkable, man.
Yeah, and I mean, when you talk about this league, how many games are decided by one possession? And when you go into a game with Jaden Daniels as your quarterback, you feel like, aside from a handful of teams in the league, you're going to have the edge at quarterback. And every game coming down to one possession, when you had a quarterback last year that was one of the best in the league and was incredibly clutch in every single game, it felt like, especially down the stretch, why not? I mean, even though, like you said, there's some things that went their way, but sometimes you have to make your own luck. And it feels like, yes, you can point to some things that went their way last year, but you also had to be in the ball games to have that happen. And that naturally happens in football. And it seems like for years it went the other way of Washington, even when they weren't very good, but they had bad luck. It seemed like last year went more their way, but also you have Jaden Daniels on your side, so you probably don't need as much luck. So I think going forward, they're probably, like you said, around a 10-win football team, but when you have Jaden, you have a chance against anybody.
You know where they had no luck? Zero luck. Seriously. In Detroit, when they went and kicked the Lions' ass in the divisional round. Shove your luck. When we come back, he always tries to be upbeat and positive. I don't know what version of Barstool Nate we're about to get. I got to be honest. But Barstool Nate joins us next.
Emerald Forsey, and here's what's happening. We got the official word early this morning. The Commanders will be playing an international game this year in Spain. First NFL game ever in Spain against the Miami Dolphins in Madrid, Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. It's a great new modern state-of-the-art stadium. Sunday, November 16th, a 9:30 a.m. kickoff, week 11 of the upcoming NFL season. Commanders' first ever international game. Well, their first ever game, obviously, in Spain. First time they played internationally since they played at Wembley Stadium, the old 27-27 tie against the Bengals back in 2016 in London. Also today, we'll find out the rest of the Christmas Day schedule. Commanders are expected to have one of those games as well. Looking like if it is Christmas Day, it's going to be at Green Bay. We'll know the Christmas schedule a little bit later on today. Those games will be announced. Complete NFL schedule release is tomorrow. Hockey, no margin for error for Tom Wilson and the Caps now after the 5-2 loss in Carolina. They face elimination heading into Game 5 Thursday night.
Obviously, our backs are against the wall, and next game's the biggest game, and it's not going to be easy. They're a hardworking team, but we're going to have some fight here. We're going to go out there and do our best and leave it all out there and see what happens.
Tomorrow night, Game 5. Thursday night, Game 5. 2 nights from now, 7 p.m. for the face-off. Caps season on the line Thursday. Here on the Fan, baseball Nationals beaten in Atlanta last night. They've dropped 6 straight. Nats will try again against the Braves tonight, 7:15 first pitch on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, I'm Emerald Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and I have no idea, 100 miles south in Richmond, Virginia. Probably 300 miles north of me is our guy, Barstool Nate. And Eric, we were texting last night. How you doing today, buddy?
Hey, today's one of the worst days ever. How are you?
Bad.
Yeah,
it's bad. So where do you want to start?
The Caps, I guess.
Okay.
The Wizards, the Nats.
Do you
I don't know.
Let's start with the Caps. You were always upbeat throughout the season. You have just always believed that the organization was like, it is a really well-run organization, and they are the top seed in the East, and there is nothing that prevents them from coming back in these remaining 3 games. But it sure feels like they have met their kryptonite, and that specifically here, Carolina's a better team.
Yeah, so as someone who watched, 99.2% of every minute of every game during the regular season for the Caps, I thought this team was special. Or I'll talk in present tense. I think this team is special. There's a reason this team is the 1 seed in the East. There's a reason I think that the Caps organization and front office is the best, if not, one of the best in all of sports. The acquisitions over the offseason, the trade at the trade deadline for Beauvillier, getting Coach Carbs up to the NHL level through the system, just a homegrown coach. He's going to win Coach of the Year. This team, top to bottom, everywhere you look, is great. Carolina is doing things that I've never seen on a rink. They are just suffocating the Caps. And I tweeted last night, sometimes it looks like the Canes are playing 6-on-5 out there. They'll have 3 guys back in their own zone and 3 guys up. They'll get possession and already have 3 guys ahead of the red line. It's crazy to watch such a good Caps team get outworked, outmatched, outskated. It's not even saying like I'm not mad at the Caps. I'm frustrated watching the game, but it's credit to Carolina. I think they're so well coached. They're always in position. They give 150% effort on every shift, and they're just sticking it to our guys. And you just have to tip your cap.
Do you think it's one of those things? They're just a better team, and like regardless of what the Capitals were doing, they just didn't have a shot in the series the way that they've been playing?
No,
or is it
I don't
the
think
styles
that.
or something like that?
I think the Caps have gotten good looks that they haven't finished, and I think Carolina is taking advantage of their opportunities. I mean, it's not a fluke to be the 1 seed in the East and have locked up the playoffs, very early in the season and all of that. I don't think the Caps are a fluky team. I don't think Carolina is, quote unquote, a better team. I think Carolina matches up extremely well with the Caps. I said from the jump, the only team in the playoffs that I was worried about was the Carolina Hurricanes. I think we would beat Toronto. I think we would beat Florida. Getting past Carolina, I knew it was going to be difficult. I didn't think it would be this difficult because I thought, Tom Wilson, Dylan Strome, Ovi, just John Carlson, all these guys who are gamers and have done this before and they know what they're going up against. They're kind of just getting neutralized, and it sucks to watch. It's like breaking my heart. And you could see in their body language last night, the Caps are frustrated too. The players are very frustrated because they know how good they are, and they just can't get the motor going. They just can't get it started.
What do you think happens Thursday night?
I will be in attendance. I will be there, and I will will the Caps to victory. I will do everything I can and more to bring home one more win for the Washington Capitals. At least one more win. And I don't want to doom and gloom like the series is over. Teams have come back from down 3-1 before. It's not, it's not crazy to think that the number 1 seed in the East can string together a few wins and win this series. It's just after last night's game, you kind of just watch like, dang, like this is tough. This is just tough.
What'd you make of LT last night?
I think he's great. I think LT is the reason we're here. People want to say that, maybe one bad goal or whatever, but there is more to that bad goal than just LT. There was a lack of defense. There's a lack of pressure entering the zone. It's giving Carolina way too much space and way too much opportunity. I think anybody who has a problem with LT has a problem with hockey in general. You don't know what you're talking about. He's to use the most easy cliche, he has stood on his head and more all season and all postseason. I have nothing but good things to say about LT. He has been the MVP of the playoffs for the Caps, bar none.
Totally. If the complaints are about LT, you're completely missing like the bigger picture, I would say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's so much happening here that if you're just complaining about LT, it's just kind of asinine.
There's I kind of feel bad like throwing one player under the bus because of how great this team was all season. There is one player that I've been taking frustrations out on. I won't even say it on there. His name's Lars Eller, and I kind of feel bad about it.
You've been saying it nonstop on Twitter.
Yeah, and he's just. I mean, Coach Carbs is a loyal guy. He danced with who brought you. Lars Eller has been the obvious weak link. He has sunk the entire third line. I think Ryan Leonard is just getting a bad shake because he doesn't have a center that's doing a single positive thing on offense to help him in his offensive game. But I trust Coach Carbs so much. It's like he must see something that nobody else is seeing. So I'm trying not to just like bury Lars Eller at every given moment. But if you're a diehard like me and you're watching these games and you're wondering what's going on and why Lars Eller is still in there, I don't know either, brother. But in Coach I trust, I guess.
All right. Should we switch? You ready for the old switcheroo?
Love it.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow all of Nate's work at Barstool Nate or at Barstool Sports. The Wizards.
Yeah.
The Wizards have long been kind of the least exciting or at least like championship caliber organization in our fair city. Actually, that's not even fair. The farthest from a championship caliber organization was the Redskins for all of Dan Snyder's tenure.
Mm-hmm.
Now it just has been flipped upside down in a microwave because of Jaden Daniels and Josh Harris and Evan Peters and Dan Quinn. But with the Wiz, I think there was real excitement last night. You got a real prospect at Cooper Flagg. I mean, you and I are on the text thread with PFT. He's live at the draft lottery, which was just absurd. And then their name gets called for the 6th pick and it was just like, what the actual bleep? What do you make of it, dude? Just what a disappointment.
It's honestly depressing. Washington D.C. deserves a winning basketball team. Washington D.C. is dying for a good basketball team. I love the NBA. I watch so much NBA, and I can never really talk about it. We lost 64 games this season, and there is a lottery. We understand it. Blah blah blah. The lowest we could have picked was 6, and just to get the 6th pick, it's just so demoralizing. It's like, why can't this cursed franchise get anything? Why can't, we get John Wall and have a couple good seasons, and he tears his 9 different times, and he claims he slipped in the shower when clearly nefarious stuff was going on. Brad Beal stopped caring about basketball 3 days into his career. And just, I like Brad Beal, but he didn't care if he won a championship or not. He cared about
once he got that $250 million contract,
yeah.
I think things changed. But early on, he cared.
He's maybe, but he's so funny in Phoenix, by the way. Everybody wants him out. He's like, I'm so happy in the sunshine, riding the bench, playing 14 minutes a game, making $2 billion a year. So good for Brad Beal. But this franchise deserves something. And we can talk, is the NBA lottery rigged? Probably. But, why are they rigging it against us? We need something for this poor Wizards team. And they have such a good young core, and Cooper Flag was just supposed to put us over the top, and just now we have the 6th pick, and who knows, who cares? It's just more doom and gloom for our poor Wiz.
Yeah, I wanted to dive deeper on that because we had John Hollinger on earlier, and of course he's going to give the more correct answer of, politically correct answer to saying it's not rigged, and he obviously has had the inner working. So I understand his answer there, but you just look at all the coincidences, or quote unquote coincidences, where Dallas does this and then they get Cooper Flag, and you just go all throughout history. Regardless of whether it is or isn't, they don't do themselves any favors by how this thing goes on. And then 1.8% chance, and they pick first, and the Wizards had a 14% chance, and they're picking 6th. It's just absurd.
If we lost 1 billion games over the last 2 years, we get quadruple. It's just what are we even doing at this point? Just blow up the NBA and start over again. It's so frustrating. I just know how many people in DC love basketball and just are dying for something good to happen to this franchise. And then we do the whole tank thing and bring in the right GM and this and that and have the young core, and we're just dying to get Cooper Flag, and they just hand it to Dallas. It's insane.
That's what's so weird to me, is the fact that if you're going to gift it to someone, this place is a hoop place. The DMV loves hoops, and I get that it's more high school, but it's because the professional landscape has been so bad.
The Wiz have had juice at various times. The Gill years, Wizards games had serious juice. And even the John Wall era, dude. When things go right, or even moderately right, we're competing for the 5 seed. Hell yeah, I'm in. There can be real excitement in that building. I have seen it. And I don't think it's rigged. Just because
wake up, JP. Wake up.
All right. But I also understand why it's so easy to think it's rigged. It's just, there are so many things that happen at such an outrageous.
You mean Cleveland getting LeBron? Yeah, I'm sure that was coincidence.
But if you're the league, wouldn't you rather the Knicks get LeBron? The problem is with conspiracy theories, you don't have to really be able to hold water. You just have to point something that's interesting and then pull the thread.
But even if it's not the conspiracy theories, it's the fact that the Wizards had a 50% chance after being the 2nd worst team in the league last year, which I was totally on board with the way that they were going about it. They had a 50% chance of picking 5th or 6th. Why is that even possible? Or why is that even such a high percentage, regardless of whether you think they're gifting Cooper Flag to Dallas or not? That's absurd.
Hate the structure of the new lottery. I'm with you.
Truly want to talk why they would rig it against the Wizards if they did, it would be to say, hey, look, tanking doesn't work. That would be their reason. And
But
they go, it's just the Wizards. We can screw them over. Nobody will care.
But it's
That's
just
them
so
thinking.
flawed because look at the teams that were there, right? The best chances were Charlotte, Utah, and Washington. And they say, well, tanking shouldn't be encouraged. And I understand the premise there, except for the fact, how were the Wizards then supposed to get a superstar in a superstar-driven league? Kevin Durant was probably the best opportunity they had to get a superstar here in free agency. He didn't want to come here. They're not trading for someone because you trade for a superstar. They only become available because they have baggage, whether they're old, whether they're injured, whether they're disgruntled. And so the best way to do it is through the draft. And then the NBA looks at you and says, screw you for trying to get a top pick.
Yep. No, it's a tough league. It's a tough rigged league. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I just know that JP needs to take the blinders off.
Perhaps I do, buddy. I think this is an upbeat thing to end on, and I don't know where you will land. But talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow him at Barstool Nate, and Rude makes the best HVAC products in the DMV. Nate Dogg, I think, we've seen two official from the league announcements of Commanders games. Both are national audiences. One's a Saturday doubleheader. One is the international game in Madrid. How good does it feel, and how perhaps even odd does it feel that the Caps sure look like they're headed to a rough playoff exit? The Wizards got screwed. Whether they got screwed by the league or they just got screwed by the gods, they got screwed. They were awful and land the 6th pick in a draft that, by and large, is at least 2 stars, maybe just 1. How good does it feel to be able to turn that page and just be like, football season's only 4 months away, or whatever it is, and just know that, like, all of a sudden it appears there's a rock upon which DC sports fans can lean?
Did we lose him?
Nate Dogg. That was very. I thought I was lost.
I was gonna say, like, it's not typical of Nate not to answer one of your questions.
Nate, are you there? Where'd you go?
You hung up on me,
Dog. I'm in a studio in Richmond, Virginia, that I don't know how to press a single button. I hung up on no one.
Someone hung up on me. But to answer your question that I didn't hear, I am very on board with the Commanders going to Spain. I assume that was your question?
Well, yes. Go ahead and just talk about your excitement for the Spain if you want.
No, so we're now the new Chiefs, where when you look up at the TV in primetime, it's always Pat Mahomes. You go, how many primetime games does this team have? That's going to be us now. It's Jaden everywhere, every day, every time. And it's as a fan of the team, I would prefer to have 1 p.m. Sunday across the board. I don't want to play Thursday nights. I don't want to play on Christmas. I don't want to play on Thanksgiving. I want the easiest possible schedule for travel, for practice schedule, for all of that. That being said, it is cool. That's our guy. Jaden is leading this team around the country, around the world, primetime, bright lights. I know there's a lot of fans who love that, who go, like, finally we got out of the basement, out of the dungeon. Now we're, running around coin heaven like Mario, collecting all the coins, saying, like, that we're the best in the league. So I see both sides. I would prefer it to be somewhere in between, give us a couple primetime games. But he's still only in his second year. This team is still rebuilding. There's a lot. We went to the NFC Championship game, but I still think there's a lot for this team to improve on. So it makes me a little nervous that we're being shoved into the spotlight so early in Jaden's career, but we know how mature he is. We know he can handle it, and we know how good he is. So that, eases the nervousness a little bit. But I don't want 9 primetime games. I want like 3.
Well, you're going to get more.
And I think you could even, like, if he had not done what he did in the playoffs, maybe you could feel that way of saying, too much pressure. He went into Detroit in the divisional round and had no problem. So any of the worries about that, I think, have kind of been quelched by how well he did last year.
Yeah, for sure. He can definitely handle it. It's just playing all the primetime games, it has to weigh on them. You can't get in a good rhythm. We don't really know yet how many they're going to have. and how many Thursday nights and Saturday nights and holidays and all of that. I just know, as a selfish fan, fewer the better. As someone who's excited to see us get the national spotlight and get out of the Snyder stink, I'm excited.
Dude, they're gonna have barely any Sunday 1 o'clocks. You gotta embrace the bold new world with which we live in. Nate, thank you, buddy. Maybe we'll see you later in the week. I gotta text you about all that.
All right, I'll see you guys.
That's our boy, Mr. Barstool Nate, a usually upbeat dude, even if it requires him lying to himself. It appears the dog is no longer lying to himself. We are going to open these phone lines up at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Commanders news today. The full schedule comes out tomorrow. Today we found out the Commanders will play an international game, the first ever NFL game held in Spain. It'll be against Miami in Madrid, Sunday, November 16th, 9:30 a.m. kickoff in Week 11 of the NFL season. Commanders also, speculation is they could be playing a Christmas Day game. We'll hear about those a little bit later on today. They'll be announced by Netflix. Hockey, Capitals lost to Carolina 5-2, so the season's on the line. Game 5, Thursday night in D.C., 7 p.m. on the Fan. Caps have to win 3 in a row to keep their season alive. Baseball, Nationals beaten by Atlanta last night, 4-3. Nats have dropped 6 straight. Nats and Braves again tonight, 7:15 on the Fan. NBA playoffs, Knicks came from 14 down to beat Boston. Minnesota got by Golden State, so both the Knicks and T-Wolves now with 3-1 leads in those NBA playoff series. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I am very excited. We kind of just got off and running all day, so didn't really get to alert people to our whereabouts and our situations. Did radio Monday. No, Sunday was Mother's Day. Sunday I was home. I drove to Raleigh Sunday night. I did radio from Raleigh yesterday in advance of the Caps' loss last night. And today to try to split the drive up, I drove to Richmond in the morning, and I'm going to drive home this afternoon. B. Mitch on his way to Seattle. Toby sitting in. So there's a lot of moving parts today. And last night was one of the worst nights in DC sports in a long time. But I'm in Richmond, and I'm lucky enough that my dear friend, who I don't get to see nearly as much as I would like, Mike Phillips, has his own radio show here at the Odyssey cluster in Richmond. And
Celebrity.
Phillips decided to come and join us, grace us with his presence. What up, Philly?
I'm so excited you're here. This is the hottest thing to hit Richmond since whatever the last hot thing to hit Richmond. We don't get a lot of hot things hitting Richmond around here.
I got to be honest, I can't imagine me being here makes any impact whatsoever. I did try to support the local economy by stopping at a Speedway.
Yeah.
Does that sound right? The gas station?
Sure, yeah.
One thing I love, especially like a little more rural Virginia gas stations, I have no idea the how or why, or frankly, even the legality, but they all tend to have like slot machines.
Yes.
Or like that weird, like drop the quarter and other quarters get pushed off games.
Very, very briefly, they made the slot machines illegal, and the company came back with new machines that now you go up to the cashier, you give the cashier your money, and they go turn on the slot machine because they only made illegal machines where you put money in the machine. So now you give your money to the cashier, they turn on the machine for you. It's legal again.
That makes just.
I did need to ask you.
Our finest lawyers at work right there, getting after it. Yeah, the other thing about a gas station is the further you get from a big city, the cheaper fountain drinks are.
Sure.
But like, you drive through rural Virginia down there, like South Boston, wherever, 69, 79 cents. That's a fountain drink. They'll load you up 32 ounces.
I was planning to come down on Saturday to go to a Flying Squirrels game. Any insight that I need to know, places I need to hit?
Hold on, Toby. If I had to guess, have you purchased tickets to the Flying Squirrels yet?
I was going to go with a buddy. Probably not, but it looks.
Hold on. We're gonna kill a couple birds with one stone here. I believe the Fan here in Richmond airs every Flying Squirrels game, or most of them.
I got a stack of tickets down.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Toby. You got to learn to ask, young man.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, can you get Toby and his buddy a pair of tickets for Flying Squirrels this weekend?
We are absolutely going to get him the hook.
Bang. That's how it works, Toby.
Big game Sunday, Bluey is here.
Oh.
Hold on. You and I are familiar with Bluey as fathers of children. Toby, do you have any idea who or what Bluey is?
I do know what Bluey is. I know it's a children's
it's
TV
weird
show.
That you know that. Honestly.
I mean, I have young people in my family. Like you have cousins with kids and know Bluey. I'm not completely out on what's going on with children.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. So Toby is going to go to the Bluey game for the Spiders. Phillips, I want to do a whole bunch of Richmond skits and bits with you. We're going to open the phone lines up at 1:00 to just discuss. I don't know. We're just going to do a vibe check. It's just going to be open line vibe check because the Caps The Caps is kind of making me sad. The Wizards is making me angry. But the Skins and Spain and Jaden is just so – it's just such a different position because they were so awful for so long, and now they're like the apple of everyone's eye. Where are you? Knowing your perspective on all these things is always a little different than me. Where are you on Caps, Wiz, Commander?
I am a huge hockey fan, and I am not an NBA guy, full stop. If you could flip one of those results last night, though, it has to be the lottery. You have to get the generational talent. That just changes so much for so many people. And the fact that the Mavericks get it is a kick in the teeth, obviously. But I'm curious to see this schedule. I think we both think they're going to have the maximum 6 primetime games, right? I mean, this is a team that is red hot right now, that is moving product in a league that is built to move product nationally.
Well, and I think the notion of a maximum of 6 primetime games is very much going to be tested because of the announced games now with Madrid and then the Saturday doubleheader. Neither of those are primetime games,
don't count,
but they absolutely both impact your practice schedule week. So, like, you know what I mean?
They will have games that they shouldn't win just because of the schedule this year. Maybe they will, right? I mean, you were on the trip, Cincy to Arizona, right? If they don't beat the Bengals, maybe that Cardinals game's different, but they're flying high. Team chemistry is high. They're good. The Chiefs last year had maybe the worst schedule of all time. They played on, I think, every day of the week except Tuesday. 15-2, got the bye. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. Tap the sign, fire the boys up. Everybody hates us. Nobody wants us to win. Let's go prove them wrong.
Absolutely. What do you make of this Caps?
So game 1 was the worst game. Game 1 was the worst game of the 5. I'll stand by that. They did not play well, and yet overtime, narrow loss. Even, both 3 and 4, I thought there were moments where it went well. I said coming into the series, if they can beat the Canes, they can win the Cup, because I think the Canes are a team that's built to win the Cup, and we're seeing that night in, night out. They know how to play playoff hockey. They're not going to, and that's not reason for discouragement. I mean, this is a team that exceeded expectations, is going to be right back here next year. Goalie who stood on his head with nothing to show for it, but a goalie who stood on his head in most of those games, and Logan Thompson. I feel the future's bright right now. I'm not discouraged at all coming out of this. That's a Cup caliber team they're playing, and even going into the third last night, JP, I felt the twinge of optimism deep down inside that as a DC sports fan, it got snuffed out. That's what happens. But I felt like there's a path to victory here.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this team, it feels like they've done a really good job of retooling where even if they don't go on to win the Cup this year, there's at least still hope for this team going forward. Even after Ovi's done, you got one more year, it seems like, with Ovi here. But I mean, I think that this team is going in the right direction. It's just a little bit disappointing when you have this special of a year to get so thoroughly outplayed by Carolina.
Totally. It's, and Ovi got the goal last night, which was rewarding, but all of a sudden it seems like John Cross has got to be hurt, right? Like it just seemed like, I wonder if his back's getting to him or just something is going on there, because it just seems hard to believe the series he's putting together.
Yeah. Can I give you my take?
Sure.
You're closer to this than I am, so I want to hear your thoughts on this. But I've been in a couple of the games. I think there's less juice around this team than there's been maybe in any playoff series or playoff season.
Around the Canes? Like the Caps Canes specifically?
No, the Caps, period. The tickets to the home games have been going on StubHub for $40, $30, $35 closer to game time. I think there was so much Ovi hype in the market and deserved, but I just feel like there's less juice around this team than there's been in a traditional playoff series.
Because they peaked with the chase for Gretzky?
In terms of fan interest, not the team itself. The team's playing hard, but in terms of fan interest, it just felt like the building wasn't as rocking as it usually is in the playoffs.
That's interesting. I guess it was game 1 of the Canes series felt a little off.
It did.
Now, I don't think the games against Montreal did. I wonder if there wasn't some level of angst about, damn, Carolina. And you can talk yourself into this. into, okay, well, the 3 of the 4 games in the regular season were with Lindgren and not LT. There's a lot of ways, I think various guys were hurt at various times, but the Caps were probably at their best in like December and March. You know what I mean? They were not at their best at the end of the year. And you're right. As awesome as it is and was, the Ovechkin, Gretzky chase took some air out of the room. Like that,
you had people
that was so massive, it required a lot of attention.
You had people buying $500, $600, $700 tickets traveling to New York. Those are the people who you count on to lift those ticket prices in the postseason and bring that enthusiasm. And it's tough to get going twice in 1 year. We're all living on budgets here, JP.
We sure are. And I think, I don't know. I don't want that to be the case, but I do wonder if casual hockey fans were so spent on the Ovi chase that when the playoffs came around, it was like, oh, there's still more there.
They did their hockey time for the year. They watched their hockey. They attended their hockey. I don't think it's a permanent thing. I think this is a young core that's brilliant.
I think they could be really good. Apparently, Protus's little brother might be even better. Like there's a lot to like. All right, here's what I want to do. I don't know how long you can stick around, but I'd like you to stick around.
On it, yeah.
Toby, are you good with phones at 1:00? I think you.
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll have you run the phones, okay? Just because you're there and can dial them up, whatever. When we come back, though, Phillips, I have now worked at 3 Odyssey stations. Like I obviously only work for WJFK 106.7 The Fan in DC, but I've physically gone to work at WFAN in New York City.
Okay. At
WJFK in DC.
I was wondering if the team counted, but that's separate.
What do you mean?
980.
Surely
you've been on there too.
Yeah. But
have you done WIP in Philly?
I have gone on with them.
Okay.
I mean, do a show from
You're here.
studio.
You're here.
I am here. Pros and cons to all of them. We're gonna run through some of the pros and cons between the Richmond facility, the DC facility, and the New York facility when we return. What I can tell you, though, as I sit here in Richmond, Virginia, I can open and close my garage door as I damn well please. I can do that thanks to the MyQ app and with a LiftMaster garage door opener installed by the pros at Door Pro America. Seriously, I could just randomly open my garage door right now, sitting here in Richmond, waiting on Uber Eats. And that is not something everyone could say. But if you'd like to say it, call the folks at Door Pro America. Honestly, they were great for us. I had an old, crappy, super loud garage door. They came in. They showed us a ton of different options, helped the curb appeal of our house. We went from an old, kind of rusted out white garage door to a really sleek black garage door with these really cool windows. It looks way better. And the MyQ app, being able to open that thing when you're not around, say you got to let a contractor or somebody into the house, man, makes a huge difference, especially with kids. You're always forgetting something, or somebody has to drop off a tennis racket or a book or something. It's super helpful. Door Pro America is based locally in the DMV, serving the area for over 50 years. They can do it all. Maybe you just need maintenance or repair. They can do all that, or they can do a brand new installation like they did for me. Call today. You can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you. And you can check them out at doorproamerica.com. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. In 10 minutes, Jeff's going to push the button. We're going to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. Does the excitement of the Commanders outweigh the disappointment of last night with the Caps losing, going down 3-1, the Wiz getting just the hose job in the NBA draft lottery that may or may not be rigged and probably isn't, but damn, it's hard not to think it is. We're going to answer those questions. But before we do, all right, I have now done full radio shows from the New York WFAN studio, the DC, obviously the home field, the prison cell there on Half Street, and then down here in Richmond on some Bassey Road. The hell's the name of this place?
Yeah, you're here.
All right,
you're living it.
Mike Phillips joining us, MP on the mic down here in Richmond. Toby Altizer holding it down in the Navy Yard. You guys want to guess my Odyssey Station power rankings? New York, DC, Richmond.
Yeah, I'll guess.
Go ahead.
I think New York is 1. I think Richmond is 2, but probably because you might have it even slightly competing just because you couldn't find it. But 3, JFK, because you work in the prison cell studio and not the junkie studio.
Toby, you know me well, buddy. Listen, New York WFAN stands on its own. I don't know that I could be a full-time New Yorker. There's just so much going on there. I'm not sure it's for me, but I really enjoyed doing whatever I did there 3-4 days. But Toby, where you may be wrong, the studio is not that big of a deal. Granted, the studio we do our show from sucks, but even if it was the junkie studio, Navy Yard is the problem. The traffic is the problem.
True.
Like, here's what I can tell you about Bassey Road here. Technically, we're in Henrico, Virginia.
Nicely done, Henrico County, yeah.
You know what they have?
Parking.
Yo, they got ample parking. And you know how much it costs, Toby?
0.
And I'm going to make some funnies about this place, though. So, you know how at our place, I don't know when this started happening, but at the Odyssey Studios in DC, they've started playing music of the various stations like throughout the office.
We do that.
So I was like, if you go to the kitchen in DC, they're playing. I feel like we get a lot of El Zol in the kitchen.
Yeah, I think it was playing El Zol when I got some water just a little bit ago.
But then sometimes you go to the men's room and they're playing PGC, and it's like a throwback beat that I'm into, whatever, right? So I went to the men's room here in Richmond, and they were playing the Junkies, and I was like, cool. Now in DC, it's like piped through the speakers in the ceiling. Here in Richmond, I was just hearing, Johnny Cakes talk because I was washing my hands. I just thought it was normal, and then I realized they had a clock radio in the corner just playing the radio.
That's awesome.
But you know what else they have here, Toby?
What's that?
Cutlery. They have plastic knives and forks. They have cups here. They have those little, like, styrofoam white cups. You know what's impossible to find in the DC studios? A cup. Like any sort of drinking device whatsoever.
I will say it's gone up a notch since we added the new ice machine out here in DC. That ice machine is dope.
What's the ice machine budget down here?
That it's a freezer ice machine. So the fridge freezer has the little push it in, get the ice. So it's not like the pellet ice machine is the king of the ice machines. We don't have that.
So we do have a pellet, but our fridges might also make ice. They're just the fridge here is empty. It looks clean and empty. Does somebody actually clean that thing out?
Yeah, there's a monthly date. Like if there's stuff in the fridge, not anymore after that date.
To be fair, there's nothing in the fridges here because Rooster is eating all the stuff in the fridge.
Rooster just goes through like a maniac. You know what, Landfill, would you consider it a pro or a con that I am approximately 200 miles away from Rooster?
Oh, that's tough. I don't know that that's enough distance.
Landville, would you rather work in Richmond with plentiful?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
How far is your home to Richmond?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Around like 3 hours.
Could we petition CK to work here?
I think we should do it.
I often have trouble making it on time to Navy Yard from my home in Bethesda. A daily Bethesda to Richmond commute might be tough.
Might be a problem.
I mean, really, we should just have like a station out in Ashburn and we just do it from there.
Dog, I would kill for a station in Philly, how have you adapted to? I mean, you're doing a lot now because I'm not sure everybody knows about the Richmonder. Tell them about that.
Yeah, it's a local news site. So it says the newspaper shrinks and stops doing local news. We created a website. It's a nonprofit to fill that gap and tell the local story. So I edit that in the afternoons. I'm in here in Odyssey in the mornings and enjoying that Richmond quality of life, cost of living. Still get a beer here for $2 at certain bars, JP.
That's crazy. Dude, you know what I got gas for this morning? I think I was in the Petersburg area.
I'm going to say about $2.75.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
$2.75 for gas.
Not too bad.
And you're not lying. They had all sorts of cheap sodas and stuff. A lot of I'll confess, I like a lot of Southern food. I have a lot of family from North Carolina, but like boiled peanuts, not for me.
Oh, that is a hard no for me. Yeah.
I don't even really. What is it? Peanut soup?
It's mushy. The texture is bad. The flavor is bad. I'll do regular peanuts. We'll go to the ball game. We'll hit some peanuts.
Love peanuts.
Yeah, but the boiled peanuts, that is a show.
Where are you on boiled peanuts, Toby?
Never had them, and hearing your explanation, I don't think I ever want to try them.
Okay. Well, that was a thorough rebuke. What about you, Landfill?
Absolutely not.
I wouldn't have anticipated you to be so thoroughly negative on boiled peanuts.
Yeah, they're disgusting.
Jeff, where would you rather work, Richmond or DC?
I love DC.
How was parking for you this morning, sir?
Yeah, to be
I
fair,
hate DC parking.
Yeah, to be fair, he finds free parking too.
That's true. It ain't plentiful, but Jeff does find free. Well, find is relative. Perhaps make your own free parking spot. All right, we're here in Richmond. Time to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How we feeling, DC? Caps look like that road is about to run out. Wiz got hosed by the NBA. Yet the sun's going to shine on the Commanders. They're going to Spain. Phone lines are open. Taking your calls next.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. The news was officially confirmed earlier today, this morning, by NFL Network. The international games are to be played this season in the NFL, and yes, the Commanders are going to head over to Spain to play the Miami Dolphins' first game ever to be played in Spain, in Madrid, Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. That's a great state-of-the-art facility in Madrid. Sunday, November 16th, Commanders take on Tua and the Dolphins in Spain, 9:30 a.m. kickoff, early start for that one, Week 11 NFL season. We'll find out the schedule for Christmas Day, the two games, two of the three later on today. We know the night game is going to be Kansas City, Denver to wrap up the triple header Christmas night. The 2 day games Christmas Day will be announced today. Possibility the Commanders could be in one of those. Again, those games will be announced later on by Netflix. Must win now for the Capitals. Lost 5-2 to Carolina last night. So season on the line for Spencer Carberry and the Caps. Thursday night, Game 5 in D.C.
Oh, our guys will fight just like they did tonight. We're down 2-0. They reset. We fought right to the end. Doesn't work out, but I don't expect anything different. We fought all year, and our guys, I know the character of our group.
The old backs to the wall game. If the Caps get it done, they would force Game 6 Saturday back in Raleigh. Nationals hope to snap a 6-game skid tonight. They were beaten in Atlanta last night, 4-3. Nats and Braves again tonight, 7:15 here on The Fan. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. B's on his way to Seattle. I'm in Richmond. Got my friend Mike Phillips hanging out. Or actually, he left. And Toby Altizer holding it down back in the Navy Yard. We're getting to these phones, right? We got to have a serious discussion. Let the fans chime in. But something to keep an eye on for everybody. This Trey Hendrickson situation in Cincinnati is really escalating. We'll get into that. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow for sure. Toby, here's my question. I'm going to let you run the phones, brother. You're good at this stuff. Does the darkness, Monday night misery, Caps lose, frankly look outclassed, Wiz get hosed, fall to 6 in the draft lottery, the darkness of Monday night get outweighed by the sunshine in España? Like the Commanders are going to Madrid. The Commanders are the talk of the NFL. Take it from here, Toby. Let's get these phones going.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what people have to say. Let's start with Andre in Alexandria. Andre, what's going on, man?
Oh, good. Yeah, they definitely got holes, and I'm with Landfill on this one. Yeah, they definitely did. But I see the light at the end of the tunnel. They got a few options they can use to build a team. They can package the 6th pick and the 18th pick and get someone, or they can get Wolf, that I like personally. Wolf, Joker number 2, played with Michigan. I like his game. Also, they could take the 6th pick, the 18th pick, and Jordan Poole and get somebody real good. They have a plethora of options. I'll trade all that for next year because that's a better draft to get the good number 1 pick, me personally.
Appreciate the phone call, Andre. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I mean, that had nothing to do with the Commanders like you were pitching, but I think with the Wiz, I mean, that's going to be interesting to see if they do make a move. I think, Chase Hughes was on with the Junks earlier and talked about Eric DaCosta was on I think it was a Ravens in-house thing that they put together, and he talked about draft philosophy and saying, maybe you get better chances at certain spots, but ultimately you want to have more swings at it. And so I don't know that you see them packaging 6 and 18 to move up or anything, but it'll be something to monitor. Having a couple of first-round picks is going to be nice for them. Let's get out to Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Toby, JP, fellas? How you doing today?
What's going on, man?
So I have no horse in the race. I am not a Wizards fan. I am not a Capitals fan. I have kind of followed them through listening to you guys over the years. So it doesn't impact me as it does, as the Commanders games do. But I will say that me and my buddies who are Commanders fans, lots of us are also Orioles fans. With the slide that the Orioles have had this year, whatever is going on over there, our group texts are like, I can't believe we're about to say this, but at least we have the Commanders.
Yeah, it's a weird spot to be in. Appreciate the phone call, Rusty. Yeah, isn't that the crazy part, JP? How long has it been that with the Commanders or with whatever name they were going under, the football team was the joke? And, in 2018, you're finding solace in the Caps. In 2019, you're finding solace in the Nationals. And there's been some other winning around here as well. But rarely has it been that everything goes wrong on one day and then everyone goes, yeah, but we got a quarterback and a good football team.
Bro, I mean, is that how it felt watching Joe Theismann play? Like, I was too young. When they were really good and I was young, I didn't recognize what it all meant. You know what I mean? Like, and the Caps had some heartbreak in the 80s, early 90s, but it was not even like whatsoever on my radar to compare with the Skins back then. The Bullets were just always awful, so it didn't really matter. The Nats weren't even a thing. It was, and then the Snyder era, there was no way anybody ever felt confident that the team was going to be good, like year after year after year. Like, you kind of, there was this odd feeling of like every July you kind of talked yourself into whatever craziness they had done in the offseason. Not to act like there weren't times where people were optimistic, but by and large, it was never like this where it feels legitimately sustainable and that they are on the way up.
Well, and not only is it sustainable, but the league is showing you that they believe in this team, or this team is marketable and people want to watch this team. They're sending them to Spain for the first ever game there. They're already announcing early on that they have a primetime game on a Saturday late in the season, which might even give them the possibility to play on Christmas. Like, this is a team that people want to watch.
How do you feel about the Christmas game, Toby?
If they're playing at Lambeau, I might be visiting some relatives for Christmas and going up to Lambeau Field to watch the Washington Commanders take on the Green Bay Packers. I'm down with it.
I don't mind at all if there's a home Christmas game. I really don't want to have to travel for Christmas, man.
Yeah, I think obviously it's different. You got kids. For me, yeah. I got nothing going on. I wouldn't hate it, but I understand.
I've covered a handful of games in Lambeau now. Like, I've done cold weather Lambeau, and I'm glad I checked that off my list. I would much rather have warm weather Lambeau. Like, if Packers Commanders is the Sunday night opener on opening weekend and you get to play early September, I'm all in. And for all the people that are like, oh, you got to play it in the cold, like, no, you don't. They got summer in Green Bay. Like, they just had the draft there. You can play it any time of year.
Hey, I'm down for a little snowy Lambeau Field.
I've had it. I've seen it. It was cool. I don't need it again.
Let's get out to Co from the Foe. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? Like I was saying, telling Jeff, man, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I think it's kind of, universal that Washington Wizards got that 6th pick, because we got that number 1. We've been forced to something that wasn't probably going to be good for us. I'm not saying the kid ain't good, but I don't think he'd have been good here for us. In my eyes, I think we should get Caleb Love, man. That's why we're in that 6th pick, because he's going to fall right to it. I think Young is a pro, and he'll come here and do some good things for us.
He's been in college like 9 years.
Exactly.
I mean,
so he's mature.
I'll tell you this, Co. He's going to be available at 6 because he might be available at like 36 and 46.
Yeah, dude.
Nah, wait, see, and that's the thing, though. Kawhi Leonard was available at 15, but you look back at that draft when he came out, we know he was better than 5 or 10 guys that drafted before him. So we can't always go by what's available or how the other owners or GMs look through their eyes. We got to go and snag talent while we can snag.
I don't know that I'm making a comp between Kawhi Leonard and Caleb Love, but I do get you.
I'm just saying, I just gave an example of a player's play. I'm not comparing the two players. I'm just giving an example of you can't always go by who's available, when they're available, and why they're available. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with the broader principle.
Appreciate
it's
the phone
not
call.
Specific to Caleb Love. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some good players that they can get at 6. And the thing that I like, JP, is there was a video, I don't know if you've seen it, Josh Robbins of The Athletic put it out. DA was asking Will Dawkins about, hey, man, you do this whole process, you go through it, and you're hoping for the reward at the end, and you're rewarded with the 6th overall pick. Essentially, you kind of got screwed. And Will Dawkins was so professional about it, and it's like, hey, man, we got a great opportunity with the 6th pick. We got ability to draft a really good player there. We have the 18th pick. I think the nice part about all the organizations now, it feels like in DC with the Major Four, they have good front offices that you can trust. Like, when's the last time you could say that about the Commanders, where you trusted what the GM was going to do? When's the last time you felt that same way about the Wiz? I think Rizzo has a nice track record. We know what the Caps front office can do. I think generally we can trust what the guys in these front offices are going to do, and that's a new place to be for this team in this city, right? Like, all these teams, you trust them, and I think the Wiz fall in that category now as well.
I totally agree, man. I totally agree. It's last night was really difficult, and if people just want to Landfill, forgive me if I've asked this. Where do you think last night ranks as far as awful sports nights for our city?
It was pretty bad. I mean, like, losing the Super Bowl is worse, but in terms of the fact that every team playing, like, took an L, that kind of sucks. You know, the Caps they were underdogs to begin with, but it's like 100% confirmed they're losing that series.
It's not 100%.
Okay, it's 99.9% confirmed. The Wizards' entire last 3 years of trying to become relevant isn't happening. They literally got the worst pick they could get, and the Nats have lost 6 straight. And all I hear is people talking about firing the manager. I mean, it's a bad night.
Yeah, and I mean, too,
real bad
for the team to be the Capitals to lose to the Hurricanes, who have turned into one of their major rivals. The Nationals to be in Atlanta and have a chance to come back, then get walked off by the Braves, who are up there as their biggest rivals with the Phillies. It's just not a good night.
I mean, thank God the Commanders didn't do anything last night, because it clearly would have gone bad. And it also annoys me that I have to look at Rod Brindamore's face more, because I hate it.
Yo, he's such a hardo, dude. So I was in his presser last night, and somebody asked him, it must be like a local reporter down here that had, at least he assumed, some level of rapport with Brendamore. And the guy was like, sometimes when you're in these press conferences, like, you'll open up following up off another person's question, kind of joking around. Brendamore is not the joke around type. So they just, Taylor Hall had just talked to the dude that scored the breakaway where he was wide open. And Taylor Hall was like, yeah, I kind of messed up my forecheck assignment there, but I made the read that I was going to be wide open, so I stuck around. And so then they asked Brendamore, they're like, hey, man, are you upset with Taylor Hall for messing up the forecheck assignment? And it's clearly a joke. The dude scored. He was wide open. He made the correct decision. And Brendamore's like, I believe he made the right read in that situation. It's like, yo, guy, remove the pole. Like, I don't know.
I've never met Rod Brindamore. His face annoys me, and he just gives off the vibe of a guy who, like, when he was in high school, probably went around bragging how he could beat up elementary school students. Like, I just don't like the guy.
Yeah, not very likable. Let's get out to Carlos in Severna Park. Los, what's going on?
What up, Los?
Yo. Good hearing from you guys. Listen, man, I'm disappointed. Okay, yeah, we're going to Spain, and we have a Saturday game. I'm only going to be happy for a day or two. I'm disappointed at the team. I'm disappointed at the Caps fans. For not showing up as well. You cut to ESPN, they'll be like, we are live in South Carolina. All the seats are filled pregame. And I know we're in DC. I know the traffic sucks. I know people don't get off work until 5 o'clock, but there's no excuse that we're apparently a hockey town, quote unquote hockey town, thanks to Ovechkin and Backstrom, and we can't fill the seats up at the beginning of our home games. It looks like a ghost town on TV on TNT or ESPN. So yeah, I'm going to be happy for the Commanders that we're a prime time, commodity for the NFL. But I'm only going to be happy for a day or two because I'm disappointed at the whole Capitals fan base and the Capitals team.
You know what? I think that is
appreciate it, Los.
A really good call because the announcement of the Madrid game, the announcement of the Saturday game against Philly, and honestly, the doubleheader like the Saturday game against Philly isn't nearly that cool. The Madrid game's very cool, right? International play, all those things. Those are just quick pops. Those are just sugar highs. Like the reality of the lows with the Caps is the floor of the low with the Caps is there's a team in their division they have a really tough matchup with, and that team's good and going to be a problem for them for the foreseeable future. And with the Wiz, it's way lower than that. It is, oh my God, this team's in the wilderness. They kind of went all in to try to get the number 1 pick, and they got the 6th pick. And I don't know where the wilderness ends. The Wizards are in there. Is Taylor Heineke the answer? Is Sam Howell the answer? Can they win games with Mark Sanchez? Like the Wizards are in it. They are in the abyss, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you always said searching for QBX. This is searching for Superstar X is what they're having to do, and they're just there's no end in sight. And you know, I've never really cared that much about the draft lottery because, frankly, for this team, it hasn't been a real shot to get the number 1 pick. And last year, even when they had a chance to get it, it was not that big of a deal because it felt like the sweepstakes you weren't going to get a superstar, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But it was kind of baffling to me when you really think about it. Driving home last night and all day leading up to it, thinking the whole team's fate, the chances of getting Cooper Flagg, the chances of getting a Dylan Harper, the chances of having basketball become really relevant in this city at the professional level for the first time in a long time is literally dependent on ping pong balls falling your way. I mean, it's just insane. Usually, you know, you can say, okay, we've done everything the correct way, and now we're set up in a position where, you know, Washington played really poorly. They get the 2nd overall pick. They draft Jaden Daniels. Okay, you're set. You're good to go. And Jaden's looked like he's going to be a star. Great.
Right, like they answered QBX and Superstar X in one swoop.
Yeah, and in turn, the Wizards did everything correctly. They drafted young guys. They gave them a chance to play. They did all this, and it came down to ping pong balls, which went the exact opposite way you wanted them to. It's such a weird spot to be in where I can't. It's one of those where you can be frustrated with the Wiz, and I don't think a lot of Wiz fans are. I think they're frustrated at the system more so than the Wizards because I think for the first time in a while, you felt like they had a clear direction. You understood what they were doing. They accomplished what they were trying to do. They did it, and they got screwed. And it's just a weird spot to be in where even if they do the same thing again next year, say they draft a really good player at 6, say they draft a really good player at 18, they continue to play the guys they got last year, and A.J. Johnson takes a step, and Sarr plays well, and Bub plays well, and Keyshawn does all this, and they're in the same spot again next year where they're a bottom 3 record. There's a 14% chance again that they're going to get the number 1 pick, and there's an 86% chance they get screwed again. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy. You have to, like, you almost have to hit on somebody that becomes a star outside of the 1, 2, 3 pick and then build from that person. And it's incredibly difficult to do. I don't know. I think you're right. The Wizards are trying to do it the right way. They're trying to build it the right way. They just, they made, not to say they're incapable of it, because you look at SGA and he was the 11th overall pick and they developed him in OKC. Like that's what you hope is going to happen here.
Well, and even like a guy like an SGA, he was acquired via a trade, for giving up Paul George. Like this team doesn't have a star. Maybe they could get something for Jordan Poole if they wanted to do something, but it's a weird spot to be in. And it's not to say that they can't find somebody. And there's still some really good players in this draft that they could, who knows? Maybe Con Knippel turns into a really good player. Maybe they draft him at 6 and they end up really, really good. Maybe they go get someone at 18 that's, I heard Chase Hughes mention some guy from France that maybe didn't have as good a season, but maybe you go get him and he's still able to develop.
France.
But like they could still find somebody. It's not to say that you can't, but you want to know someone that would have felt great about, would have sold a lot of jerseys, and people would have been packing the arena to watch, even in preseason games. It feels like Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, and
the dudes they are not getting.
Yeah, maybe there's a shot that they go with the local guy and there's still some buzz. If Derek Queen is there at 6 and they decide to go that route, I don't know that that's where I would go. But outside,
you can't draft because he's local. I love Queen. If they decide that's the right guy, that's awesome. But it's the same thing like, oh, you got to hire Chris Cooley to be tight ends coach. No, you don't. You just got to hire the best tight ends coach.
Yeah.
You got to draft the best player. We're going to keep the phone lines open for the rest of the hour. Grant and Danny coming up at 2. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. It was confirmed today the Commanders will play an international game this year in Spain against the Dolphins, as we all expected. That'll be in Madrid, the home of Real Madrid, Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, Sunday, November 16th, 9:30 a.m. kickoff, Week 11 of the NFL season. We're waiting for word later on today at some point of the Christmas Day games. A chance Commanders could play one of those as well as part of the Christmas triple header. Hockey, Capitals on the brink of elimination now, losing 5-2 at Carolina last night. Must win Game 5 Thursday night, 7 p.m. here in D.C. on the Fan. Baseball, Nationals beaten by the Braves last night 4-3. So the Nationals trying now to snap a 6-game skid tonight. Nats in Atlanta again at 7:15 here on the Fan. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, I want to talk Trey Hendrickson. Mike Phillips back with us. If you ever want to check out Phillips' stuff, Phillips was America's radio guest for a lot of years, covering the Redskins football team, Commanders for Richmond Times-Dispatch. Now runs his own website down here in Richmond, the Richmonder. Great news and insight there. But he knows his football team inside and out. Obviously, Toby and I. The Commanders' biggest need is edge rush. That's not a secret. There's a very unhappy dude who's had 17 and a half sacks each of the last 2 years. OTAs today in Cincinnati. And keep in mind, Burrow's obviously been paid. Now Jamar Chase has been paid as well as T. Higgins. And Trey Hendrickson's upset with his deal. He doesn't have any guaranteed money. He's paid below market rate. But he showed up, and here's what he said. He said a lot of things. If I sat here with 4 sacks, they'd want a pay cut and some money back. I'm not going to apologize for the rates being paid to defensive ends in the National Football League. Trey Hendrickson's pissed, but still showed up. But it almost seems like he showed up just to kind of dunk on everybody. He said his statements have been provoked, that they haven't been fair to him. He feels disappointed, and he explicitly said he will not play on his current deal. Philly, does Trey Hendrickson play in Cincinnati this fall?
My gut says yes. You've got to find a way to make this work because you're in the Joe Burrow Super Bowl window. He even last year, even in a disappointing season, he was so good. He was MVP level good last year. You remember the Monday night game, obviously him and Jaden dueling back to back. You've got a 10-cent defense there. You've got one guy on that defense who's an impact player. You've got to go, Sean McVay style, like mortgage against future caps, Tom Brady and Tampa style. Do what it takes, because if you don't give Joe Burrow a decent defense, he's going to start to get unhappy. The whole operation's unhappy. You got to do what it takes. That said, if I'm the Commanders, I'm making that call every day. I'm setting my iPhone alarm. 12 o'clock. All right, time to call Cincinnati. See if they want to make a deal. That is potentially a missing piece kind of thing for this defense. I think you and I agree.
Yeah, I do. And I think, Toby, I'm curious if you think Hendrickson actually gets moved.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Phillips there that you kind of got to find a way to get that done if you're Cincinnati, even if it's, I know he's going to want a longer term deal, even if it's something where you have to pay him a little bit in a couple of years just to keep him there for a few more. I don't think he gets moved. I just think that he's too valuable to the Bengals, and you can't really preach that you're trying to win and move off of really the only defensive piece that you have that's had 17 and a half sacks the last 2 years. That's about as productive as you can get at the edge rusher position. But I think that now that the draft has passed, if you're Washington, I think you can look at this sort of trade. I know this has been something that's been discussed plenty in the offseason, but a lot of it was before the draft saying, hey, trade the first round pick, trade this and that. Well, now that you're past the draft, you're looking into the future. And the issue is you've already given up some picks for the Laramie Tunsil deal.
Yeah.
But I think this is something that you could explore where now you're looking even further down the line and you're not giving up Josh Connerly, which you got this year, right? Like you've already made the improvements that you're going to make this offseason to add one more edge rusher. I just can't do a one. But if you're looking at day 2 and day 3 picks over the next 2 years, I think that's something you have to consider.
So everybody's aware, next year's draft, as it's currently slated, they only have 5 picks again because of the Tunsil deal. Right now, they would have a first rounder, a third rounder, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh. Fairly comparable to this past draft, although they had a fourth and not a fifth. I don't know. One thing that is valuable for Washington is that none of this happened at the draft. So the Bengals, like a draft pick a year from now has a lot less value than a draft pick that just happened. Like if Cincy got to pick the guy they wanted in the moment, if there was a guy right there they wanted. I don't know what a trade looks like for Hendrickson. He's going into the last year of a deal. He wants a new contract. That complicates all that, right? And Washington doesn't have a second and probably doesn't want to give up a first. But then you wonder what, if any, maybe tradable assets they have, and what does Cincinnati care about the most? Is protecting Burrow, obviously. And I wonder, and this is total speculation, and I wouldn't expect it to happen, but just for the sake of the conversation, if you're the Bengals, and one thing that's really important before I even go down this road, people here, like Commanders fans, are going to operate like the Commanders are the only possible option. And so that's, we've got to figure out what Cincinnati wants because they'll get it done. Cincinnati going to talk to everybody. And that's if they even entertain the thought of moving this dude. And Detroit, who feels they're an edge rusher away, or Denver or the Chargers, like there's just a lot of teams out there, So I think it's naive to think that there's.
Well, and real quick, JP.
Yeah.
I don't know that he can be number one on your priority list when you still haven't signed that McLaurin extension, right? Like that. I think that's going to get done, but that might be number one on my priority list. And if we're still a couple, we're inching closer to training camp and this is still a possibility and you've already got the McLaurin, then maybe you can revisit this. But I think that's got to be priority number one right now.
That's a really good point. Now, you could walk and chew gum. You could do two things at once. And the McLaurin deal is a matter of, it's probably Newmark and the agent until they get really close to the final steps, and then Peter steps in. But that's just a matter of math. You know what I mean? Like the Terry McLaurin deal is just a matter of figuring out, basically, if I had to guess what Terry's camp is doing. Buddy's looking at this DK deal. Metcalf just got the actual extension part of this was roughly, there's a lot of fake numbers on there, but what really matters is 2 for about 62. I think that's what you're looking at for Terry.
But I mean, if you're going to make this trade, you're going to have to get a deal done with him. So
right.
Just finishing one negotiation before the other, essentially.
I hear you, but the trade is the far more difficult part.
Definitely.
Like the reality with high level players is it's easy to figure out the contracts once you're willing to spend the money, right? Like, what Terry's going to cost. If DK Metcalf, who's a fair comp for him, just got $30 million a year, and the agent can say 4-year, $132 million contract extension. That's terrific. The reality is it's 2 for 60, period. Terry will probably get a little bit more because he's come up later in the deal. He'll probably get 2 for 64. So you could do that math. And then the Hendrickson math isn't that difficult either. Like the reality with the contracts is willingness to pay. And if you want a nickel dime about incentives or whatever else, Hendrickson, it's not as cut and dry, but you're probably talking $35 million. Hendrickson's not as good as Crosby, but Daniil Hunter just got 35 mil. Myles Garrett, I mean, his new deal's banana land. So to your point, Toby, yeah, you got to be able to figure out how to make the money work, but the compensation is the challenge because you don't have that many picks. I just wonder if you'd look at your own roster and
Well, and I think that their biggest need is definitely edge rush. There's no question about that. But I think when they approached this offseason and they had opportunities to make some moves, they made some moves. They're not sexy. Dietrich Wise isn't sexy. Javon Kinlaw's not sexy. But I think if you ask DQ and Joe Witt which they would rather have, give me a good secondary and I can manufacture a pass rush, or give me a pass rush and a shoddy secondary and I'll have to come up with a way to cover these guys. I think you can see the route they went. They went for Lattimore. They drafted Amos. They have Sanders still. I think they believe that with a solid coverage unit that they can manufacture some pass rush. And so I think that's what they're going to try to do. And they live with the fact that maybe they don't have an A+ ace edge rusher type, but they think at least for this season, before maybe next year they draft one in the first round, they can find a way to manufacture some of that. And so I'll take the guys in the back end versus the guys on the front end.
Well, dude, I would also, to your point, I would always take front end over back end. Just you're better off generating the rush. But DQ got asked about that, about the edge, and like, oh, were you trying to just decide to stop the run? And he's like, man, we don't pick one or the other. We just pick the guys that are going to help us. Now, DQ is getting really good at speaking without saying anything, but I think I know what he meant in that capacity. Here, I got one name that I could think that may be an intriguing trade piece. I am not at all suggesting this is a real thing or that this dude is available. But if you're Cincinnati, what can you think of a player that would be an intriguing trade piece?
Brandon Coleman?
Yeah. Yo, you drafted the kid to play left tackle. He does it for most of the year. At times was good, had some rough moments as a rookie left tackle. You got 3 years of team control. The measurables to play guard are really good. Great team first attitude. And dude, just look at like the positional situation. You traded for Tunsil, you draft Connerly, you're moving him inside, but you already paid a bunch of money to Cosme. For this immediate year, Allegretti and Wiley can battle it out. They like Trent Scott. Like, I don't know that moves the needle at all, but
no, but
maybe you don't have to talk about.
When you think about draft picks for them, trading for draft picks next year is fine and all dandy, but they're trying to win right now.
Right.
So they need at least somebody. So
a third rounder next year doesn't help Joe Burrow beat Baltimore this fall.
Exactly. So, I mean, if that has to be the case, I don't know that I would let Brandon Coleman be the holdup because, suddenly one of those guys, once Cosme returns, whether it's Allegretti, whether it's Wiley, whether it's Coleman, one of those guys is going to end up on the bench. So, in terms, they're kind of expendable, even though you want depth at that position. If you could get an edge rusher and you don't have to, because they don't have a second rounder next year, and you'd think that at least they need a second rounder. Are you looking into 2027 for that? I don't know that you are, but if you could throw in an asset and give up a third, I don't know. It's just so tough. This is where the volume of trades that they've made with all these draft picks is so difficult because maybe you want to go after a guy like this, but maybe you're kind of handcuffed from doing so just because you don't have enough picks to be able to continue to throw them away, not throw them away, but to give them away to go get even very valuable assets like a Hendrickson.
Thank you to our friend Mike Phillips. He had to run. Always great to see Philly. Good conversation here. We'll see kind of what emerges now that Hendrickson's gone out publicly and kind of gone a little scorched earth. I imagine we'll start to hear some reports, get some information. Landini, let's try to book somebody from Cincy, our buddy Charlie, maybe for tomorrow. That Hendrickson thing's not going anywhere. Now, I did hear as early as the combine, definitely at the owners' meetings, that the Bengals' plan was, hey, man, you got a deal. Sorry.
Well, do you think if this is something that drags out and continues to go and maybe even goes into training camp and he's holding in, is this something where he could end up at a very reasonable in terms of trade compensation price? Or is this something where regardless, because this guy has had 35 sacks combined the last 2 years, even if this drags out, the value is still going to be very, very high?
NFL trade values are so funky. Who knows? 1 year left on a deal for a third 30-year-old is never going to be that high.
Because if it's
I think it's more about if the Bengals are actually entertaining drafting him, trading him.
I mean,
because I don't think they're close to that.
Because if it's something where you can continue to wait it out and eventually it goes for a 3 or a 4, then absolutely you have to be in on that. But I just don't know that I see that either.
I think since he plans on calling his bluff and seeing if he actually has the willingness to not play games or miss practices, miss preseason.
Yeah.
I think that's where it's headed. Where we're headed, quick break. We're making bets next. God, I love the song, Landfill. Tuesday is gone on the B. Mitch and Finley program. I do have to update everybody on a few things. I'm going to drop a picture in the group text thread about something I've discovered in Richmond. I'm doing the show from the Richmond Odyssey Studios. They've been very kind to me here. And everything's going well until I walked in the men's room and discovered that next to the toilet, there was a weird, I just dropped this picture in the group thread. I don't know how to describe that. There's like a hose going from a drain into like what looks like a faucet. Very disturbing, Landfill. Do you know what that is? Maybe we need to get a plumber on the line, Crop Metcalf or something.
That is a weird situation. Yes.
That's everything's going well here until I saw that. It's a little disturbing. I don't know what the hell they're doing with this thing, but it's weird.
It is bizarre. I don't even really know how to describe it. It's a sign of bad things to come.
It's not good. Toby, are you sitting down?
I am, yes.
What was your reaction when Jeff Walker told you he could have played AAA baseball?
I think it's the most ridiculous thing that Jeff Walker has ever said.
That is a bold claim.
He has said some ridiculous stuff, but he said that he would be playing for the Bowie Bay Sox right now, which is AA. But he said he'd be playing for the Bowie Bay Sox right now if he would have stayed at baseball.
Jeff,
everybody loved mixing my words up. I said,
please defend yourself.
We was talking about baseball in here, and it got us reminiscing. I pulled up my stats on Max Preps, and Toby was surprised that I led the team 2 years in a row in stolen bases. I said it's because people didn't believe that I was still base. And I did it.
What's more believable? The NBA draft lottery isn't rigged, or Jeff Walker stole 26 bags?
Here's what I can tell you, Toby. I've seen it somewhere inside of Jeff, probably 75, 80 pounds ago. There was an athlete. There's an athlete in there. Long but quick, the Jeff Walker story. I'm telling you, it's real. Like, I saw him jump over a chair once in the bullpen, and I was like, damn. 75 pounds ago, there was an athlete.
There's some athleticism there, but I'm still not buying 26 stolen bags.
He played.
I'm gonna get my baseball coach on the line one day.
Toby, he played at like the smallest high school in Maryland, and if you're just testing some other 14-year-old's arm at catcher, I think Jeff could get to 26.
Now, Landfill was telling me he stopped playing baseball because he couldn't make the throw from third to first, so maybe Landfill was catching for these games and didn't feel like throwing down, and maybe Jeff could then steal 26 bags. Otherwise, no chance.
We got time for bets, Landini? Go quick,
if you
everybody.
make it quick, I'm taking the Diamondbacks because P-Fat is pitching.
He's been good this year. Brandon Fott's been good. Give me Winnipeg to win tonight.
Winnipeg needs a win. Everybody's counting out my Thunder. I don't really know why, although everybody's betting on them with the points. I will go under 220.5 Denver OKC. Let me be clear. By the time I get home, traffic looks god-awful. I'm going to bed. Maybe I'll watch
Give me
Bravo.
the Dallas Stars.
I'm not watching any of this. Taking a night off from sports. Last night was enough. Gave me even more gray hairs. All right, boys, I'll be back in tomorrow. What's the weather look like in Atlanta? How's this Nats game going to go? The weather on the East Coast sucks.
I'm not entirely sure, but I don't love the pitching matchup. So it might be 7 in a row lost for the Nats tonight.
Terrific. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to John Hollinger for joining us. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Mike Phillips for sitting in with us. Thanks to the folks here at Odyssey Richmond for letting me bum a studio for a few hours. Grant and Danny coming your way next on behalf of Toby, the boys in the aquarium, and B. Mitch. Thanks for listening, B. Mitch and Finley. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a stolen base.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. We found out today, officially got the confirmation, the Commanders will play an international game this year in Spain. First ever NFL regular season game in Spain against Miami, against the Dolphins in Madrid, Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, Sunday, November 16th, 9:30 a.m. kickoff. So preempting countdown to kickoff that week 11, as we get things going for the 2025 season. Full schedule tomorrow night. Remember, we do know the Commanders also host Philly as part of a Saturday doubleheader, week 16, December 20th. So the following week, holiday week, all indications are the Commanders will likely play on Christmas Day. The possibility there looks to be Green Bay. We should get official confirmation on the Saturday schedule later on today. The announcement is coming from Netflix. Hockey, the Capitals on the break now, lost 5-2 at Carolina last night. Tom Wilson and the Caps need to get it done, down 3-1, backs to the wall in the series.
Obviously, our backs are against the wall, and next game's the biggest game, and it's not going to be easy. They're a hardworking team, but we're going to have some fight here. We're going to go out there and do our best and leave it all out there and see what happens.
Not a good night in DC sports at all. Caps lost. Now they need a win. Game 5 Thursday night, 7 p.m. here on the Fan. Wizards slipped 4 spots, end up 6th overall in the NBA draft lottery. What a joke that is. And the Nationals, they lose another one, beaten by Atlanta last night, 4-3. So the Nats have now dropped 6 straight. They hope to snap that skid tonight, 7:15 for the Nats and Braves on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny, May 13th, 2025. There are good days for DC sports. There are bad days. And then there are days like whatever yesterday was. You can't make that day up, even by the standards of the low expectations sometimes we have for our operations. The Capitals drop a second straight in Raleigh. They are now facing elimination coming home on Thursday night, down 3-1 in their best of 7. The Wizards, they didn't get the number 1 pick.
They didn't even play.
It happens. They didn't get the number 1 pick. So they probably got the number 2 pick, right? Nope, that didn't happen either.
3?
They fell to 3? They didn't fall to 3.
No.
4th pick, that stinks. Oh, I'm being told they didn't get the 4th pick either. Danny, they might as well have fallen out of the first round. They will be picking 6th after yet another lottery shiv right to the ribs for Wizards fans to deal with. Way less important because that was a year of rebuild, a year of tanking for naught that just wasted and ruined a lot of months of planning and doing things the right way for the organization to try to get yourself Cooper Flagg in the number 1 pick. But the Nationals were gifted 2 runs last night. They cannot score. They are incapable of scoring.
They hate it.
They were gifted 2 runs to tie the game in the 3rd. One of the crazy moments of a baseball season. Over 162 games, like a top 5 wild moment, down to your final out. Ball gets thrown down the line because Dylan Cruz is a hustler, and 2 runs scored to tie the game. And then they immediately let the Braves walk off in the bottom of the 9th. Other than that, how was the DC Sports Night, Mrs. Lincoln?
Terrible. That's as bad as it gets, period. Thank you. So my fury at the NBA this morning, and really it started last night with the unfathomable depression and the darkness and void of ineptitude as it washed over me, where once again, the Wizards get boned in the lottery. And for people that are saying, stop whining about it. First of all, shut up, not today. Second of all, for anybody who thinks this is made up, it ain't. I got the stats for you. In history, the Wizards have moved up in the lottery twice where they've outkicked their coverage. Say you finish with the 7th worst record, you pick 6th. Yay, Dad! Yay! Twice. They've stayed in the same spot 8 times. So neutral luck. Even that's, kind of misfortune because there's a chance you could move up or down. Everybody seems to. They've gone down. They've fallen to a worse spot in the lottery 11 times. 11 times, including last night. 11 different times we've gotten reared back and kicked in the testicles to be shellacked and swatted aside as an irrelevant also-ran in a league that has 4 cool cities. Pardon me, association. We'd like to join the cool cities. Is that possible? No? I'll bend over and take it for another 45 years. Cool. You got your priorities in order. You're doing great, TikTok League. Let's have more conversations about outfits of jackasses arriving to the arenas, more guys violating their contracts and conspiring with their buddies who are rep by the same agent during the season to go play somewhere else. Pardon me? Sorry to bug you. You market the stars so well, and everyone makes so much money on it, and you're all rich now off the backs of a couple of superstars that you let have the autonomy to do whatever the hell they want in the association. We're trying to get one of those guys, and I know we can't just be a cool city. Sorry. Could we try, just real quick, to maybe go through a process where we could get one before they could say no to us? Can we try to do that? No? Terrific! Another 50 years up my butt! Awesome, league! You're doing great, sweetie! Your league sucks! Let's have everybody play the same way. Who could shoot 53s first tonight? Yay! Having a great time with basketball. I love the game so much. And I'm sorry, Grant. I was going to say this later, but it's happening now. I love this game. I love basketball. I'm so stupid. I grew up thinking I was going to be able to play both baseball and basketball in college. A doctor told me, because of my big, stupid platypus feet, that I was going to be 6'4". I was under the delusion that I could do both. I have loved basketball my entire life. This version sucks. The league is poisoning itself against people like me. Keep doing more of this. You're so concerned with someone maybe on purpose not trying to be awesome for a little bit of time that the worst teams have a 10% chance, basically, of having a stupid ping pong ball bounce their way. And time after time after time, someone jumps in from outside the top 10 to find a way to steal the generational talent that might, for the first time in my lifetime, other than fleeting moments of an age-broken-kneed Michael Jordan, a gun-threatening teammate in Gilbert Arenas, and John Wall for an hour and a half, make my franchise relevant for the first time in decades since they won a championship before I was born. Once it might happen. Nope. 20% chance at the 6th pick. You'll never guess what they got. You'll never guess. Oh, the 6th pick, because of course they did. Here's a rust-covered Lance with a running start directly in the brown eye. Yay, league. I love you. What a stupid, stupid exercise in futility. But let's have more dads run on the court and trash talk your stars. Let's have more feuds with shouty show guys and players and make that what our league's known for. Let's make that our branding. Has Stephen A. Smith weighed in today? Hopefully I get a chance to hear it. God, I'm so mad. I can't believe that I can't believe it. That's what bothers me the most about it, is that I thought maybe one time, for true, it might come true, my wish. Maybe. If I cross my fingers and hope against hope. Take this to the throat. Here's a punch. Here's a shiv. Here's a Tress way. Lean back and bomb one. Puma, let's rage. Right on my yam bag. What a stupid league. What a stupid, dumb league, and it's my own fault for caring. I'm sorry, buddy. Back to you.
No, I'm. It sounds like you're having a good day so far.
I'm having a hell of a day. It should rain more.
Did it rain today?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. It did, didn't it? It felt on brand. It's probably only raining over my head. Go full Milton on your ass.
I was gonna say, is this Milton or is this?
It might as well. We're one and the same today. If you've seen the new Marvel thing, I'm the Void. I'm the Sentry's dark side. Spoiler alert: they're the Thunderbolts, and now they're the Avengers. I don't know what they're doing either. But Fantastic Four is coming. They even showed it in the trailer, and now all of a sudden at the end of the movie, you wait around for the end credit scene. I'm spoiling everything today, just like the league spoiled my love for basketball. Has anyone shot any threes yet? Let's get that going. It'll be a lot of fun.
Well, the league does stink.
It sucks right now,
but
Grant.
That's very, very different, I think, than what happened last night. But here's where I'll start. I don't think that the lottery is rigged. But damn if I have a hard time explaining it away.
Oh, I forgot that part. Go ahead.
I don't think that the lottery is rigged. But today's not the day I'm going to stand on the table to defend it. It's a lot of, how did that happen? Year after year after year after year after year. Do you know what the chance of last night's top 3, 1, 2, 3, coming in that order is?
Bet you it's a small percentage.
So if you suspend even the coin toss for the Mavericks to even get into the mix, people forget about that. The Mavericks had to have the coin toss just to get the pick that was accidentally able to move all the way up to the top of the board last night. So that starts with a 50%. People are saying they had a 1.8% chance of getting the number 1 pick last night. No, they didn't. They had a 1.8% chance of getting the pick after they won a coin toss, which is 50-50. So now redo that math.
Oh, my
It's
God.
0 point something.
Oh, my God.
Okay? But the chance, and I'm not even accounting for the coin toss first. So this is just after you already win a coin toss. Of getting those 3 picks in that order last night, 0.014%.
Great system. It's really working to a T.
So the NBA wants to argue with me about whether their thing's rigged. And what I would say to the NBA is, frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn. Okay? Your system does not work. Do another system. You're so worried about tanking, which you shouldn't be, which is not the pejorative that you think it is, which is just rebuilding in a way that should work, that you are doing this to prohibit tanking. Danny, it's not prohibiting it.
No, it's not.
Teams are still tanking to the same extent that they always have. If you could show me that fewer teams tank because they get screwed by the lottery and they don't want to tank, I would say to you, okay, it's a stupid system, but the thing that you think's a big deal, which isn't, you're actually getting out of the game, and you want it out of the game, which you shouldn't. So at least I can acknowledge that your bad idea to get the thing out of the game that doesn't need to be out of the game is working. But your bad idea to get the thing out of the game that doesn't need to be out of the game is also not getting it out of the game. So what is the point of any of this? I don't understand. And we could go through the history. I'm sure people have been doing it all day long. But this goes back to Patrick Ewing to the Knicks in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first time where everyone went, that's interesting. No? I mean, more recently, 2011 with the Pelicans and the new owner and the vetoed trade for New Orleans, or at the time, I guess it was the Hornets, 7-1 chance they get their pick. 2012, LeBron leaves Cleveland and they get Kyrie. You know, the Cavs back-to-back years. LeBron's thinking about coming back to Cleveland. They need one more piece to make him want to do it.
And wouldn't you know it?
They get the number 1 overall
Isn't
pick.
that amazing?
The Mavs this year at 40-1, an 8% chance of picking in the top 4. That's it. 8%. No business being in the top 4 after trading Luka. 1.8% after the coin toss, which is 50-50, of getting the number 1 pick, and they do it. And this happens routinely. It is infuriating. The only team in the top 4 that should have been there was Charlotte. 3 other teams jumped up that aren't as needy. Crumble up your GD system and find a new one. It doesn't work, and it stinks.
If you want people to believe there's no impropriety and that it's not rigged, you can't have results that make people go, is it rigged? You see what I'm saying? Like,
constantly, by the way.
And it happens a lot. The guy that texted Tim Donaghy hundreds of times per day calling playoff games last night, you know what I mean? And nobody cares. And the league doesn't care. They just kind of keep the machine rolling.
Well, they're busy, right? Because they've got, someone got a shoe deal, so we'll talk about that on ESPN. Yeah. And then what did Russell Westbrook wear walking into the arena, and who's going to play with who? There was a big story all day yesterday that Giannis is open to the idea. It's not even a real story. It's just the possibility of maybe playing elsewhere has crossed his mind. Well, no kidding. Every single person in America has ideas cross their mind all day long that they're not going to act on.
I got some ideas.
Every married man in America has some ideas every now and then that cross his mind. And he goes, I'm a married man. Well, that's a weird thing to have crossed my mind. Who gives a damn what's crossing his mind? It's such a stupid league. It's just stupid. That's what it is.
Yeah, and after last night, that was a pretty good nail in the coffin. So to your point, I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm actually okay with the lottery. I really am. I'm okay with it.
I hate the lottery.
What I'm not okay with is the minuscule chance that the regular, normal, reasonable outcome happens. You haven't had a team with the worst record win the lottery since 2018. We got 7 lotteries deep since then, when the team with the worst record won the lottery.
Bump up the percentages.
So that's where I begin. I can't do 14%.
So for people
let's triple that.
For the casuals that don't know the numbers and how it works, the worst 3 teams in the NBA have a 14% chance of getting the number 1 pick. But even still, the Wizards last night, and you cited it on the show many, many times, because as a longtime Wizards fan, you kind of saw this one coming.
Everyone knew.
They still had like a 48% chance of falling out of the top
4.
The top 4.
which, by the way, the narrative going in, just so everyone's on the same page, the media that covers the draft most closely, the people that I follow, they said the Wizards will be gold. Obviously, the number one pick, Cooper Flagg, that's what you want, generational prospect. But they'll be in a golden spot if they get a top 2 pick. They'll be in a fine spot, not great, but fine, as long as they're in the top 4. If they get the 5th or 6th pick, they're screwed. That was kind of the narrative going in. I think the Wizards' own front office, based on what I can tell, the idea was, look, let's prepare for the worst and hope for the best. As long as we're picking in the top 5, we're going to be able to make this work. And then you get the 6th pick.
Wouldn't you know it?
I mean, you cannot make this up, Danny. You can't.
Welcome Con Knipple to town. But yay. Get your season tickets now, I guess.
Now, the only good thing is, Danny, and I know you've been mad, but I want to cheer you up a little bit. The last time they picked 6 that actually worked out very, very well, they got Jan Vesely.
Now, I'm not going to make a joke saying that I was in a good mood because I wasn't. You know what? That's fine. I deserve that today.
Jan Vesely
I deserve
6th.
all of it.
So this is a friendly spot for the Wizards.
If you left that loser alone in the gym for an hour, he wouldn't score 10 points. Like, if you said you can't shoot inside the lane, and they were like, I want to take Jan Vesely on the team that's competing for the playoffs to buy myself more time. And that guy got another 10 years as the GM.
I don't remember one single moment from him on the basketball court that was cool. What I do remember is 2 things. One, he stood up and kissed that smoke of a girlfriend.
He kissed a lady, which was the best.
And everyone was like, he's going to be a great player. Look at him kiss this hot girl.
Not everybody.
Like, that's not how it works.
Not how it works.
If you kiss a pretty girl, it doesn't mean you're good at basketball.
He is gameless.
He sucks so bad, and he couldn't score or dribble or pass or do anything at an NBA level.
I pissed a lot of people off that night, by the way, hosting the draft party.
What I remember most about him is I peed right next to him at Capital One Arena at a Capitals game.
Oh.
Yeah. There was like a little barrier between us, so if you're asking, I can't tell you a whole lot.
There were follow-ups I had that I'm going to host for
I
those.
can't give you the answers to that because there was like
unfortunately, partition. Yeah.
Unfortunately, there was a partition.
Fortunately for everybody.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Did I say fortunately?
Fortunately.
Yes.
No, fortunately.
Unfortunately, there was a partition. But anyway, the point of the dude's story is in the bathroom, I got a selfie with Jan Vesely. I got to find it somewhere.
Did you got everybody finish their business first, right? Before you did
it?
No.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think it was actually like outside of the bathroom. But you could see the bathroom in the background.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I just want this for fun because I'm going to show it to Danny and he's going to lose his mind.
That was a great troll job when you did that, by the way.
So that was one of my favorite pictures. But anyway, that was the last time they picked 6.
Yeah.
So I think things will work out.
That all worked great. Oh, man. And here's the thing. They tried. The Wizards, under correct management for the first time in decades, actually said, let's give this best practice a shot. Let's try it.
That is one thing I want to fight against a little bit today, if we could, together. Locking arms here.
You knew it was going to happen.
They did the right thing. The most annoying thing about today, Danny, to me, is the people that are taking their victory lap that you shouldn't tank.
Happy now with the tanking? Happy now? Happy now? LOL, crying emoji. Happy now? LOL.
First of all, grow up.
They did what they should do. That's number one. Why grow up?
Grown men don't use crying, laughing emojis. You're not really LOLing. Type something out or don't. Or run with your eyes closed and see if you hit something. Darius, you're going to have to hover over that dump button today. I have towed the line 3 times. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grant.
All they did was the right things all year. And that's all you can do, by the way, is line up the best possible scenario for yourself to figuratively, but literally hit the lottery, get your Cooper Flagg. And just once, one of these times, it's going to be our turn.
Yeah, the next Kwame Brown year.
It's going to be
us.
our guy, right? Well, last year they picked 2, which is the highest it's been in a while, and it was the worst draft in years and years and years.
Isn't that fun?
Now, they made the right pick, and Alex Sarr seems like he can play.
Nice piece.
And I do love this front office and what they've done so far.
Me too.
I think they picked the right guy in Sarr. I think they picked the right guy in Bilal Coulibaly. I think they made the right selections with Keshawn George, who's a steal, and Bub Carrington, who was there last night, who's a steal. By the way, never send him back to a draft.
Yeah, that's the last Bub gets to do that.
Sorry,
Bub, you did nothing wrong. You just sat there.
It's not your fault.
You minded your business, but now that's my association.
We have reached the end of the road with you representing the team.
Yeah, that's the last one.
But they did everything right. The part they control is not their fault.
Yep.
They don't control that part, rather. They did the stuff that they could do. And if someone's yelling about tanking because they wanted to go win 32 games this year and pick 8th, they're wrong. and they're stupid and just turn the other cheek and walk away. We don't need to give them a seat at the table today. We got enough to worry about. But that stunk. I felt so bad. Poor Wizards fans. I mean, those of us that are Wizards fans that are just kind of like tangentially watching this whole thing melt down to the ground from afar, and we'll go pick up the ashes and help rebuild when we need to. We'll get our hammers and our nails. I mean, the people that were like in the room that had to run out when it started to catch fire. Like the people that are still at the games, the people who have Bub Carrington jerseys, I'm sure there's a few of them, season ticket holders, the people that are still going to the arena regularly, those people, God, I felt so bad for them last night. This was months and months and months for last night.
The whole point was the pot of gold, or the whole point was the light at the end of the tunnel.
Correct.
And it's just an avalanche.
It's like you prepared for 1 year for a play. Last night was opening night. But it's only a one-night play, by the way. Like you get one night and nobody came. You walked out on the stage and you started to say your first line and there's not one effing person in the crowd. And you forgot your lines and then someone pooped on your shoe.
And then stole your wallet.
and then punched you in the jaw.
And the light at the end of the tunnel was the Predator's homing missile.
What a stupid thing. Oh, man. You know what was so funny? The best part about it all, I actually was saying this to people yesterday. I have almost given up on basketball. Like, I find myself getting sucked back in during these playoffs. They've been really good. I did not go to one Wizards game this year. That's not true. I went to one when we had a sweet night for the fan, and we got to talk to Will Dawkins. That was the only Wizards night I went to. And it's not that I hate going. It's I go to so many Caps games that the idea that I go to my pregnant wife and I say, I'm going to go back to Capital One Arena again. And I'm not going to trade one Caps game for one Wizards game. I'm just not doing it. Not until they deserve it. But that's like 2 years in a row where I think I've been to like 2 total Wizards games. I've never done that in my life. But the NBA is, everything they do is a turnoff to me. They just have a 3-point contest every single night from half court. Everything, the whole league is about what everyone's wearing. And then they might play basketball after. I hate NBA Twitter. I hate it. I should mute every single word that has to do with basketball on Twitter.
We're starting to get to golf treatment for me for muting
stinks.
words.
But here's my point. Yesterday, Linnell will like this. He's a basketball guy. Yesterday, all day long, NBA Jeeps was back. I was so excited. I was 12 years old again in my backyard shooting hoops, getting steamed up to go watch Tracy Murray hit threes, okay? I wanted to see Rod Strickland go coast to coast. I was psyched yesterday. NBC's getting the rights again, and all I could think about was, if they get the #1 pick in Cooper Flag, I literally said to my wife, I'm going to take my kid to 10 games next year. We're going to be marks. We're getting it on the ground floor, and we're going to do it's Sarr, it's Flag, it's Bilal, and let's sign Kevin Durant to a 2-year deal to end his career in a year from now, and let's go play basketball. Let's go, Wizards! And then that happened. And I'm so far out again.
What happened to the air in the balloon?
The NBA hates me, but they hate you more. They hate you the most.
Oh, yeah.
But they hate us all. So screw all of you. Sorry.
Pretty much. It's actually pretty much covered it.
I'm out. It's been fun. What time did the Caps play? Looks like it's 7 o'clock on Thursday.
Yeah, we got one more of those.
Okay.
As a nice little dessert for everything.
So my re-entry into the Wizards Wild was like 3 hours long. It was yesterday.
I want them to be good once before I die, Grant. Like, that's 46 years, man.
You'll get that.
No 50-win seasons for my whole life. My whole life, not one time has that ever happened. I won it one time. I'm not even talking about a championship anymore. That's a fool's errand. That's stupid.
Best thing that's happened to Wizards fans in a while is the silly Netflix documentary about when our guards pulled guns on each other.
Remember that?
That documentary is a 10 out of 10.
It's really good.
But you may remember that 2 of our guards pulled guns on each other in the locker room.
That's why the title's Shooting Guards. Do you get it?
Best documentary title ever.
It's a 10.
How'd you guys feel about last night? Fun, right? That went well? Everybody had a good time? 800-636-1067. Do you think it's rigged? I do not. So we'll start with that.
That's what we are, by the way.
We'll start with that. And also, how big of a setback? Seriously, though. How big of a setback was last night for the big picture plan here? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The Caps entered last night with their backs against the wall, looking to tie their second-round series with Carolina at 2 games apiece. Unfortunately, it was not their night. The offense once again going cold for the first 2 periods. Jacob Chikrin and Alex Ovechkin lit the lamp twice in the third, but it was not enough as the Caps fell 5-2. The series returns to D.C. Thursday as the fellas try and keep their season alive. NBA draft lottery was last night in Chicago. The Wizards entered the night tied with the best odds to land the number 1 overall pick in the right to capture the flag. But Lady Luck not on the side of D.C. They will officially pick 6th in the 2025 NBA draft coming up in June. The Wizards will also have the 18th overall pick. Nats baseball on tap tonight as the Curly W's look to get the offense back on track and get off the schneid. Nats loses the 6th in a row. They're in Hotlanta tonight playing game 2 of a 3-game series against the Braves. Michael Soroka on the bump for D.C. It's a 7:15 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling at 6:45. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Picking 6th, the Washington Wizards. Correction now. That means
Correction now. The Wizards will suck forever. We had told you guys they might be good, but that's no longer the case.
there was hope. Correction now. It's a knife to the back. Correction
now. All of the excitement and giddiness and joy and the hope in DC of the last several months has vanished, and they're back to being miserable about their basketball team.
Correction. They caught Andy Dufresne in the first act. He's not getting out.
Did you see that as Bub Carrington, and to his credit, he didn't react much, but he kind of swiveled and turned to the side, and he was like, well, that's not good.
Did we just, we did, worst, that was worst case? It was? Okay.
Jared McCain, who's like the TikToking Philadelphia 76ers social media guy. He is both their social media advisor, but also like an actual good basketball player.
Yeah.
Who scores 15 a game. They showed him, and he has this big, cheesy smile with his teeth out. And he's like, we did it. We're in the top 4. And he's like pointing down, like, we got this. And he's celebrating the Wizards falling to 6.
Yeah.
I wanted to break the TV in front of me.
Yeah.
Stop smiling at once. This is a bad system. I don't think it's rigged, but as I said last segment, forgive my skepticism. I mean, it's just too much of this crap. It seems like the obvious thing every time happens. Like, you trade your superstar, you need to reboot, you get the number 1 pick. But I'm going to not suspend my whatever smarts I've got, my common sense. I'm not going to claim that it's rigged. I just think it's a stupid system. You allow for this nonsense to have a terrible year and a 14% chance at getting the number 1 overall pick is not a good system. I'm sorry.
I mean, you can go through all of these times. Again, if you had the worst team land the number 1 pick multiple times and you go, well, every once in a while it doesn't work out for you. It hasn't happened since 2018. That the worst pick gets the first pick.
Which means it's a bad system.
Which means it's bad.
If you showed those results to someone, they would go, okay, go back to the drawing board.
We got to
figure
fix that.
something else out.
So when it happens with New Orleans, remember that whole Anthony Davis, the saga, the different trades, the weirdness where New Orleans was sort of left for dead, ownership change. Wouldn't you know it? The team with the 7th best odds lands Zion Williamson and the place goes nuts and everybody's super happy. Each time you can kind of point to something that's going on where you go, that's at least a little fishy. If I had people sniffing around going, at least that looks a little fishy, I don't care about the accounting firm of Ernst & Young or whoever's holding the envelopes. I would need to change it up so that people aren't sitting there going, can we start asking questions? I need no questions.
One of all the things is happens, 2 maybe is coincidence, but when it's LeBron staying in Cleveland over going to Memphis, when it's, LeBron leaves, but you get Kyrie, when it's LeBron saying he'd go to Cleveland, but they would need one more piece and they get the number 1 pick. And there's enough of these where, like, if it was rigged, San Antonio wouldn't have gotten Wemby. San Antonio wouldn't have gotten Duncan. So, like, you could, again, it's not. But my point is, Derrick Rose, Chicago, there's so many of these along the way where you go, it's just not a good look. Maybe you should care about that. They don't. But as you said, Scott Foster still officiates these games, and they don't answer to that either. But there's no reason that 14 teams have to have a chance at the number 1 pick. To me, that should be the worst 3, or if you want to do 4 teams or whatever, and you divvy up 125% to all 4 of those teams, we're done there.
There you go.
Those 4 teams in some order are going to pick in the top 4, or the worst 3 teams, let's say 33.3% each, and they're picking in the top 3 in a grab bag. And then you can kind of from 4 on do it a different way. The idea that the regular season matters so little to the draft order, it just doesn't work for me. Let's go to the phones. Kevin's in Lanham on Grant and Danny. What's up, Kevin?
What's going on, fellas? Listen, Danny, you summed it up perfectly, the frustration of all of us. That's exactly number one how I feel. I stopped watching basketball a long time ago. I can't do it. I can't do it. Even Grant, you said the Wembanyama thing wasn't set up, but think about it. Wemby was a little kid growing up with a Tony Parker jersey. All his whole years was a Spurs fan. And all of a sudden, the Spurs happen to get the number one pick when Wemby's wouldn't you know it? Wembanyama's coming out. We get that number one pick.
But they just wouldn't hook that market multiple times over. And the other thing is, it's not like DC is Oklahoma City or something. Like, we're kind of a big deal. You would think at some point, if it was actually rigged, they would go, you know who we should hook? Washington, D.C. You know what would be good for basketball is if that sleeping giant of a basketball town, because since I was a kid, everyone's told me what an amazing basketball town D.C. is. I'm sure. Do we have the jingle, by the way?
I wouldn't know, honestly. It's been so damn long.
We mentioned the Wizards in the middle of the regular season and asked for calls, and tumbleweeds flow by, okay? Tell me more about what a great basketball town it is. But thank you.
What's up, Peck? Good to see you, buddy.
It's been a while, Peck. But the point of the dude's story is the surest that I've ever been is that anybody cared before the possibility of the number 1 overall pick. And we all came, it was whack-a-mole. We all came out and we're like looking around like, where's Cooper Flagg? I heard he was here. Bam, 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 bam. Whack-a-mole. Where is he? I want to get a peek at him. He went to Duke, yeah? I saw him play on a Thursday night.
I seen him when he was from Maine. He's a high school kid, yeah.
Like, don't you know? I like Cooper Flagg too, you see? My little boy wants a jersey. Boom, 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 boom. Back in my little cave to never care about anything that they're doing again. Adam and Culpeper, how are you?
Hey, fellas, how we doing, man?
Hey, dude.
So I'm disappointed, dude. I think it's a travesty, man. It's like they front load the markets that are already doing well. That's the only motive I could think of for rigging it. And the NBA, it's crazy because basketball is my favorite sport, but I can't even. It's like almost unwatchable. The better games are on the West Coast. I can't stay up that late. So I was really looking forward to kind of getting into this. I was hoping that it would work out for us. It seems like this would be a huge market, like you were just saying. The NBA is killing it, though. I don't understand what they're doing. And then even the kids at the park are starting. You're watching kids just brick threes all day. You can't even. I don't understand what's going on with how they're tanking themselves. I don't get it, man.
Appreciate you, dude.
They better make a change then because they hate tanking.
Am I right? Come on.
Anybody?
Come on, everyone.
Nothing. Okay.
But there have been guys that have changed basketball. Steph Curry did that. So that's why kids want to bomb threes because that's what the whole league does. So I understand that to a degree. But
the shot chart, though, the other night of the Celtics,
it's insane.
They made one basket at the rim in transition. One. Every other shot for an entire quarter was a three-pointer. Every single shot.
Whether you agree with what baseball has done or not, they kind of said, hey, people don't love this, the way that games are going now, where it's a strikeout, a walk, a home run, or a fly out, and guys all react kind of the same. And the shifts, so we're gonna try to address it and do something about it. This is a homogenous league at this point. Everybody does the exact same thing. So there's no creativity, there's no style. It's all analytics driven, and we're all playing this kind of pick and roll, and you can't touch anybody, so we're just bombing threes. The fact is, it's the double-edged sword of marketing stars as relentlessly as they have, the individual expression. That's all well and good. That's fine. They've become the second most valuable league, and there's billions being traded around every day because of it. Well, when you give that kind of autonomy, you make it very clear. We need one of these guys, says every single city doesn't have one, and to only keep 3 or 4 or 5 different places as part of the cool kids table makes it impossible for everybody else. You're just cannon fodder.
It is hard for me to explain how big of a deal from a marketing standpoint and an interest standpoint getting the number 1 pick would have been, and how relevant quickly in this town the Wizards would have become again in the next several months in the news cycle. But it didn't happen. And so Michael Winger and Will Dawkins and Travis Schlenk in this front office, now they go back to the drawing board. But this was a year of preparing and needing some luck, obviously, but setting yourself up to take advantage of it that feels largely wasted. How big of a setback was last night? They still have 2 picks in the top 18 at 6 and 18, as much of a nightmare as falling down the draft board early was. Grant and Danny on the Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The Wizards last night had their draft lottery dreams dashed. A chance at a number 1 pick went by the wayside. They fell to number 6 overall. Danny, you've mostly worked the demons out of the system, it feels like, but what could have been, my friend? I am so salty. And for the Mavericks, as bungled as their season was and as mishandled as their entire year was, for them to have Nico Harrison celebrating last night on television, the grand
Can you believe
champion of the NBA last night. Oh, God, that was awful.
It's I don't have a good analogy for it because it's impossible to fathom. Like, you bungle your way into that spot for a middling, pointless, directionless franchise where he's out there cutting promos going, defense wins championships, as he got rid of their beloved star. And he's sitting there going, look at me. I did everything right. Congrats to Nico.
I'm about to say something that Linnell's going to hate and Darius is going to hate and Ryan's going to hate and Danny's going to hate.
Oh, no.
Guess what?
Huh.
Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg, not a bad trade. Like, you could tell me you wouldn't make the trade.
Oh, no.
But that trade now that we killed him for, now that the terms are back in, you're talking
now
about...
that you know that it's
the pick, you get Luka. It's Luka Doncic to LA for Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg. That's an acceptable offer.
Oh, no.
Nico comes out like a shiny new toy.
Yeah, that's probably not even the most irritating. It's a sea of irritation.
Yeah.
It's a whole ocean of irritation. That's an irritant.
Well, prepare to be more irritated. Ian's in Vienna. What's up, Ian? How are you, buddy?
Yeah, so love to passion. I mean, just epic. So I don't think it's rigged. We can go through every single draft lottery and say where the biggest stars should have gone, would have gone. And there's so many times they don't go to the proper market. My favorite one is when one of the most hyped drafts of Greg Oden and Kevin Durant, and they end up in Seattle and Portland respectively. So no, it's not rigged. You would see much more LA, Boston, New York, Chicago succeed as opposed to the OKCs and other markets succeed. So that's my number 1 point. My number 2 point is, of course, it's devastating for Washington. And I do agree with you both that the system needs to be fixed. I mean, any management consultant in this town would be like, we got to change those odds from 14% to 25% to 35%. It shouldn't, the odds are not properly weighted. I think we can agree with that. I 100% agree with you, Grant. And look, I'm not a Nico Harrison fan. I'm not a fan of how he went about the trade, not shopping it. But Luka Doncic isn't a winner for a reason. And I kind of was rooting for Nico Harrison in this way, that he did something that went against the fans because he thought it was the better way to win. And in that way, you're right. AD, Kyrie, Cooper Flagg, and that supporting staff. We saw Luka get absolutely hunted and clowned and ran out of gas in that LA playoff series, to the point where you saw Timberwolves players look for who Luka was guarding and went right at him.
He was a defensive liability in a lot of ways. Appreciate the phone call. It's a good call. I wouldn't have made the trade, and I hate that it worked out for Nico Harrison the way that it has, because he shouldn't have made the trade. It's bad for the NBA that trade happened. Trades like that shouldn't happen, where, God forbid, a market that isn't Boston or LA and one of the big boys has a superstar and they can actually stay there for years. See Luka, Dallas. Now Giannis is going to be out of Milwaukee. It has to happen in the association, it seems like. But that said, when all the precincts are now reporting, you can't tell me that Davis and Cooper Flagg for Luka is the worst trade of all time. Again, it's not apples to apples, but it kind of worked out. I'm curious. We're not doing radio in Dallas, so it doesn't matter. From the standpoint of roster building, like, do the Mavericks go get a scorer and trade one of their bigs now, or do they just play super big? Like, would they trade a Gafford to go get a scorer to pair with the Kyrie and Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis group that they've assembled, or do they kind of batten down the hatches here and just say, okay, we're going to have centers are hard to come by.
Yeah.
We got a 5, we got a 4 that we like. And then you could play Cooper Flag as a 3 potentially. Let's go to Matt in DC. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Matt.
Gentlemen, yeah, I'm disappointed for the Wizards, but I think you guys are overlooking the fact that next year's big prize with AJ Dybunsa. Not that Flag is, chopped liver, but they have a great chance to pick up some really quality talent and still be in the lottery. And
Yeah,
maybe
but then they have to win the lottery next year.
How's your 14% looking next time? I mean, I see your point. You're right, but
yeah, we're all going to do the same thing. We're going to get back into the same mode where it's not going to sound as cool as capture the flag, but die for Dybunsa, okay, or whatever the hell it's going to be. And then at the end of the year, we're all going to go, maybe the 6'9" 18-year-old is ours, and then they'll pick 5th. Luckily, next year's draft is loaded. I've been told next year's draft is best in years and years and years by a decision maker in the NBA. And if that's the case, then they'll be okay. I trust these guys to get it right. But the question is, do you ever really think your number's going to come up at the deli? They just don't seem to want to call us.
Yeah, I mean, teams go from uncool to cool. It happens. Oklahoma City's is one where that's an example. Houston has gone in and out of the cool kids club. Golden State used to be and also ran. They had like one series win that was notable in the last 20-some years when they beat Dallas, ironically, with that Baron Davis undersized group. And then Steph Curry came and everything changed. The point is, all it takes is that one little domino to fall where, again, I don't have a better phrase than this, you win the lottery. You get the transcendent thing and you become the cool kid. You become the guy where the disgruntled superstar goes, you know what? I want to go play there. The I want to go play there thing has never happened in Washington. And when it has, they haven't had the resources to be able to do anything about it. They're trying to get to that point now. And the league was going, well, we had too much the worst team winning the lottery. We had 25% chances at the number 1 overall pick. Let's lower that and ruin it for everyone and not have any of the worst teams for 7 straight years end up with a top couple of pick. Let's do that.
The Wizards falling to 6th has the longest lasting negative ramifications on DC sports, but the most impactful loss last night was that of the Capitals, who are now down 3-1 and facing elimination. We'll get into that next. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. We had playoff hockey last night right here on the Fan. Caps looked to avoid going down 3-1 in their second-round series versus Carolina, but the Hurricanes had other plans. Carolina rallied off 3 goals in the third period to shut the door on DC's comeback effort. The Caps officially have their backs against the wall, entering a must-win Game 5 back in D.C. on Thursday night. NBA draft lottery was last night in Chicago. The Wizards entered the night tied with the best odds to land the number 1 overall pick, but Lady Luck not on the side of D.C. They will officially pick 6th in the 2025 NBA draft coming up in June. The Wizards will also have the number 18 overall pick. NFL scheduling news. It was announced this morning that for the first time in 9 years, the Commanders going overseas to play some regular season football. The league confirmed that on November the 16th, we'll get a Commanders versus Dolphins matchup from Madrid, Spain. The game set to kick off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time on NFL Network. It was also announced that Philly and Green Bay set to lock horns November 10th on Monday Night Football. The entire NFL schedule is set to be released tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's baseball on tap as the fellas look to get the offense back on track and get off the schneid. Nats losers of 6 in a row. They're in Atlanta tonight playing game 2 of a 3-game set versus the Braves. Michael Soroka on the bump for DC. It's a 7:15 first pitch. Pre-game coverage gets rolling at 6:45. Ready to level up your skills? PG Community College offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Carolina was dominant in these 2 games down here. 13, all that's left on the clock now as Gostisbehere comes to center. He's just going to double back in his zone. Call off the dogs and let the crowd do their thing. Carolina pulls away at the end and picks up a 5-2 victory here in Game 4 to push Washington to the brink in this second round Stanley Cup playoff matchup.
John Walton has heard right here on 106.7 The Fan last night in a rough evening for DC sports. Which moment hurt the most? Capitals falling down 3-1 to the Canes, the Wizards getting the 6th pick in the lottery, or the Nationals getting walked off for a 6th straight loss against the Atlanta Braves, respectively. 1 of 162. That one's going to have to fall by the wayside. And so far it has. 51% of people are saying the Caps lost to the Canes. 48% are saying the Wizards getting the 6th pick. And about 1% are saying the Nationals loss to the Braves. That is our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Long distance, residential, local, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Danny, what hurt the worst last night?
It was the 6th pick for me. Not that I was thrilled with the old Capital situation, but that's a series. That's 1 year. This is the future. This is the direction of the franchise. This is multiple years and gearing towards the potential of something dashed last night. Doesn't mean they can't find a good player at 6. That's not the point of the exercise for all the tough guys out there. Jokic was a 2nd rounder. Congrats on that. Lightning struck that time. Go hold your finger up. See if it hits you. For the rest of us, though, there was a chance that something transcended that was wiped away in an instant. That, to me, is a multi-year thing, so that's why that hurt the most for me.
For me, it was the Caps game, and the 6th pick was a bummer, but it's kind of status quo and the way that it's always kind of gone. And I think a lot of people thought last night would be disappointing. Not that disappointing. Nobody really thought they'd get the 6th pick probably, but it stunk. But my opinion has been, we've talked about this really since the series was about to begin. Carolina's the matchup in these playoffs that I hate the most. And if Washington somehow gets by Carolina, I like their chances against everyone else. They've got a great season track record against almost everybody else, especially in the Eastern Conference, but even the real good, legit beasts of the West as well. And so if they could have gotten to 2-2 somehow last night and then come home for a best of 3 with home ice, and now it's a new series and you've got home ice advantage again, you kind of have them right where you want them. They couldn't do that. Very, very different world. It's 3-1, and it feels inevitable. That's what being down 3-1 is.
Yeah.
You now know whether, what is the morbid scene I can give you from a movie. Like, you're laid out, you've been hit, you see the blood coming out. Now you're having that conversation where you're like whispering to someone, and eventually you're dying. They know you're dying, and it's just a matter of they're going to throw you over their shoulder.
Stay strong for your mother, Timmy.
They're going to try to get you out of here.
Yeah.
But it feels inevitable. And look, I'll be Thursday night. I'll be in a decent place when they drop the puck. They go behind. I'll feel terrible. But you got to win one. That's all you can do on Thursday night is win a game.
You can't win 3.
Extend your season and just see what happens. My favorite mantra is win one and do that 2 more times. And then you get to move on, right? So they got to find a way to do that. It's very unlikely. It would appear that they are cooked. But if they could have made it 2-2, the whole world changes. And so that's still going to be the toughest for me. But let's get into the game from last night. All of our Caps playoff coverage is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. Again, Danny, the Caps came out flying last night. It was not the entire first period like it was in Game 3, but their first several shifts were perfect. Connor McMichael gets in alone. They had the breakaway for Protas, who hit a post right off the bat. They were up, I think it was 5-1 and 7-2 in shots, which was not even counting Protas beating Anderson going off the post to begin the game. It was not like Game 3, though, where they kind of dominated the whole first period, but it was a couple of really bad shifts where they couldn't get the puck out from the line that's been the worst to them, that Lars Eller line that kind of shifted the momentum, and then they give up a goal. And despite having the shots edge and the possession edge and all that stuff at that point, they were down a goal. And I can just tell you from where I was sitting watching, right away it was a feeling of, oh no, here we go again. And soon enough, the snowball started rolling downhill on the road.
It did. I think that's the story of the series to me overall. There's a moment I'm going to bring up in a second that was kind of the story, another kind of like real life version of that, of how this series has kind of manifested itself in the game. But that's the story of the series to me, is when the Caps have been better, you got nothing to show for it. And that's why it's all but over now at this point, right? It's not as if they've shown up like the Rangers series last year, where every second, more or less, I'm exaggerating, but bear with me.
Like they were lucky to be there.
Yeah, where it's like, that team's better. That team's
Yes.
better than you every second. There have been times where the Caps have been better, and they have very, very precious little to show for those times.
So
that to me is the summary.
I separate Game 1 a little bit. If we could do that, because I thought Game 1 was awful, mostly.
Yeah.
Interestingly, it went to overtime and they almost won the
Right,
thing.
that's the funniest
They
part.
actually never trailed and they led in that game. But if you watch the game, you know what I'm saying. It was not as bad, in my opinion, as everyone made it out to be, because the shot attempts thing we talked ad nauseum about, and high danger, and the actual stats say it was a little closer than people think and where the shots were coming from. But they got worked in that game. Okay, so separate that one. I think games 2, 3, and 4, there's been ebbs and flows. Now, maybe Carolina more often has been the better team, but to your point, Danny, there have been stretches where they have dominated. There have been stretches where they've been better. And in those stretches, whether it's Beauvillier missing an empty net or a puck hitting a post, and God knows Carolina's had more of those than Washington in this series, so I'm not claiming like bad luck in that way. But it just hasn't gone their way. And sometimes that's how it works out. But I do think that through 4 games, pretty clearly, we have to acknowledge Carolina's been a considerably better team. Fair?
Yeah.
I mean, through 4 games.
No question, yeah.
I think that these two teams are actually pretty close, to be honest with you. But it doesn't matter what I think or how the regular season played out or anything. They played 4 games. Carolina's been better more often. They're the better team right now, and they've won 3 out of the 4 games. The margins are small. I could sit here and get annoyed by little bad breaks that happen, where a puck goes off John Carlson and lands on a guy's stick and goes for a game-tying goal, which happened in this series. Or did you see Rasmus Sandin's stick get caught in the boards last night?
Yeah, and that's the play I was going to bring up here as to kind of the microcosm of the series to me. So that play started out as an odd man rush for the Capitals.
Right.
They had an advantage. They are going to press for a chance to score. Carolina, everybody gets back. Every option is shut off. Every micro atom of space is taken away. A turnover ensues. Now, I know Sandin's stick gets stuck, and that's,
Right.
of course, terrible luck and ridiculous. But not only does it turn into a shut-off offensive opportunity for Washington, multiple forwards are down low, sort of staring in disbelief as the puck is going the other way for an odd man rush that turns into a goal. Whatever that is the microcosm to me of the series, where they don't let you breathe and wear you down and smack you around and belittle you and badger you and bother you and irritate you and take away every chance you might have and then turn that into some of their own. They know they're going to do it. Whether they win the cup or not, I have no idea, because I don't know that this style's foolproof and teams upset them. I know this. For the Capitals, it's kryptonite, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Like, I can't tell you why. Someone smarter at hockey probably could. This is what I was afraid of the whole time. It's not just speed, because there are teams that are faster in sprints. It's the use of that speed, which translates into no one gets to do anything. I'll never get over that play, because, again, Sandin's stick gets stuck, and it's like, are you kidding me? Because, of course, it does.
To your point, it's the functional speed has been it makes them a pest. But, like, to me, this is not a series where speed has killed them, in the sense of it's not like they're getting beat on rushes. It's not like there was one last night on that breakaway where when you're in one of these games where you're chasing in the third period, sometimes you get a little more aggressive and you start getting eyes.
Yeah, two guys behind the net trying to check the guy.
But to me, you're right. Like, I think they've been outworked, essentially.
And that's kind of my I don't have a better word for it than speed, but it's shorthand for this.
Yes.
For their first to every loose puck. Anytime you've got space and you think you've got a crease, they take it away in a microsecond, and they get it right back down to their offensive zone again.
Yeah. That play, though, is playoff hockey. You know, it's not an excuse. They wouldn't have won if this didn't happen. They were already chasing the game. But, like, when people talk about, well, how do you feel, or what prediction do you have? Like, for Game 5, someone will come up to me before the game and they'll go, what do you think about tonight? I expect the team that doesn't ever lay down, that scratches and claws and fights, to do that, just like they did in the third period. Everybody was leaving them for dead. They get a goal, they get back within one. Then they give up a goal. Then they get another goal, and they're back within one. And they had their chances. Like, right before they gave up the goal that ended the night, so to speak, the one you're talking about, they actually had a decent look to tie the game. There was a Jacob Chikrin shot on the power play before that when they were down a goal, where it was a pad save, but he had Anderson leaning a little bit. That, you know, if you get a bounce and it's a few inches a different way, it's all of a sudden a 4-4 game. And, like, they keep coming. That's what I love about this group. They've got that in them. But they just, right now, don't seem to have enough. And I think they could win a game, but the idea of winning 3 just seems like a real tall order when, yes, they're just coming back from Carolina, but the one that they've won to this point felt like they were pushing a boulder up a hill.
Yep.
But I'll never forget that. Sandin, I'm looking at it right now. For those of you that haven't seen it, so you get the boards, and then there's like a little crevice between
I don't think I've ever seen that, honestly.
Sandin's stick gets stuck between the two, and so there's nobody around him. The Hurricane, I think it's Walker, has fallen down next to him, so he now has time and space. And Sandin goes to pull his stick out of the boards where it's stuck to play the puck, and the stick won't come out. And he pulls on it like 2 times. Then he decides, okay, I'll just have to play it with my foot. But while all this is happening, he doesn't realize someone has now skated from the middle of the ice over to him and steals the puck, and they're going the other way, and they immediately score a goal. The stick's stuck in the boards.
Yeah.
Like, that is the stupidity of when Tarek says the thing that I've stolen, it's a silly game played on ice. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. It's a wacky thing. But it also is not the reason for the result last night. They were down 2 multiple times, cut it to 1. I liked that. But it was too little too late. You can't not score again for 2 periods.
Yeah.
That was a 5-period sequence where they didn't have a single goal. Welcome to not winning playoff games.
Yeah, it's pretty simple there.
And by the way, Logan Thompson, early in this series, the reason they went to overtime and almost won game 1, they had no business doing that. The reason they did win game 2, Logan Thompson was phenomenal at home in those 2 games. I think he has been... Yesterday, he got a lot better after a couple of goals given up early. So maybe you could say average in these 2 games, but he has not been nearly as good at Raleigh.
Not sparkling, no, not giving you a chance to steal the game.
And you need that. You need a goaltender playing very, very well to win playoff games. Anderson has at home in these 2 games, and he outplayed Thompson, and I think that's why they lost both games.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair. I mean, you never want to be in the position where you go, oh, I need this extraordinary effort from the goal. I know it's kind of part and parcel with winning a championship or getting through a lot of these series, but you know, it's one of those where, yeah, I need this guy to be incredibly, unbelievably amazing to feel like I've got a chance. Different than it'd be nice if he did. I don't know if that's a good clarification or not, but yeah, it feels like Carolina's quicker to every loose puck. They take away space so effectively, so well. This system, maybe it's this group of players playing the system. I don't know what it is, but it just feels like the Caps can't have their way for long enough. And when they do have their way, because it's hockey, there's going to be ebbs and flows, they don't take advantage of it. They haven't the whole series.
To me, it's that. I don't know that you have to, like, when they used to play the Penguins or some of these teams and they'd lose to, it's not like you need long enough. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You need to pot it when you get the shot.
Yeah.
Like the Penguins used to get outplayed for 9 minutes against Washington. You remember these games.
Yeah, and then the 9-minute and first second, some
They
no-namer that I never heard of scores.
They get a 2-on-1 rush and Brian Rust goes backhander. It's just some stupid thing, right? And they've had a couple of those. Like if Ryan Leonard scores on his breakaway in game 2 at home, you're back up a goal with 3 minutes to go instead of going to overtime. He didn't score there. It's a breakaway. I need you to at least get a shot on net. He didn't do that. There have been a handful of times like that where if Anthony Beauvillier scores a goal in the first period of game 4 or game 3 rather, first game in Montreal. Jesus, where are they playing now? Who's
Carolina.
the team?
Carolina.
Carolina. Thank you. The first game in Carolina in Raleigh. He's got the wide open net. One of the most annoying non-goals that you're ever going to see. If you hit on a couple of those, this is a different series, but you didn't. And so I don't know. Would I like to not be like, again, game 1 is a different story. They got manhandled. Game 2 through 4, I think there has been enough where the Washington Capitals were in the offensive end and had their opportunities, and you just didn't convert on them. And you're probably talking about 1 or 2 early goals going in, and everything changes. Because Carolina playing from in front and Carolina playing from behind, as you've seen with their structure, Danny, two very, very, very different things. It's hard after a loss like last night, but let's give this out. We do it after every single playoff game. Our Caps Elite Player of the Game, presented by Elite Power and Energy Corporation. Let Elite Power and Energy install a backup generator for you and fill your propane tank so you don't lose power when the storm hits. 24/7 service, complete and powerful solutions. Elite Power and Energy Corp.com. Who you going with from last night?
Yeah, as you say, hard to choose. I'll go Jacob Chikrin, though. Point and goal and assist last night. A couple creative scoring opportunities. I like the little shift around that Carberry did, kind of repairing some of the D-men and swapping some guys around. So I thought Chikrin was activated, and you noticed him an awful lot on ice, which I think for a defenseman, if his skill level is good, different than the I don't want to notice you, stay-at-home defenseman, the Matt Roy, Trevor Van Riemsdyk school. But Chikrin was very active last night, so I'll give it to him.
Yeah, I liked him a lot last night. I mean, other than Chikrin, Ovi scored the other goal. He had 6 hits. He was pretty good. But I still think he's moving in slow motion most of the time.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
So I can't go him. This is actually really hard. Probably not a great sign. I thought Protas was better for the record. Hit the post early. They got off to the great start. I always liked Tom Wilson's game. He wasn't as good yesterday as he was in game 3, but maybe I'll go with Willie. 24 shifts, had 5 hits. Problem for Wilson, just 2 shots on goal last night, but he played about 22 minutes. I liked his game for the most part. I want to get into Ryan Leonard and the lineup change and now what they can do going into game 5 with elimination on the menu for the first time. And who should play? I mean, does Leonard get a sweater? How you can maybe help get more out of him if that's a priority. But let's open up the phones on this as well. We just heard from a lot of Wizards fans, which is great. Let's open up the dial for the Caps fans at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Let's just zero specifically in on game 5 rather than talking about the long shot here and the series effectively almost being over. To extend this thing at home on Thursday night, what do they have to do? Do you have confidence that they can? And what changes do you want to see made, whether that's personnel or doing something differently in game? 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny.
We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Caps entered last night with their backs against the wall, looking to tie their second-round series with Carolina at 2 games apiece. Unfortunately, it was not their night. The offense once again going cold for the first 2 periods. Jacob Chikrin and Alex Ovechkin lit the lamp twice in the third, but it was not enough as the Caps fell 5-2. The series returns to D.C. Thursday as the fellas try and keep their season alive. NFL scheduling news, it was announced this morning that for the first time in 9 years, the Commanders going overseas to play some regular season football. The league confirmed that on November 16th, we'll get a Commanders versus Dolphins matchup from Madrid, Spain. The game set to kick off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time on NFL Network. Other NFL news, the drama continues between the Bengals and pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. The multi-time Pro Bowler spoke to reporters today after the team's workout and announced that he would not step on the field in 2025 without a new contract. Hendrickson is entering the final year of his contract, but is currently seeking a long-term extension. NBA news, the Wizards didn't have the ping pong balls bounce their way last night. They came into the night with the top odds at the number 1 pick and fell all the way to pick number 6. They will also pick 18th in next month's draft. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offers maximum comfort and are $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation and get $200 in savings per infinity window replacement. Minimums and installations apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The Caps are down 3-1 at the hands of the Hurricanes. 4 games in. They've been outplayed in just about every game. And now they got to find a way to win 3 in a row or their season's over. All you can focus is on the game ahead, and that's going to be Thursday night at Capital One Arena. So we want to know, do you think they extend this thing, and what changes would you make to get there? So first things first, Danny, let's look at the one lineup shuffle that has really happened to this point in terms of who's in and who's out. And they played Ryan Leonard for a game, then Radish for 2 games, then went back to Leonard. Those 2 guys, interchangeably, really the only changes from a personnel standpoint that have happened. This is unpopular. Everybody gets upset about this. I love Ryan Leonard. Long term, I think he's going to be a stud. I think he's going to be an Oshie-like player he's going to have letters on his jersey for years to come. An assistant to Tom Wilson maybe in a couple of years, and then ultimately a captain years from now. I could see all of that happening. I don't really know what he provides right now that helps that much. Offensively, he doesn't score. He has an empty net goal in 16 games, and he doesn't really get points. He's got 1 other secondary assist in those games, which is not necessarily his fault. I think he's on a line with Lars Eller, who pulls him down and isn't particularly good offensively. But here's the problem. They can't get the puck out of their own zone. Mm-hmm. They were the ones that ruined everything, that line. A couple of, going back early in, I think it might have been game 2. And I think the reason he ultimately got sat was he was a part of that where he couldn't get the puck out. But last night, multiple times, they were on the ice for shifts that completely changed the complexion of the game. I'm not saying it's Ryan Leonard's fault. I'm just saying that line, because they're not good offensively, because Eller, in my opinion, as a center who just can't finish and doesn't have a whole lot of game on the offensive end at this point of his career, is a dragging down influence. I need you to be really, really good defensively, and I need the puck out of the zone. Leonard occasionally doesn't make the right play, or when he's trying to clear the puck, it doesn't get out in a way that I think a veteran like a Radish might not have that problem. I think he's in the right spot more often from a coaching standpoint. I think he's probably just better in their structure that he's been in all year long. So that veteran presence for me, when I'm prioritizing just being able to get the puck out, not having shifts as a line that ruin my night, I think they might have fewer of those. Now, if the point is they're not getting enough shots, they're not getting enough goals, they need offense, you got to play Leonard. I agree, except that on that line, there's no real offense to come anyway.
It's not like any,
If you want to play him and you think he can help you offensively, you've got to play him in the top 6. And then you take your chances, which they were trying to pair like Ovi with Willie last night so that Ovechkin got a little more space, but I think also so it wasn't as bad a defensive line. They moved Protas down to that heavy defensive line with Dubois and the speed of McMichael with a good stick in lanes. I don't mind those top 6s. Protas, I guess you could move down to the 3rd line, and you could put Leonard on the 2nd line if you wanted to do that to try to get more offense out of him. But if you're playing him on the Eller line on the 3rd line, I don't know what he does here right now. No. I don't know how he helps you. To me, If he's in the bottom 6, that should be Radish. I think that is your best hockey team. I don't think it's a coincidence the one game they won. Not that Radish was the reason why, but they had better shifts as a line. The best I've seen the other line look was with Radish on the ice in this series. So I know that's unpopular. I know people get really upset, but this is not a long-term thing. It's just right now, this moment, what gives you the best chance.
Yeah.
And I need someone to tell me, what in the hell does Ryan Leonard do if Ryan Leonard's on a line with Lars Eller that never has the puck in the offensive end? It's speed. We need speed. Speed isn't the issue. Like guys like Bavillier who have speed or some of the players that can skate, they haven't done anything in the series. So just having speed for speed's sake is not the game for me.
I smell what you're cooking there, and I'm not going to refute any of your points because I actually think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. To me, I don't know because let me start with a couple of building blocks and then basically get to the point of me saying I don't really know the answer here. Okay, so I'm not messing with that top 6, which sounds crazy because why is anybody sacred in a series where you can't score? Right? Why is anything sacred? But that's what I would have.
Were you okay with the tweak last night?
100%. I in fact, I would have made it. I like Ovi, Strome, and Wilson together, so it's a little more balance. I thought there was more room for Ovechkin and company because he's not going 200 feet anymore. I need somebody to help, and I think Wilson did that. I think it neuters Wilson a little bit. He was not the same Tom Wilson, but I think having that balance is worth it to me to give me more scoring chances. I like Protas with PLD and McMichael. I thought that worked well. You could flip Wilson and Protas. That's fine with me. Whatever you want, whatever tweak you want to make, I'm cool with that.
Okay, then do you agree with my premise, though, that if Leonard is on that line, then he's not a better option than Radish because offense is so limited, you need to worry about not being hemmed in for a 95-second shift like happens to that line every single night.
Precisely. And so here's where I'm going. And it would cause a cascade effect, but I'm not playing Lars Eller anymore. I'm not doing it. If I'm going down, it's going to be with him in a suit. Yeah. I can't. Now,
Stanley Cup hero, Lars Eller to you, by the way.
I owe him a debt of gratitude.
2018.
The LT grade, whatever I'm supposed to call him.
So I agree. So that brings me to this next bigger conversation.
And here's my point. I don't know what that means then. Am I signing with Michael?
And this is the best team they can field right now in terms of talent and skill, and I would say skating and offense for sure. They are completely reticent and unwilling to even have the conversation about Lars Eller coming out of the lineup. I don't know if that would change now that you're facing elimination and, frankly, you're getting your butt kicked, right? You're down 3-1 in this series. But previously, the only option, and whenever I bring it up to anyone, and it's not to the staff, but it's people tangentially that are, around the situation.
Yeah, they hear from the staff.
Yeah, and talk to the staff. I'm going, we all see it. Come on. Connor McMichael can play center.
Mm-hmm.
He has flourished as a wing, and moving him into center probably lowers his overall scoring ability and ceiling a little bit. It also means that defensive zone draws, you probably get a little bit worse. Maybe defensively, you get a little bit worse because they like Lars Eller's defense. And so there's a lot of areas where they would tell you lose out there. But they are so handcuffed right now with that line. It has been so ineffective, in my opinion. I guess it's possible they could push back and say, we don't think it's as bad as everybody else. But the numbers are the numbers. Look at the shots for. Look at the shots against. Look at the ozone time for and against. They're right there. They're screaming at you. That's data. That's information. That's not an opinion. I would absolutely do that. I think you're facing elimination. You've done this for 4 games. You've seen how it's gone. It's not particularly well. I would move McMichael to center. You would then be able, if you wanted to move Leonard up to the second line to replace McMichael, and I think that would kind of make some sense.
So put him on the left?
You could do that.
Yep.
Or, the other thing you could do is you could move McMichael down to that second line. You could move like Mangiapane up if you wanted to, or McMichael down to the third line center if you wanted. Move Mangiapane up, and then Radish gets a sweater on the fourth line, and someone like Bavillier could go up to the second or the third line.
And so I usually don't like to do a change that's going to cause 7 changes. Now, a lineup change just means one person for one person. So Eller, no sweater, Radish, sweater. It's not 1 for 1, though. You're moving guys from multiple different lines. I would do that.
It's not. But Radish doesn't play center.
No, that's my point. Is if it was just I'm swapping a wing for a wing, and that's all it is. This move that I'm going to make, and my priority is no more Lars Eller.
Yes,
that's how I'm starting the conversation. I realize that means I'm going to have to change 3 lines, probably maybe a 4th if I don't like the new construction of the second line, and maybe I can move Protas back up. I don't love doing that in general, but I'm so fed up and over Stanley Cup hero Lars Eller. I own with that of gratitude for the Stanley Cup. This ain't working. I can't do it. Because if you're so awesome defensively where they can't even manage a loud clap when you're on the ice, let's have that conversation. That ain't the case. Carolina's doing just fine. They're high-fiving plenty and telling each other congratulations when he's on the ice all the time. I can't do it anymore.
I also know that making a move that significant looks like panicking. Guess what? It's
Hands
time
up.
to panic.
Yep,
You're down 3-1. So you rule that excuse out, that explanation out. Not a good reason not to do it. It's a matter to me of, and I just need smarter hockey people with the club to say why you can't do it. Do they think McMichael, who's undersized compared to Eller, can't be heavy and is sound defensively? Do they really view that line, which is important, especially when you don't have last change, from a matchup standpoint on the road? Do they just think that he couldn't hang on that end of the ice, or that you can't trust him with a D zone draw, or what is the logic on that? I think it's about faceoffs, and I think it's about defense. But you went 5 periods without a goal. That line, other than that huge Mangiapane goal in the one game against Montreal on the fly, ripping the shot from the high slot, has been a 0 for you. You cannot have a line in the playoffs that does not, I don't even mean score, that just doesn't generate regular chances.
Lars Eller has a shot in the 4 games.
Right.
One. Same number as Trevor Van Riemsdyk. So when people, yes, it's a panic move because I am panicked. This is doomsday. I'm not talking about 82 games. I'm not demoting somebody for bad behavior. This is no ego time. We're not sitting around in a circle saying kumbaya. This is for this series. Whether if somehow you come back and win, maybe that's not the story against Florida or Toronto or whoever you might have to play eventually. And maybe Lars Eller does still serve a purpose. In this series, to me, he is in the way. So I'm making that switch.
How many shots do you think he has in 9 games in the playoffs?
2?
3 shots.
He was on fire in the Montreal series then. What do you have, 2?
Let's go to Russell in Graysonville. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
I'm no hockey guru. I'm still learning the sport. But I can tell you this dump and chase is definitely not working. Because if you can't get in the zone, you just said it. Numbers don't lie. The shots on goal are ridiculous. And here you get a 4-minute power play, and you don't even get a shot on goal. And if
that was a nightmare.
Wasn't that fun?
That was disgusting. I mean, it's got to be embarrassing for the quality of players you have on the ice that you can't get a shot on goal.
But Russell, here's my response. It's not as if they can just carry it in. You know what I mean? It's not as if Carolina's going to go right this way. Like their best strategy probably is to dump it in and get a forecheck going at some point. But the neutral zone and the traps, I don't see them just sort of stick-handling their way over the blue line.
I don't know. Was he saying on the power play he didn't like their entry? I mean, they couldn't get the puck in.
Yeah.
So I didn't like their entry either.
I didn't either. Yeah, it wasn't fun.
Never got set up in 4 minutes. But dumping the puck in and working from behind the cage with their forecheck is the secret sauce here. I mean, that's when they are at their best. They haven't been able to do it all series.
Yeah, no, they can't get to the red line, and they've iced it a billion times.
Right.
We've all seen that.
Oftentimes just trying to survive.
Yeah.
Right. But no, like the best thing they can do is when they're forechecking and working hard behind the cage and they send those passes out to the slot for those one-time shots where the goalie is kind of leaning over his shoulder and now he's got to play a puck that's right in front of him at high danger. That's the beauty. That's what you want. They just have never, ever had the puck behind the net for any extended period of time. It's been very, very rare in this series. So he's right when he says, that the dump and chase thing isn't working. It's because Carolina, the forecheck hasn't been there yet. You dump the puck, they go retrieve the puck quickly. They get the one pass up to the sidewall, and they're out of the offensive zone before you've even touched them over and over and over again. Ashley's in front, Royal. What's up, Ashley?
I was actually going to say something really similar. Our power play has been absolutely atrocious. Getting the puck in our own zone and getting multiple shots on our own goalie on our own power play is just embarrassing. I don't think that the dump and chase is working because whenever we dump it, they beat us to the puck. They get control over the puck again, and then they're right back down to the other end of the ice. I had also mentioned that the fact that it took a 5-on-3 advantage for us to even get a power play goal was really sad, and I feel that it's really noticeable that our power play isn't doing what they need to do to help us to get a lead.
It's a great call.
Thanks, Ashley.
Look, there's a lot of reasons why the power play has struggled. The first thing you got to acknowledge is that's a damn good PK.
Carolina's good at it. They really are.
Number 1 penalty kill in the NHL all year. Number 1 for the better part of the last 5 years in the NHL on the penalty kill. It has been their calling card even when they're not playing that well on the other end of the ice. They've always been pretty good. They're 15 for 15 on the kill against Montreal. So you had your work cut out for you. But there's a difference between not scoring on a power play and just not being able to get a puck in the offensive zone.
No zone time, let alone no shots.
And a 2-minute power play that looks that bad is embarrassing enough. A 4-minute mate, you got a high stick with blood drawn and you're down a goal, Danny. It's a gift from the heavens.
Yep.
But the change I would make on the power play is they're using 2 defensemen. And they have Chikrin and they have Carlson on the power play 1. With Ovechkin, the way that he plays, which is the one-timer from his office, he's essentially like what a defenseman would normally be on the power play. Basically, you stand still, you've got your shot lined up, your stick's in the air, you're waiting for the one-timer. Think about someone from the point who's either moving the puck or shooting. You got 3 guys kind of doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand this 2 defenseman power play thing. Either choose Chikrin, or if you want Carlson because he's got the right-handed shot at the point opposite Ovi, you pick one of those 2 guys. For me, it would be Chicky at this point. And I'm putting another forward out there. The most success they had last night was with McMichael out there, who is fast and can bring the puck in. So that to me is odd. Most of the year, and when they had the majority of their success,
They usually do 4 forwards.
They have not had 2 defensemen. That was a when Ovi was out thing, and they've gone to that in the playoffs as this big wrinkle nobody saw coming. And I think it has backfired. I don't like that setup.
Smell what you're cooking there. Yeah, if you're not a threat to carry the puck in, makes that dump maybe a little bit less of a threat. So maybe there's something to that. I mean, again, I just think the way Carolina plays 5-on-5 is the way they play on the penalty kill. You know what I mean? Like they're not here to say, "Oh, right this way. Let me give you some room to operate and do what you want." They swarm and go fast. They know what they're doing.
Caps playoff coverage on Grant and Danny, brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey, hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Next, it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. In 20 minutes at 4 o'clock, we are giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the DC Defenders home game on Sunday afternoon at Audi Field. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. It is time for your double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal in the new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. I was trying to get Clary some cake. He ended up bailing on the idea, but I thought this would be actually a fun way to do it. So Clary really, really wants a piece of cake. He thinks that the cake that they're having down the hall looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
There's like some kind of party happening. It's very loud.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's also very fun. They're playing foosball. I was just asking them about that and the air hockey table, and they were trying to get that fixed. And one of the main ingredients to this party is this gigantic cake. It was somebody's birthday within the last couple of weeks, I guess. And everyone's in the office today, so we got to do cake, right?
Sure.
Seen straight out of like some TV show or
It's a
whatever.
great Seinfeld episode where Elaine comes to depend on the 4 o'clock sugar rush every day because they're always celebrating something. So every day there's cake and she becomes addicted.
So Clary, like 3 or 4 times, has brought up the fact that he really thinks the cake looks great and he really wants a piece of cake. So I told him like 10 minutes ago, I'm like, go get some cake. Some of the people in that room have eaten food that we've had at our food drops many times.
Hunting those food drops.
Absolutely. And I said, we're all in this thing together. It's not like the cake box got opened and he immediately grabbed the first slice. It has been hours of that cake sitting on the table. It's not even half eaten. They're 1,000% going to be okay with Clary walking over and getting a slice of cake. So I thought he did like 20 minutes ago. And I asked him, I said, did you get your cake? And he just told me, no, I didn't get the cake. And I said, what happened? And he's afraid to go ask. So I said, come on, I'm going to get you some cake. He's like, you are? Really? How are we going to do it? I said, follow me. And this is kind of my bit. I just started walking over. And Clary realized about halfway over what my plan was, which was that I was going to walk in. He's like, wait, are you just going to say Ryan wants a piece of cake? And I said, 100%.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to walk in. I'm going to say, hey, Ryan's nervous and doesn't want to mention it, but would you mind getting him a slice of cake? Can he have a piece of cake? And Ryan, as we're getting there, realizes, he's like, is that what you're going to do? And I didn't lie to him. I said, yeah, absolutely. And he said, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. And like a jet in the Blue Angels formation just peeled off to the right.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly as I showed up at the door.
That's what I would have done.
Where'd that guy go? So I didn't bother without him to tell them that he wanted cake because he didn't earn it. I'm happy to get him cake if he walks over there with me. But without him, I'm not going to make it awkward and get him a slice of cake.
I get that. Like I've done stuff like that with my kids where it's like, can you go for me? I will go with you, but you've got to ask. You got to be the one to ask for
I'm even willing to do the asking. I just need him to stand there with his tail between his legs, with his little bashful eyes.
Yeah, just sort of like just move his foot back and forth, you know, and I'm like, just wondering, maybe I'm going to.
I don't want them to think that I'm getting it for myself as a fat.
Oh,
and
right.
so if I walk in
You're
there,
getting it for the skinny. Yeah.
If I walk in there and I'm like, hey, my colleague wants a slice of your cake, I'll take it over to him right now.
Thin guy's a little cranky, wants some cake. You know what I mean? They're like, sure, fatty.
Like,
yeah, I bet.
The only thing more embarrassing than that guy that never talks to us and barely knows us coming over here to ask for cake, as fat as he is
pretending it's for
someone else. So he's got to walk with me. But if Clary comes with me, and only one of us walks out of there with a slice of cake, if so facto, no fatso. See what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Let me just say this. I think it's a bad bit because obviously it's someone's birthday. I've heard them sing happy birthday maybe 5 times already in the last hour.
Lots of birthdays.
A lot of birthdays.
It's everybody's birthday. Yeah.
And I don't know whose birthday it is. And quite frankly, I don't really care. I just want the birthday cake. It looks so good. There's a lot of people over there, by the way. I just want the birthday cake. I don't want to go in. I don't want to say, whose birthday is it? And they're like, well, what's your name?
You don't want to be stuck in a whole thing.
Exactly. I don't want to be
birthday
stuck in a whole
party
thing.
is over. I mean, I just walked in there and talked to him for 3 minutes. There's no sign of a birthday party.
I was here at 12:43 today. They were all in that room. It is what? It's 3:53 right now. They are still there. They're singing happy birthday. They're exchanging pleasantries. It's not over yet.
Right now, it's just a shtick circle. They're laying back. They've been eating cake. Their
feet are up. Yeah.
They're barely awake over there right now. And I walked in there and talked to him. It was very friendly and jovial, and it was fine. There was no remnants of a birthday party, except for the 2/3 of the cake that no one's going to be eating that is just sitting there waiting to be consumed.
I don't know. I feel bad because I'm just like, can I have some cake? Is that what I say? I don't know. Is that rude?
Some people may think it's rude. Me, and I walk over and say, hey, little Ryan's a little nervous. Can he have some cake? And then you go, oh, that was kind of awkward for the 3 seconds while you carve your cake, and then you come back over and you eat cake, and you never think about it again.
But what if I mess up the cake?
Mess it up.
Like, I
Oh,
don't
you
know,
mean
like,
when you're cutting it?
You know, I'm cutting. I'm bad at cutting cake. I'm bad at cutting things. We've all known this by now. At least
there's only so much help you can.
I mean,
I know.
enough with your what if this? What if I fall?
I
in
can
front
lead
of
a
them?
horse to water, and the horse is like, that's intimidating water.
What
I
if
don't
I
know.
have to go to the bathroom tomorrow? No one cares about any of that. Do you want cake or you don't? I'm
I
trying
do.
to get you cake.
I do.
If you don't want cake, then don't eat cake.
Is it the only way that you want the cake is if no one's around and no one's there to see you?
Exactly.
Oh, like when you steal the the
cleaner.
cleaning product.
Yeah. That's exactly. I don't want anyone to see me doing what I have to do. I just want my slice of cake.
But you get
and
that,
that's it.
don't you, Grant? You don't want people seeing you sleep or go potty?
No, because that makes it stealing. Whereas
Stealing's different, yeah.
This is literally walking up while cake is in the middle. You work with them. You know these people by name, many of them.
Okay, so let's do. Okay, I think we have a good plan here. You do the talking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go in there. You come in with me. I'm gonna ask for a slice of cake, and then while I go and get that cake, you do the talking. Like, whose birthday is it? Who's this? And I go and slice the cake.
It's literally what I tried to do in the last commercial
Yeah, is
break.
that what just happened?
And then you peeled off 100 miles an hour.
Okay,
to the
but
right.
I like this plan now because at first I was just like, man, I want the cake. And you're like, let's go get the cake. And I was like, oh, okay. So we started walking over. I was like, wait, are you going to ask them if I could have the cake? And you're like, you said exactly that's what I'm going to do.
Didn't you just propose for him?
Yeah, you just said you love the plan.
To do that?
I don't know. It in the moment, it just seemed a lot worse.
But now you've worked up the courage. You're ready to go on
Exactly.
the roller coaster now.
And I feel like this is now a show.
It's very
bit.
simple, bro. Do you want the cake or you don't want the cake?
I want the
If you want the cake, you're going to have to deal with an awkward 10 seconds because you didn't buy cake today.
I did not.
You didn't bake a cake today.
Did not.
It's someone else's birthday cake.
Yeah.
So the only way for you to get cake is for you to crowbar your way into a situation you really shouldn't be in.
Grant's right.
If you want the cake, you're going to have to earn the cake.
Okay. I'll earn the cake, and you can come with me, and you can ask for me.
You can
and
come
I'll
with
do
me.
it.
You have
can
his
come with
permission.
Happy to do it. I don't mind awkward situations.
Thank you.
That is true. You're great at that.
Danny, would you like a slice of cake?
No, thank you. I'm
You
good.
doing all right?
Yeah.
All right, next we're giving away tickets to the DC Defenders. We got a 4-pack for you. Linnell, would you like a piece of cake? Darius, are you good on cake? How are we feeling about the cake?
I'll take a slice of cake. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, does Darius have to come too?
No, because now what I'll do is we'll both get a slice and I'll give Darius my cake.
Perfect. I love it.
Because I don't want a slice of cake. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Caps and Hurricanes locked horns last night for Game 4 of the Eastern Conference semis. And for the second straight game, offense hard to come by for the Caps. They were blanked for the first two periods before Jacob Chikrin and Alex Ovechkin lit the lamp in the third. They got close, but no cigars. They fell 5-2. Caps officially have their backs against the wall, entering a must-win Game 5 back in D.C. on Thursday night. NFL scheduling news, it was announced this morning that for the first time in 9 years, the Commanders going overseas to play some regular season football. The league confirmed that on November the 16th, we'll get Commanders and Dolphins from Madrid, Spain. That game's set to kick off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. It will air on NFL Network. It was also announced that the Minnesota Vikings will become the first team in NFL history to play consecutive international games in different countries this season. The Vikings will take on the Steelers September 28th at Croke Park in Dublin. It'll be the league's first time in Ireland, and the Vikings will then travel to England where they will face the Cleveland Browns in London. That's baseball on tap tonight as the Curly W's look to get the offense back on track and get off the schneid. Nats losers of 6 in a row. They're in Atlanta tonight playing game 2 of a 3-game set versus the Braves. Michael Soroka on the bump for DC. It's a 7:15 first pitch. Pre-game coverage gets rolling at 6:45. NBA playoffs continue tonight as the Pacers look to close out the Cavs in Cleveland. That one tips at 7 p.m. Out west, second half of the doubleheader, Nuggets and Thunder return to OKC for game 5. That series tied at 2 games apiece, and that game set to tip at 9:30. In just 16 weeks, the Team Builders Academy can jumpstart your career in construction, energy, or utilities. Train for high-demand jobs to start building your success. Visit us at pgcc.edu and enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. This is your cue to call. You are going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the DC Defenders against Arlington. DC's 5-2 atop the UFL. The game is Sunday, May 18th at Audi Field this weekend. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you draft your last will and testament. They'll set up a living trust or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So Condori and Murad last year took the show on the road. We did a road trip. We talked about maybe doing it again this coming year. We'll see how things go. I would like to motion that we do not go to Madrid.
That's a lot to ask of our pals.
Well, I don't think that they would be up for that anyway, but I'm going to make it even easier on them by just cutting it off at the pass and saying,
boys, don't feel pressure to take
Exactly.
your pals to Madrid.
I know that the team's going to Madrid. Let's save some money. And if we're doing a trip, let's do it in the continental United States of America where we're not flying over ocean for 6 hours.
Oh, that's the reason why you don't want to do it?
Well, it's twofold. It's number one, let's not go crazy. Let's keep it. Let's have a reasonable budget here. But number two, let's just keep it in the continental United States of America. That's all I'm saying. And it sounds like Kia, by the way, who I was DMing with, I think, or I don't remember if it was text or Instagram or what.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, "Am I alone in the international travel thing? Just too many games outside of the States?" You are not alone.
You're not alone, sir.
I am also team. There's too many games internationally.
But you know what they're trying to do. I mean, it's so clearly obvious. They're like,
of course,
they're going to keep increasing the veins that they're tapping here in North America. They're doing just fine. But they go, what's the next step? The whole world.
I've said it before. There's a lot of money to be had in other countries. There's some change under the couch cushion still to be had here in America.
And they're going to find it.
Oh, they will.
Yeah, but they're doing the international bit.
All right, it is time for our Beltway Blitz. Caps, Wizards, NFL, everything we care about. One segment. Let's get it started on the ice. Sammy Silver of the Hockey News. Sammy, this is not the way we drew it up around these parts. The Caps are down 3-1. Are they cooked?
I mean, it hasn't looked great, but I'm an optimist. I think the Caps have, twice in franchise history rallied back from 3-1, and we've seen a resilient Caps team all year. Is it pretty right now? No. Is it going to be pretty as they fight back? Absolutely not. But you got to have some faith that they'll respond, especially on home ice. And you know, a lot of the times this Caps team, when they get pissed off or they don't like the way things have gone, they usually do something about it. So I think we'll see a different team for Game 5, and hopefully it's enough to keep them in the series and drag out the fight a little bit.
Why has this gone the way it's gone to this point?
I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of different things, right? I think Carolina is a very, very, very good team. It's a team that, you know, they take it to you, they up the pressure, and they get shots on net, and then that style just hasn't been something that the Caps have been able to tame. And then, you know, you look at offensively, you know, the execution's just not there. The passes aren't crisp. You know, we're not really getting a lot of shot opportunities. When we do get opportunities, there's just a lack of finish. And, you know, when you have that, and then, you know, obviously mistakes that happen, miscues on D, you know, top guys maybe not, you know, at 100% at this point in the season. And it just, you know, creates a recipe for some struggles. And I think the Caps are feeling it. And now with their backs against the wall, they have to respond and have a game plan.
Is there any chance now that they are facing elimination and now that you're not worried about, you know, showing a sense of panic or whatever, that they could actually make sizable changes? Things like, you know, moving Lars Eller out of the lineup and McMichael to center and trying to get the most offense together, something like that.
I mean, I think at this point, sure. I mean, I think you absolutely could see change. And I mean, you brought up, right? It's, you got nothing left to lose at this point, but it's not even, you know, the matter of, oh, it's an elimination game and we need to do something. It's a matter of, hey, we've played 4 games already and what we have is just not working, right? So that's why I think it's more likely that, you know, if you're going to change something, you change it now because, you know, yeah, you won Game 2, but you had back-to-back losses in their building. And this next game, I mean, defines the series no matter what, you know, whether they win or whether they lose it. And the way you're going to really ignite a spark is if you change something, you be a little bold. So I definitely think we could see changes.
What might some of those be? I mean, just in terms of, you know, the Leonard Radish, you know, kind of dance, they've been sort of swapping in and out. Do you think anything dramatic, like whether it's, you know, moving on from Lars Eller and reshuffling some lines? Is it something less dramatic? I mean, if, you know, switching out Leonard and Radish hasn't gotten you a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously it would probably go deeper, right? I mean, Eller, I don't think his series has necessarily been what he's hoped it would be, and certainly, you know, not what the coaching staff has wanted to see. I mean, there are flashes where that third line has generated chances and looked good, but that's a glaring issue right now, right? Is that line is just not able to produce, whether you have Radish there, whether you have Leonard there, and maybe the change needs to be at center, but it's also, it's not so easy, right? I mean, you're throwing, you know, a guy who, you know, like Eller out is hard, you know, because he also plays penalty kill and, you know, he's a, you know, natural center. If you take McMichael, yeah, he's a center, but he's been on the wing all season. So that's a big thing that you're going to do.
Do you agree with our premise that he's kind of killed that line offensively?
I don't think he's killed it. No, and why I don't is I think that there's
he's
a
got
lot of
3 shots in 9 games.
Yeah, but then I mean, you look at all the top producers and players who aren't Lars Eller, right? And you see not a lot of shot volume and not a lot going on, and I think it boils down to just chemistry. And it's a tough move to make, you know, like if you throw McMichael at the center, yeah, maybe it adds a different look and a little bit of spark and speed, but at the same time, you're taking a guy who's played wing all season, putting him down the middle. But like you said, I mean, it's a possible change. And then, you know, you look at the D, and Alex Alexiev didn't play a whole bunch of anything last night. And I think maybe, you know, they evaluate, hey, you know, do we put McElrath in there, get some physicality going? Or, hey, do we, you know, put Ethan Bear in there and maybe get a different look there? And then Ethan Frank, right? Another guy who can provide speed and bring something to the wing. And, you know, maybe that's a guy that you give him a chance over, you know, somebody like Mangiapane or Beauvillier or one of the wingers. So a lot of different things that they could do, but you have to be careful with, you know, your battles there.
Thank you, Sammy. It's good info as always. Good insight.
I try. Thanks, guys.
See you, Sammy.
Be good. Write about a win next time if you don't mind. That would be the best thing.
Try.
Yeah. We're counting on you. Sammy Silber, the Hockey News. All right, let's talk basketball. What a debacle last night was for the Wiz.
I'm not okay, Chase.
Up in smoke. They get the number 6 pick, just the way we all drew it up around here. I mean, even by Wizard standards, Chase, that was a pretty good kick to the ribs.
Yeah, obviously a tough turn of events and an unfortunate reminder that this is how the lottery works now. You know, they changed the format in 2019, and I think what stood out to a lot of people at the time is they flattened the odds at the top, but you know, your odds to get the first pick, if you have one of the worst records, they went down not by that much. What really was arguably the biggest change is that if you have one of the worst records, the Wizards have the second worst record, your most likely pick is 5th, and your second most likely pick is 6th. So the team with the worst record, the Utah Jazz, got 5th, and the Wizards unfortunately got 6th, which was the lowest they could fall. The one thing I would tell Wizards fans is you can go back and look at pretty much any draft of the last 20 years, most of the last 20 to 25 drafts, the best player has not been the number 1 pick, and oftentimes the best player has still been on the board when 6 overall came on the clock. So I think there's a pretty decent likelihood that the Wizards will still get a chance to not only draft a star, maybe a superstar, and maybe even have an opportunity to still pick the best player in this draft.
Yeah, it's hard to find the optimism right now. I mean, maybe I will as I start to deep dive into Trey Johnson and Malwak from Duke or whomever. But it's obviously still early for that, Chase. Who might be there at 6 that could really be a difference maker? Maybe not right away, but to sort of fit into this long-term goal where they're just grabbing a whole bunch of young assets and kind of shaking them up and seeing what comes loose.
Well, if Trey Johnson falls, I'm a little skeptical that he'll be there at 6.
Me too.
But if he does fall, I think he'd be a great option for the Wizards. I mean, he is arguably the best scorer in this draft. I mean, an unbelievable shooter, both off the catch and off the dribble. Was arguably the best scorer in the SEC and one of the best scorers in the nation as a freshman. And the SEC was loaded this year. You know, he's 6'6", kind of reminds me a little bit of a Devin Booker. Like, I think he could be that type of offensive talent, but he's so good that he, has a good chance of going as high as 3rd. So if he's not there, I think Jeremiah Sears of Oklahoma is another name to watch. He's kind of like a Scoot Henderson type guard who, is really athletic, can get into the lane, pretty decent outside shooter. And then the name that honestly stands out the most right now is Derek Queen. Obviously, we're all well aware of what he did at Maryland. He's from Baltimore, tremendous offensive player, arguably the best freshman that Maryland has had since Joe Smith, who went 1st overall back in, I think, 1995. He's a really good player. The Wizards have been drafting a lot of defense, so any of those 3 guys would give them the sort of high upside on offense that they haven't yet acquired. So I think all 3 of them would be good options.
Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports with us here on Grant and Danny as part of our Beltway Blitz. Last night did not go the way the Wizards wanted. How big of a setback was that? Try to quantify it for us.
Well, I would argue that more important than what happened last night is what they do with that pick on June 25th. I really, truly believe, I'm not like trying to, sell anyone on anything that I don't believe in. Like, I really, truly believe that, like, if the Wizards, if what they're trying to do with this rebuild works, it won't be because they got lucky in the lottery. I study the draft, or I study, what teams in the NBA have done to get to, contention. And by and large, it's not because they got the number 1 pick. Like, just look at the best players in the league
Chase,
right
let me
now.
ask you this. I don't mean to cut you off, but specific to this draft, I mean, Cooper Flagg, according to a lot of people, is a generational prospect, not available most years. So I actually tend to agree with your philosophy. And I mean, you know more about this than I certainly do. But to me, this is a little bit different. Like, if they get Cooper Flagg, just from an interest or marketing standpoint, people that haven't been to games in years are going to buy a ticket or maybe get their kid a jersey. Like, that was lost last night for a dead team, a team that has no real interest in the market right now. And on top of that, the quality of the prospect, the drop off from Flagg to whoever you're getting at 6, isn't that more sizable than like last year where, Richese and Sarr, the top 2 picks, and what you're getting at 6, isn't that crazy comparatively?
Absolutely comparative to last year. And I hope this doesn't come off as cynical, but I've seen it before. Like, John Wall was that guy. And like, that's probably the best comparison I could come up with for the hype that precedes Cooper Flagg. And John Wall was great here. He was awesome. I remember how excited I was. I was a Wizards fan back then when they got John Wall. But guess what? Paul George went 10th, and Paul George was objectively a better player who's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. Zion Williamson, he comes to mind. Like, I'm not saying the Cooper Flag's going to be a flop in any way, but like, you know, Zion in 2019, everyone wanted him, and he's turned out to be a really good player. And, you know, there was that viral video of like the marketing department for the Pelicans going crazy, and he's been a tremendous player, but, you know, his inability to stay healthy hasn't exactly completely transformed that franchise. So, like, I just have seen this happen many times before where, you know, there's a consensus number one pick. You know, Cade Cunningham, he comes to mind. He's a really good player, but I would argue there's been 2 or 3 guys picked behind him who are better. It's just the way it goes. And I would also say that I think the NBA draft has become increasingly harder to predict over the years. And that's going into overdrive now because of NIL, because you have all these guys who are reclassifying to go to college early to make their millions and then get to the NBA and try to get that second contract earlier. So you're evaluating these guys at a younger age. It just creates more variance. And I think that's a big reason why you see the league now currently being dominated by guys who are not top 5 picks.
Chase, great as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, my friend. Let's hit that NFL sounder, please. Okay, Nate Davis joins us to talk about the NFL. Nate, the schedule trickle is happening right now. My big picture question is this. How much international is too much international for all the different special games they're going to be doing around the world?
Well, Danny, I think that's a good question for the Germans who get Daniel Jones for 2 years in a row. So I think they're the ones that are really losing here. This is some kind of World War II reparations or something. But, you know, I think for the rest of us, you know, it seems like people don't mind at all tuning in for 14 hours of football when it starts at 9:30 internationally. And I think when you throw in some new stuff like Spain and Ireland, you know, I mean, if you're not the one that's going to be jet lagged and paying to go to the foreign hotels and all that, I think for the rest of us, it's just fine. And if it's, you know, if the league thinks it's good for the game and their effort to you know, dominate planet Earth before they go after the rest of the universe, you know, I think it's fine.
I don't need a full retrospective. You'd probably need to do some research to provide it, Nate. But how did we get here with the schedule release? It became such a big deal, and then it was kind of synonymous with and known for the teams putting out their funny social videos, which everyone has to have a major video ready to go this week. But now we're talking about each network's involved, and every single day we bite off another morsel. I feel like this is the first year doing it quite this way. How did we get here?
I think it's just the brilliance of the NFL marketing machine combined with the fact that it seems like there's enough scarcity of the product that people just can't get enough, even dribs and drabs like this stuff. I mean, you know, frankly, I don't know how you guys feel, but I mean, it's all a little bit ridiculous. I mean, leaking out a couple games here and there before you get the schedule. I mean, this, you know, I don't know how long ago it was when this was just something that was posted, you know, in the agate in the back page of your paper. And, oh, the NFL schedule's out. Like, you know, it wasn't that big a deal when it came out, and it certainly wasn't something that was hyped, you know, for weeks on end beforehand. But, you know, credit to the NFL for continuing how to make itself relevant. Pretty much, 10 and a half months a year. You know, I mean, even those guys go on vacation in June and July. But, you know, good for them. And I mean, to me, it's funny, too, when other leagues try to replicate this stuff, and it just doesn't stick. But, you know, the NFL can do it. So God bless them.
What'd you make of the Cowboys trading for Pickens?
I don't mind it for them. You know, I don't know how big a difference it's going to make for them, Danny, but they clearly needed the receiver. And I think in some ways it's kind of a no-risk proposition for them. I mean, he's going to be motivated to get that contract, which you know, his deal is up after the year. And if it all works out and the Cowboys, you know, and he proved to be a good marriage, you know, then it's a good deal. If it turns out he leaves and he gets a decent contract elsewhere, you know, the Cowboys are probably going to get a third-round compensatory pick, which is going to effectively pay back what they paid for him in the first place. So I don't see a whole lot of downsides, you know, unless he really blows up the team in the locker room, which I don't think that's really quite who he is. I mean, I think he can be a distraction on the sidelines. He makes some boneheaded plays, obviously talented. But I mean, I don't think he's going to come in and ruin the chemistry of the team. But I mean, if he comes in and adds something, and certainly he's got the talent, you know, I think it's pretty good roll of dice for them.
percentage pie here for me. Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers week 1, on the Vikings week 1, or not playing football week 1?
You think the Saints want him, Trent?
You could throw the Saints in there if you want to.
Saints can be part of the pie.
I don't know if that's a fit. I mean, it seems like, why would he do that? But if you want to go there, let's go there.
We should. I mean, I think it's Steelers or nothing at this point, unless it's Steelers or the field, where he decides, I don't want to go there. I'm going to wait and see if somebody, needs me unexpectedly, and maybe I don't want to say get lucky, but I mean, I think the best fit for Aaron Rodgers is a team like the Packers or the Rams, where he can, literally be that last piece, but he doesn't have to throw the ball 35 times a game, or the Vikings. But I mean, I really don't think he's going there either. I guess I'll give you 60%, 70% that he's on the Steelers. But I also wrote the other day, I really don't understand what the point is for them at this point, because they're just going back down the Russell Wilson path of getting 9 or 10 wins, getting in the playoffs, getting blown out in the playoffs. And being back in the same position next year, probably drafting in the Kenny Pickett, Paxton Lynch zone for a quarterback, which is probably going to fail too. So I really think the Steelers need to try something different.
Nate, awesome as always, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, guys.
We'll see you, dude.
Nate Davis, USA Today Sports, on Grant and Danny with us as part of the Beltway Blitz. The NFL schedule continuing to trickle out. We've got some details on the Commanders' schedule, including it being official as of this morning. They are going to Madrid, Spain, as we've talked about, on November 16th. You're listening to The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So, whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code's GP. Gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Or as my friend Darius calls it, Dinger Tuesday. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Breaking Major League Baseball news. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred has removed Pete Rose and other deceased players from the league's permanently ineligible list, including showless Joe Jackson. Those players now are eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame. We had playoff hockey last night right here on the Fan. Caps looking to avoid going down 3-1 in their second-round series versus Carolina, but the Hurricanes had other plans. Carolina rallied off 3 goals in the third period to shut the door on DC's comeback effort. Caps will officially have their backs against the wall, entering a must-win Game 5 back in DC on Thursday night. NBA draft lottery was last night in Chicago. The Wizards ended the night tied with the best odds to land the number 1 overall pick, but Lady Luck not on the side of DC. They will officially pick 6th in the 2025 NBA draft coming up next month. The Wizards will also have the 18th overall pick. Nats baseball on tap tonight as the fellas are in the ATL taking on the Braves for Game 2 of a 3-game series. Michael Soroka on the bump for start number 3 of the season. It's a 7:15 first pitch. Pre-game coverage gets rolling right here on the Fan at 6:45. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. We know you have options. I'm on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. Danny is at Funny Danny. I'm on Instagram at Grant H. Paulson. Danny is at Humorous Danny, if you want to catch him on IG. It is official after a few days of speculation, and we had it on pretty good authority that this could be coming down the pike here over the last 72 or so hours. The Commanders are headed to Madrid, Spain, as expected, Danny. Week 11, November 16,
yeah.
It's a go. I'll bet you there's going to be a lot of Commanders fans that make that trip.
I do too. So whether they're making the trip or they're just there. I mean, the thing we sleep on, I think, is we talk about this when like a rare opponent comes to Washington. Like the Dolphins don't play Washington every year. It's like once every 4 years, and that's usually a home game. So it's once every 8 years they might make the trip. Everybody that's got any Miami affiliation is going, oh, that's my special occasion. I'm going to that game. If you're anywhere on the continent, probably, if you're up and you're a Washington fan, that's the closest they're going to get to you. If you happen to live in it, you know, within hundreds of miles, or it's one plane flight or a cross-country rail or whatever, so that's true. Your special occasion if you're a USA expat who's a DC fan.
And I don't know all the names, but like there are fans, part of the Twitter community and the Commanders
Absolutely.
online forums that are in Australia and Germany and London. And, you know, and those are just people that, you know, are a part of the fabric. But I'd imagine they represent hundreds of others. I'll bet there are bars in those towns where people get together and watch those games. So it's a great point.
Yeah, so a dude I played Little League with that I happen to know lives in London, right? He lived there for years. That's where his wife's from. That's where he moved to. When Washington played in London, he's like, I'm going. I don't care about anything else. Whatever I do that year, that's my entertainment budget. I'm going to Wembley Stadium to watch them tie the Bengals on multiple missed kicks that would have won it, and I'll never, ever, ever unsee that. But whatever, he's like, that's my special occasion. I'm going. That's his Super Bowl.
As well he should.
Right.
I mean, if you were a massive fan of Major League Baseball and two teams were coming over to play, you know, in Japan and you were stationed there, vice versa. I guess internationally, what would be like soccer is a good one.
Right.
Right. You know, like you said, when they come here, Real Madrid or whoever, people will drive a few hours to go do that. So whether it's the train or a hop in the flight or whatever in Europe, I totally agree. I think there's plenty of burgundy and gold fans out there that will. But I also think just the contingent that lives here in the DMV.
You can see that too, yeah.
There's your vacation. Hey, babe, we're not going to the beach this summer. We're going to go to Madrid. Because it's not going to be a 24, 48, 72-hour trip. You're going Monday and you're coming back the following Monday, probably. You're going to do some sightseeing. You want to jump on that 4-hour trade ride to go to Barcelona? You could do that.
Yeah.
I just want to beat you to it.
No, I'm saying you can. You can go to Barcelona.
No. You don't have to do it that way.
I'm saying you can.
You could. But I think that's what you got to do.
Yes.
Like, let's go explore let's go see your favorite paintings over there. Let's make sure we pay attention to that painting for a couple of hours one day. So it's going to be fun. I think there are going to be a lot of people that make that trek. I'm curious how it affects the travel for the rest of the year. I've never really thought of it this way, but I think a lot of people make 1 or 2 trips. Well, if you do a week-long trip to Madrid, your travel budget might change a little bit.
Yeah, you would
So
say.
are there fewer Commanders fans in, Minneapolis? Or there fewest Commander fans in Kansas City for the Chiefs game? I don't know, but probably, right? I mean, I would think that's the case. But this is one of those once-in-a-lifetime generational opportunities to go see your football team play in Madrid, Spain. And it is a direct correlation, in my opinion, that Washington gets this assignment. First international game since they were in London in 2016, 9 years ago. Direct correlation to having a player that everybody loves and wants a piece of in Jaden Daniels. They are going international, literally and figuratively.
So there are different sort of tiers of international, if you bear with me. There's like the Jacksonville tier, which is, we'll do a 9:30 game and it's going to be on Yahoo or streamed on YouTube or whatever.
It's London, man. You can't swing a baseball bat and not bump into a London game.
Yeah, it's a game. 2 teams will play. You guys will watch it. It'll be fine. Then there's kind of the more marquee
showcase.
And this feels like that, doesn't it?
This is we're going to export our really cool product and give you a little hit.
And
we're trying to get you hooked. We're sending over a little bit of blue magic. You're going to get a little hit. We'll see what you think. And then we're going to rip it back and say you can't have any more of it.
Yeah, would you like to pay for it now?
We're sending that to Brazil. We're sending that to Germany. We're sending that to Spain.
Yeah, like San Francisco has played Mexico City before.
Exactly.
It's sort of the marquee ones. So I feel like that's what this is. So it'll be an odd time for us here back in the States, 9:30, which should never ever happen. But over there, it'll be a little bit closer to prime time and, kind of all, make good sense. It'll be one of these big to-dos where, to your point, it's as marketable a star as there is in the sport right now. And anything Jaden Daniels does, it turns into gold. And that's kind of what's happening. It's everybody wants a piece of that. And they're kind of designating that as this is your special standalone thing. The first time we're going there, here's your superstar that's going to make the trip.
So right now, all we know is the Madrid game, which is week 11 on the 16th of November, a little bit ahead of Thanksgiving, week and a half out. So they could still play on Thanksgiving, but it doesn't look like that because you and I deduced yesterday as investigators.
Yes.
You and I put our fancy spy gear on and our top hats and our monocles. And we used, at some point, you used a microphone glass. I was very surprised to see Danny use.
I just had one.
Microphone glass.
Yeah, I just had it
to figure this out. But we've got the Commanders playing at Lambeau Field on Christmas Day.
The reason is so we know the November 16th situation.
We're not going full Sheehan here. We're not going to give you the entire schedule, but we've got one big prediction, and that is the Commanders at the Packers at Lambeau on Christmas Day.
You never, ever want to go full Sheehan. Ever. You just can't. There's only one guy can do it.
Not on schedule release day or when Maryland's playing a big game in
conference. I talked to the Sharps offshore. Let me say this. So what we know is Saturday night, remember. So the second game that we know is the Saturday night special. College football's done. December 20th, we know that Washington's going to be playing that Saturday. The 4 teams that did that the previous Saturday before Christmas, all 4 of those teams played on Christmas. Ipso facto, therefore, looks like 1 home game, 1 road game. One of them's at home. Therefore, it's the road. The other team that was on the road in that first round of games on Saturday is Green Bay. Green Bay is part of Washington's future schedule. Green Bay on Christmas.
But the plot thickens, right?
Go ahead.
In addition to us deducing and guessing that, didn't we also see that those other 2 teams are meeting on Christmas definitively? Wasn't that released?
Oh, I might have missed that.
I thought
if that's the case,
came out, did it not? That the first of the Christmas Day games was going to be those other 2 teams from the Saturday window. Am I making that up? I thought I saw that.
You could be right. I missed it if that's the case.
Darius, you hop on here because you're more into, it seems like, the schedule release monitoring than I am. Am I making this up to say that we know that one of the Christmas Day games already?
I believe the night game is known, which is the
Eagles Packers.
No,
Eagles Bears.
No,
Broncos Chiefs.
Chiefs
Broncos. The
That's
AFC
the night
West game.
Yeah, on
okay.
Christmas.
So where did I see? Maybe then it's still a rumor. Where did I see that the other 2 teams from the Saturday NFC slate, which I believe was Eagles Bears, right?
Yeah, it's Eagles and Washington, and
Correct.
then Packers Bears.
Where did I see Eagles Bears Christmas Day rumors floating around?
That is good. I've definitely seen a graphic floated around, but I don't know exactly what week that was.
Okay, so if it's not official, then that's fine.
I thought that was the day after Thanksgiving was Eagles Bears.
Black Friday?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I saw.
That's what I thought.
Are they a Black Friday?
That is what it is. It is Black Friday.
Okay, so then they couldn't play Christmas. So that would mean that last year's Saturday 4 teams that carry over into Christmas Day, it's not going to happen again this year as all 4 teams. If those 2 teams are already playing earlier in the year.
But hear me out. Oh, crap. Damn it. You're right about that. Because we didn't have that yesterday when we were doing our production powers. So the reason it couldn't be the Bears is because that's a home opponent for Washington.
Well, but it could be. I mean,
I suppose you could just come back and do it at home.
What we're basing it on this
doing it how they did it last year.
Let me say this as clearly as I can for everybody.
Okay.
Last year, the Saturday before Christmas Day games, which are on a Wednesday, okay, 4 teams played on that Saturday. Those same 4 teams played on Wednesday, 4 days later on Christmas, and let's just say teams were A, B, C, and D. When A played D and B played C on Saturday, now A played C and B played D. They just mixed up the 4 teams into 2 different matchups, Saturday into Christmas Day, and the teams that were at home traveled, and the teams that traveled were on the road. There was just the inverse to all of it, but it made it really easy because you got the Saturday window, and now you play on Wednesday.
It's basically, hey, we set you up on this short week, we're trolling it together. So there's nobody that's got a distinct advantage or disadvantage.
So you and I said, well, wait, we know the 2 Saturday games, the Commanders and the Eagles, and the Bears and the Packers. So it means those 4 teams are going to play on Christmas if this is the same as last year. And it means that because Green Bay was on the road, they'd host. Because Washington hosted, they'd be on the road. And so by deducing all of that based on last year's algorithm, we had Bears, Eagles, and then Commanders at Lambeau. But if we already know Bears can't play Eagles
because they're playing up there for Thanksgiving,
then last year is null and void there. It could not even matter whether they're home or away. They could still play a home game on Christmas.
We're not playing Christmas at all.
Very possible. I'm sticking to my guns here. Grant Sheehan, put it in pen. I've got the Commander at Lambeau against the Packers on Christmas Day. That's my big prediction.
I think I agree, but this whole Bears-Eagles thing is really that's a fine moment.
What are you guys hoping for week 1? And what's your prediction for week 1? We can get into that at 800-636-1067 next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at Copair, the old EMP 180. There is a right way to lose weight, and we are losing weight that way with Copair. We've got a coach, Kurt. He is counseling us week in and week out. Your boy's down 28 pounds. Danny is on the program with me as well. We got a listener named Seth in the district who's lost 43 pounds. How about Eddie over in Woodbridge? I just heard he's down 60 pounds, killing the game the right way with Copair.
So here's the beauty of it, right? Everybody's got their own individual challenges. For example, last week we had 3 different remotes at my wife's birthday and another couple of events where I'm dragging my kids around to 17 different sporting events. I had a terrible week. In the years past, not on Copair, I would have just backslid and gotten myself real fat. Looked like I swallowed the Michelin Man everywhere. Now I know exactly what to do. I am crushing it this week because of the guidance, because of the check-in, because of the accountability. Take control, feel better, and look better. You will be healthier in no time. I'm telling you, the folks at Copair know exactly what they're doing. They will help you beat your challenges. Give them a call just like we did. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
Breaking news out of the NBA, and while not surprising, it is crippling for the Boston Celtics. They're down 3-1 in one of the most stunning postseason series I can remember in the association, and it's getting worse. Jason Tatum did, in fact, rupture his Achilles tendon. So this is a game changer for them.
Awful.
Because not only is Tatum out for the remainder of this series, which you saw coming, but this is now a all of next year kind of injury as well. And
career altering potentially. I don't mean flippant about it.
Yes, that is the big question, right? Is at this age for Jason Tatum, can you get back to the guy he was on the floor last night? And I thought he was sensational last night. He was having an all-time Tatum game, 42 points in 40 minutes, 16 of 28 from the floor, 7 of 16 shooting. It was one of those games where Jaylen Brown was not good, and there were only a couple of Celtics that were kind of helping them, and he was carrying that team. But he's 27, so I'm not going to sit here and act like he's 40 years old. You would think he'll come back, but he'll be back playing at 29 or so off of a really, really serious injury. He's a guy who can slash and get to the cup, 6-time All-Star.
Do everything.
NBA champion. That question comes into play when you're not 23, 24, 25 years old, when you got the mileage he does. Even though he's only 27, he's played a lot of basketball.
Well, he's playing grind basketball now, is basically lining up at power forward a lot, right? So his rebounding totals have gone up. He play makes on offense. Everything runs through him, and he's kind of the I don't know, what do you call it? Like the bell cow, where everybody's kind of falling in behind him. They initiate offense through him. He's got to create when the shot clock's running down. His rebounding, he averaged almost 9 boards a game this year. Those are hard miles, kind of to your point. And that I hate injuries like that. I hate injuries, but stuff like that, all he's trying to do is play basketball. This wasn't some kind of tomfooler like Ben Roethlisberger riding a motorcycle or something. It just not only costs you the rest of your chance at a championship this year, but again, possibly next year and beyond. Sucks.
I was hoping it was an ankle. The way he went down and grabbed his leg, at first I thought ankle, and then when I saw the replay and it was non-contacty, and he's it screamed Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just praying we'd find out today he tore another ankle.
Yeah, or like something as lowly as an ankle tendon. I mean, I know it doesn't sound good, but it's not this.
No, this is the Achilles ruptured, and this is one of those 1 year. Maybe next postseason he's still not playing.
Yeah,
and as you said, you have questions about a couple of years from now what he looks like and when does he get all the way back. By the way, that the Celtics, what a shell of themselves they've been in this series.
I didn't see it coming, man.
They had their best game from Tatum, and it still wasn't enough because the Knicks finally played their best game. They had a 2-1 series lead and hadn't played a great game yet.
Yeah.
And then played a really, really good one in game 3. I blame Kristaps Porzingis a lot, honestly. It's weird as it sounds, but when Porzingis' minutes are as bad as his minutes were last night, they don't have much of a chance. And to me, that's a pendulum swinger for the Celtics. Like, if I can just get a lens into how one guy played, sure, if Jaylen Brown was better, maybe you win. Tatum can't give you much more than he did until he got hurt at the end of the game last night. But Porzingis, to me, is really a litmus test any given game.
Kind of the windsock, yeah.
And right now, they're just not getting nearly enough out of him. So I was wrong. Remember when the Knicks were up 2-0, I said, I'm going to bet right now on the Celtics to win that series without any problems and win it 4-2. I did the same thing after they were down 1-0. I wanted to make a bet.
Yeah, game 1, it was like, okay, they're winning. They got complacent. They were playing with their food. Okay, they're going to come back and win the series, right? Right? Nope.
Both Eastern Conference series, both of the games in that conference and the series so far have been so lopsided in the direction nobody saw coming. The Pacers have the Cavs on the brink. That series could end tonight with game 5, 7 East time tip. Tyrese Halliburton's amazing. I don't know if the Pacers are that good. I know he's really good, but Cleveland, I think it's mostly been injuries. They've had a lot of games and minutes missed by their guys, but even still, they're going to lose that series. The Celtics are going to lose that series. So we're going to get Pacers, Knicks in the Eastern Conference final, and one of those two teams is going to be in the final.
Is this the mid-90s with Charles Oakley involved and Rick Smits? I
was going to say it's Rick Smits and Allen Houston.
Yeah. What are we doing? Crazy. I was dead wrong about all this
Miller,
stuff.
Jamal Tinsley.
John Starks is involved. I mean, Derek Harper, the lesser Harper.
Latrell Sprewell is going to go 23-6-5.
My goodness gracious.
On the Western Conference, we've got a 2-2 series for the Nuggets and the Thunder, which looks like it could go the distance. That's been very, very fun.
Been awesome.
And then I guess it'd be a surprise. I mean, Minnesota's a better seed. Golden State, the moment Steph got hurt, they were done.
That was curtains.
Because they don't have enough scorers. Like when he's on the floor, they have 2 scorers, him and Jimmy Buckets. Without him, I don't know where the points come from. And Anthony Davis has them on the precipice of elimination. So you're probably going to get a Timberwolves, let's say Thunder, but it could be Thunder or Nuggets, Western Conference
Nuggets,
final.
right?
And the winner of that gets kind of the gift of either the Pacers or the Knicks in the finals, maybe.
How about that? Yeah, credit to the Knicks. I mean, I overlooked them. I probably shouldn't have, just in terms of looking at that series and how it was going to go. I just thought Boston was too good. They were just, again, they were bored most of the season, right? It's like, okay, these guys, as soon as they feel like turning it on, they're going to, and they haven't been able to recapture it. Cleveland, I'm even more stunned by that they've been dominated by the Pacers.
Breaking news, Grant and Danny, Jason Tatum, it was a ruptured Achilles last night, just brutal, as they lost Game 4 and fell 3-1 down to the Knicks in their best-of-7 series. Joel's in Falls Church, apparently a season ticket holder for Packers football. Go Pack, go. Joel, you're expecting a Christmas Day game, it sounds like. Why?
Yeah, so, season ticket holder, owner, all that stuff. My uncle still lives in Green Bay, and there have been rumors, vibes, heavy speculation over the last 2 or 3 seasons that the league is trying to make Green Bay every Christmas Day, like the Lions and Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Interesting.
They want a Lambeau, a snow game, nostalgia, small town America, Christmas vibes. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a soft way into that to toss another one our way.
I am, you know what, after the way the draft went, I'd be shocked if the league's not trying to do something to get that town back on the big.
Yeah, they need their
screen.
showcases.
Exactly.
They ain't dumb, yeah.
And they should, by the way. Lambeau is the best. That experience is the best. Will's in Stafford. What's up, Will?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sir.
I just want to say pour one out for Dave Portnoy. I know he's got to be struggling right now with the Celtics news, but I just wanted to say my wife and I booked our travel this morning through Costco, 3 nights in London, 3 nights in Madrid. And I got an email from the team, with some information on, ticket release for season ticket holders. So,
oh, wow.
Wait, so let me ask you this, because I don't have a file. So do you book flight and hotel through Costco? How does that even work?
Yeah, Costco has a whole travel department online. It's
Wow.
great. If you're a Costco member, if you got, that executive card, you can book travel through them. A lot of times it'll save you a ton of money.
I'm a Costco guy. I might have to look into that. By the way, the flights to Madrid, and maybe they'll go up now that the news came out. We were stupid to not do it 3 days ago. But Ryan and I were looking at flights to Madrid like on, I don't know, would have been Friday last week. They were nothing.
Yeah, it's not like driving to Ashburn,
it was
but
like
it's also not
$400 or $500 round trip.
Yeah, it's not worse. It's not as bad as you think.
That's it. It's more expensive a lot of times to go out to LA.
Yeah. It wasn't bad. I mean, it was a good package, and like Costco, man, they all over the world. The most destinations they'll put together a package for you. But I was wondering about tickets, and sure enough, the team sent out an email today to season ticket holders. Looking forward to it. We wanted to do the Green Bay game, and I've never been to Green Bay. The wife wanted to go, but if it's on Christmas Day, that would be a no-go. So, this would be our one trip for the year. But
that's a good one.
Keep tailgate Ted out of the Hard Rock in Madrid, because it didn't go well for him last time. Enjoy, guys.
Oh, Ted caught shrapnel right there.
Why is my guy Ted catching shrapnel? We're not taking over the hard time in Madrid, but the Hard Rock. Yeah, we'll take over something else in Madrid. We got to put a flag in the ground at like an art gallery.
You could just go to the game too. There's different ways to do it.
The Wizards somehow fell to 6 last night. The Capitals losing Game 4. They're on the brink of elimination. It was a bad DC sports night. Let's revisit our poll of what was rock bottom on the evening. And there's some actually pretty encouraging news out of the NFL that I think could positively affect the Commanders. We'll get into that too. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team. McKellar Williams Realty. Breaking NBA news. The brutal injury possibility for Boston is confirmed. In addition to falling down 3-1 to the Knicks last night, the team has announced the star Jason Tatum, who left last night in the fourth with a non-contact injury, has indeed suffered a torn Achilles. So a brutal loss for Boston. Game 5 set for tomorrow in Beantown. Breaking MLB news. Commissioner Rob Manfred has removed Pete Rose and other deceased players from the league's permanently ineligible list, including Shoeless Joe Jackson. Those players are now eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Caps entered last night with their backs against the wall, looking to tie their second-round series with Carolina at 2 games apiece. Unfortunately, it was not their night. The offense once again going cold for the first 2 periods. Jacob Chikrin and Alex Ovechkin lit the lamp twice in the third, but it was not enough as the Caps fell 5-2. The series returns to D.C. Thursday as the fellas try and keep their season alive. NFL scheduling news. It was announced this morning that for the first time in 9 years, the Commanders going overseas to play some regular season football. The league confirmed that on November the 16th, we'll get a Commanders versus Dolphins matchup from Madrid, Spain. That game set to kick off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time on NFL Network. Other NFL news, the drama continues between the Bengals and pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. The former All-Pro spoke to reporters today after practice and announced that he would not step on the field in 2025 without a new contract. Hendrickson is entering the final year of his current deal, but is seeking a long-term extension. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call needed. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny Radio Show. Law firm of Condori and Murad want to help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Thanks to Linnell for getting us up to speed. Our poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you about some of the tribulations of the night that was.
It's a rough night for DC sports. Which moment hurt the most? Caps losing, down 3-1 versus the Canes. Wizards getting the 6th pick in the lottery. The Nats getting walked off in Atlanta. Those are your 3 choices. With all due respect to the Nats, they got a couple votes. That was nice.
Yeah, the Nats lose all the time.
6 straight, thanks.
And them losing 1 of 162 just can't compare to a game that may end your postseason before it's really getting good for the Capitals. And the Wizards spending a year preparing for and meticulously going about executing the correct plan to try to get better with a gigantic leap of the number 1 overall pick this year, giving you a shot to be really good really fast. And then that completely went up in smoke in front of our eyes. Not like the white smoke when it was time for the first American Pope ever.
No.
Different kind of, like a smoke, like an implosion, an explosion that ruined everything.
Mm-hmm. Like a conflagration. Like an, oh no, all my possessions kind of a fire. Yeah, devastating. I mean, everything, listen, I understand like an individual given season, the magic of this Capitals year where they were so good for so long.
Yeah, let's make our cases because we were on different sides of this.
Mm-hmm.
So I went Caps loss. Because to me, number 1, if you get the number 1 pick, well, I think Cooper Flagg's the real deal. I guess you just don't know it's a draft pick. Number 2, it is a draft lottery. It's just not the same in terms of import overall as a playoff series. And if you get even 2-2 and you're coming back on home ice now, you might get past Carolina. My opinion has been all along, if they can get by the Canes, their worst matchup in this conference, that they could roll. This felt like the hardest series they were going to play. And now it doesn't look like they're going to get by Carolina. So because they lost last night, because that was the moment where you said this could be the end of the road this round, I put it as being worse than the draft lottery. But I certainly understand your case.
Yeah, this to me, the lottery wasn't about last night or even this season. This was like the direction of the franchise. This is like will my kids be interested in going to basketball games with me at some point? You know what I mean? And the answer is no. Like that's what last night was to me.
I feel that.
Like that was a rip away the hope. That was no matter what you do, it's pointless because you're not Miami, New York, Boston, or LA. You're just wasting your time. You are a feeder system for one of the handful of teams that's part of the cool kids table. Everybody else, it's a waste, and you're just spinning your hamster wheel. That's what last night felt like. It felt like you had one chance to crawl out of that prison, that you're the primordial sludge trying to make your way from the ocean onto hard land and maybe walk upright one day, and you got eaten real quick by a seagull on the way by. It was all this effort, all of the pain, all of the jokes and all the whatevers, all the Ernie Grunfeld years rolled into this. Here was your chance to get out. Nope. Right back down to the bottom. Start climbing again, or don't, or die down here. That's what it felt like to me. It was an emptying feeling.
That's the better example at the end there. So Batman, the pit that
Bane's prison,
Bane crawled out of.
Mm-hmm.
What was that pit called? That they all say the same thing. That they like hum some sound.
Rise.
Yeah. And so like you have to climb out, and it's like hundreds of feet, and no one can do it. And if you get out, you save your life. It's the equivalent of getting to the very, 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 very top. And then as you're like coming out, a bird flies by and hits you, and you fall back down.
Yeah.
That's what last night was. You, Andy Dufresne'd your way through 500 feet of the slush, to your point. And then a car rolled over your head. As soon as you got out of the drain onto the road, you got ran over. The amount of work that went into this, and you can laugh if you want to, but that's serious. Like the losing and the planning and the making sure that you're not that good, and the money left on the table, and what this front office correctly did to have a shot at last night, only to have it not just go badly. Like badly means going okay is you got the second pick. Going badly is you got the third or the fourth pick. This was a disaster.
What was the worst possible selection they could have gotten? 6. That's what they got.
Yeah.
Like there's no way around that.
So maybe it is worse than the Caps, because the Caps still can. Everyone will say they have no chance, but it won't be the first time they've been given no chance to respond in a series, right? Down 2-0, hitting the road against Columbus years ago. Everyone said they were going to be eliminated, and they went on to win the Stanley Cup a few rounds later. So they could actually still win at home, then go to Carolina and win in the playoffs for the first time in 2 years worth of series is 2019 and this year. And now you're playing a game 7 at home. Like that's not the craziest thing in the world. To then win a third straight in game 7 is very, very unlikely, but it happens pretty routinely throughout the history of the sport. It's happened against the Capitals more times than I want to talk about.
Yeah.
This is a years worthy setback. And I said this on the show earlier, but I really do mean it. My excitement yesterday was legitimate. Like I really was envisioning a future, not just because you get the number 1 pick. If they got the number 1 pick last year and they took Sarr 1, as much as I like Sarr's game, cool, I guess.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that,
exciting.
but it's not that much right. That's the difference.
Cooper Flagg's considered a generational prospect. He is considered a game changer. He is what Zion was at Duke coming to the NBA. You're going to get national TV games because people want to watch Cooper Flagg. Like, that's what we're talking about. My son would have had a jersey in a week. I'd have gone to Kohl's or Target or whatever, and I'd have gotten him a Flag Wizards jersey. That's not a thing. There's no Bub jersey in the mail. We're not doing that for this team that is, 10-72. I'm sorry. It's just not a thing. Everything would have changed if they got that pick. And now it can't anymore. Bummer.
That's the summary to me. It doesn't mean that they won't get a decent basketball player. You'll find another Alex Sarr. You'll find another, Kashawn George, or another, Bub Carrington, or a Bilal Coulibaly. Nothing wrong with those guys. But there's a difference between, hey, that's a nice, shrewd, smart piece, which I trust this front office to figure out and find. Difference between that versus the transcendent everybody gives a damn, versus everybody buys in, versus you have a chance to change the perception, not only among your own fans, among your own locals, but it's among, folks nationally. All I've ever wanted is for them to be part of one of those teams that gets mentioned. Like, again, the example I brought up yesterday, it wouldn't make any sense, and it's not practical right now. But let's say the Wizards were a couple years ahead of this, and they'd gotten Flag, and Giannis is exploring his options. And all of a sudden, you go, here are the few teams that would make a lot of sense. Houston, because of their young talent. Washington, because of their young talent. I want to be one of those teams. They've never been one of those teams my entire life. And that was the path last night. That stupid number coming up theirs would have been the one shot to go, You look right. Hey, look at that team right now. They're not great yet, but you could see it with Flag and with Sarr rim running, blocking shots, and knocking down the occasional thing, presenting matchup problems.
Do you know how close they would have been?
Yes, I do.
Bub and Poole and George and the young core with Sarr in the mix, with Carrington, with Cooper Flag. I mean, forget what they do with the veterans or not. Like Marcus Smart came in. He actually gave them way more than I thought he would, because he actually was like coaching them up. But when I would watch games, like he's out on the floor.
Yeah, he's not sure to give a damn.
2 minutes
I'll tell you that.
to go,
Yeah.
and he's like telling them, do them up this way and do this. Like that was crazy. That was cool to see. But forget who stays and goes of the other guys that had chances and like, oh, this guy had a good game, and whether that's Champagny or Colby Jones, like those guys are just place fillers, right? But you were close, and now you need one more guy, and you're right there. And then it didn't happen. You need two more guys, and one of them's got to come in a draft that you got to wait a year for and hope to hit the lottery in. And they do pick twice in the top 18. They pick 6 and 18, so it's not all bad. But with what could have been, that is just not that great a consolation prize. JR's in Boston. What's up, JR? How are you? Listening on the Odyssey app.
Well, you know, it's been a pretty horrible day, obviously. And you know how much I'm a hater. I love the Caps, and I'm annoyed with the Caps and everything else like that. But I'm going to have to go with the worst thing was just the pick. Going from should have had first to having 6th, the worst thing. Like, and you cannot, I know it's not rigged, but you can't tell me that if you now take the 1 in 1,000th percentage chance and then combine it with all of the other, oh, look at LA happened to get what they needed. Oh, look what Dallas happened to give us. All of those stories that you guys painted so eloquently earlier in the show, that we're talking 1 in millions when you actually combine all this stuff together, that the first team hasn't got a pick. Listen, until the NBA changes their strategy of this 1 in 14% chance for all of these teams, which allows them to pick and choose as they want, and no one can say anything because, well, even though you're the worst team, you only had 14%. Those chances aren't good. You can't complain. No one else does it like that, who have got lotteries and stuff like that. NBA has to change. The Capitals have to come out. And if I was going to, and play smart, if they don't play and dominate the next game, even if they win, they lose the series. As much as I love them, they drive me crazy. This whole idea that the Wizards, like, this is a huge loss for the future. Like, the two things that keep jumping in my head is Len Bias and Sean Taylor. Those, now, obviously, way worse scenarios, but how they affected the team is similar, where they could not do anything, get back to the playoffs for over a decade, for the Celtics and for, obviously, the Skins, now Commanders. Those are things that pop into my head because this is how much it affects the future of Washington. And let's be honest, Washington getting the first pick is not a good story. Everybody else that we keep listing off for the last 7 years plus, these are all great stories. For
The
the
only
NBA.
one I would push
Appreciate
back
you, buddy.
on, and JR, it's a great call. He
Thank
always,
you, pal.
always makes good calls. Thank you. The only one I would push back on is San Antonio, in a world where we're rigging the system, would not have gotten Duncan when they had Robinson, and they would not have gotten Wemby. Like, you can always come up with something, but it's not the same as LeBron staying home in Cleveland over going to Memphis, or Derrick Rose to the Chicago Bulls, or the team that just traded Anthony Davis gets the #1 pick, or the NBA finally found an owner. It was like a restaurant that they couldn't get anybody to buy that sat vacant for years, and they just vetoed this trade because it wouldn't have been fair. And now all of a sudden that team gets the #1 pick.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it, to entice a buyer,
right?
You're going to get the #1 pick.
LeBron says, I'll go back to Cleveland, but there's just not enough ammunition there. They got to do something to show me. They got to find a way to get another piece so I know I can win there, because God forbid he had to go somewhere before it was set up for him to win already. That's your GOAT, ladies and gentlemen, young people. But anyway, then they get the #1 overall pick, right? So then he's like, oh, okay, well, now I'll get another great player. I'll go there, no problem. They got the #1 pick when he left for Kyrie. That stuff is all so much better than just saying whatever you can come up with for San Antonio to get Wemby. And I would also just add, I do think if it was rigged like everyone thinks, then at some point the Wizards would have gotten the guy. And maybe someone would say that was John Wall. I don't know.
And when there was going to be new ownership, when Abe Pollin passed away, was transitioning to Ted, there's your gift.
There's your gift. But I think most of us would agree. Like, it's an easy thing to say or to do the big, oh, it's rigged, this is stupid. It's terrible. It's an awful system. It's not rigged, right? I mean, most adults would say it's not rigged.
So I happen to believe, you could mock me until I'm cold and in the ground. I think the Patrick Ewing cold envelope thing happened.
I do too.
So I think now since then,
that was
when
in
they
the
actually
80s when it was the easiest to ever do it ever.
Yeah, one guy they grabs the envelope and then went, no, let me grab a different envelope. That's weird. And all of a sudden,
read about that if you're not
the
familiar.
superstar went to New York. I think
1985,
over
right?
the last couple of decades with accounting firms, listen, there are executives in the room.
Yeah, like PwC's got some dude watching everything.
You've got to turn your phone in. And so Will Dawkins, I think, was in the room last night. I think I've got that story right, where he knows what happened already, but you can't tweet it out. You can't text anybody. There's an embargo. So he saw the whole process. I don't think it's rigged. I do think when cockamamie ridiculous results happen for 7 straight years, your system sucks and is broken. And if a rube who's not totally plugged in can ask questions about your process, it tells you that it's irrevocably damaged and broken, and you should fix it immediately.
Even if there weren't questions about the process, which you're right about, when there's a 7-year window without the team that most deserves the top pick getting the top pick, find another way to do it.
Find it.
This way is not working. I said this earlier. I think JR just referenced it. There was a 0.014% chance that what happened last night in the top 3 happened. And that's after the Mavs got the pick that they got to keep from a coin toss that gave them a chance in the lottery to even move up the board.
Yeah.
After they go 50-50 on heads or tails, then 0.014 to have the top 3 picks in that order. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing that happened, if we don't think it was rigged, and I don't. But there have been too many of those. Stop leaving that opportunity out there. A team that is the 13th or 14th most likely to get the top pick shouldn't have a chance at it. If you want to make it 6 teams that have a chance at number 1 to make it interesting, I could get behind that. I think it should be 3 or 4. No one else should have a chance at number 1, number 2.
Yeah, there's a million fixes. You could do a lottery just for the number 1 pick, and then everyone else falls in line with record. You could make the top few teams or bottom few teams, as the case may be, like it used to be, way higher weighted percentage. I just can't have a team that's barely outside the top 10 or that's barely outside the playoffs, missing by half a game, getting the number 1 overall pick. Right? That's insane.
Let's go to Randall in Mechanicsville. What's up, Randall?
Hey, guys. Love the show. I'm not going to go into if it was rigged or not. I just think the lottery's stupid in general. There's way too many teams that can get the pick, as y'all are touching on. Maybe do 4 teams, to get that pick. But my bigger picture that I was going to speak about was I don't think, and I told the Junks this morning, I called in, I don't think there's a more irrelevant franchise in sports than the Wizards. I mean, it's just definitely in the NBA. I think that goes to that question. They get almost 0 time. They have zero attraction.
Yeah, zero cachet. Totally.
It's just so it's a nothing burger all day,
Randall,
every
that
day
all
for
could have
years.
changed last night.
It could have changed, but it didn't. Right? It didn't. And now they're back to what y'all are speaking to purgatory. They finished last. They finished 3rd to last. They'll finish 6th to last, or they'll finish last again. And it's just the same old thing year after year with the team. It's been forever since John Wall was there, and they're not going to have anybody like that even remotely close. That was the last time they were attractive and to even talk about.
Correct. And that's why, and it's a good phone call.
Totally right.
That is why last night was so calamitous and such a catastrophic debacle of epic proportion. It's why last night was destructive and shattering to the organization. That's why, because what you just said is true. Nobody cares. They need to be resuscitated.
Mm-hmm.
They are on life support. They have been for months, and we're deciding years, actually. Should we pull the plug? Should we not pull the plug? And yesterday, we finally heard beep, beep, beep. It's like, get a nurse. Like they're blinking, beep, 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 beep. And it's like, oh my God, something's happening. Run in here. He's waking up. And then they died. And now it's over. There was a glimmer.
Mm-hmm.
Marty Schottenheimer style.
There's a gleam.
There's a gleam, man. There's a gleam. And then that was ruinous, what happened yesterday.
Yeah, there are so many places that were like Washington. They're just moribund. You're not going anywhere. Nothing good's going to happen. You're just okay. You're spinning your tires. And then lightning strikes. Nikola Jokic. They went to commercial. There was a Taco Bell commercial during Denver's pick of Nikola Jokic in the 2nd round. No one had any idea that was going to be the most transformative thing that happened, but it did happen, and now they're a perennial contender with the championship under their belt. Same kind of thing happened with Milwaukee and Giannis. They were an afterthought. Nobody cared. There was a lot of Brad Lowhouse, Anthony Edwards back in the early 90s. They were irrelevant. Then all of a sudden you get an MVP, you get a championship. All it takes is that one lightning bolt striking, and it's never struck here. We've had fun moments, cool times, but you've never been the part of the cool kids table, and you've never been the desirable location where guys want to come play with you. And that could have changed last night, and it felt possible, and it died.
Vance in Annapolis, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good,
doing well.
So I just kind of wanted to raise the question is, I know obviously this can't be something that's done live and we can't see the process, but how come it isn't recorded and then you can go ahead and show us the process afterwards just to prove,
I'm with you.
This isn't rigged. This is a real process. This is what we do, X, Y, Z.
They should do that.
I'm with you 100%.
I will have to ask that. That's a great question. I don't have the answer because you cannot do it live the day of in real time. It's not made for TV. They actually pick 7 balls and there's different combinations, and I'm sure it's a big boring.
Yeah, you're handed a big old bingo card,
Yeah.
I think, of all the different number combos that are yours. That's how we learned the story that a couple years ago, the Wizards had 6 of the 11 combos for the number 1 overall pick based on the first few numbers that were drawn. And of course, they ended up with that good old 8th pick, I think, in the Wemby draft.
Who'd that turn into? Was that
That's Wemby. Oh, you mean for
Bilal
them?
Coulibaly.
Yeah, that was the Bilal via the trade.
At least they made a good pick in that spot. And I give the front office credit because they have done that a bunch. But let's give them a little help.
I know. I like this group.
It'd be nice if instead of picking 6 or 8 or 18.
I want one of the picks where I could make it.
Yeah.
Fat Zilch with my feet is up. Let me make one.
I think we should take Cooper Flag. One of those.
Boys, Cooper Flag. Write it down.
Grant and Danny on the Fan will take you up to 6:30. I still want to get into what Trey Hendrickson said today about wanting out of Cincinnati still. You're listening to the Fan.
We're brought to you by Door Pro Garage. We're brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Breaking Major League Baseball news. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred has removed Pete Rose and other deceased players from the league's permanently ineligible list, including shoeless Joe Jackson. Those players now eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Breaking NBA news. The brutal injury nightmare for Boston is confirmed after falling down 3-1 to the Knicks last night. The team announced earlier today that Jason Tatum going to be out for the remainder of the playoffs with a torn Achilles. The Caps dropped Game 4 last night in Carolina by a score of 5-2. Jacob Chikrin and Alex Ovechkin lit the lamp in the third, but it was not enough. The Caps now down 3-1 in the series with Game 5 coming up Thursday from D.C. NFL scheduling news. It was announced this morning that for the first time in 9 years, the Commanders going overseas to play some regular season football. The league confirmed that on November the 16th, we'll get a Commanders and Dolphins matchup from Madrid, Spain. The game set to kick off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time on the NFL Network. It was also announced that the Vikings will become the first team in NFL history to play consecutive international games in different countries next season. The NFL announced that the Vikings will play the Steelers September 28th in Dublin, marking the league's first time in Ireland. The Vikings will then travel to England the following week, where they would take on the Browns at Tottenham Stadium. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair, replacement, or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Before we get back into the response from Wizards fans who are crestfallen today, and you can call us at 800-636-1067 to workshop some of those feelings with us on the phones. Some huge sports news out of Major League Baseball. We had been waiting on a ruling from the commissioner of the big leagues, Rob Manfred, on this for almost a week, and it came down today. He had heard from the family of Pete Rose, who had petitioned him and asked for Pete Rose's lifetime ban to have ended, with now Pete Rose no longer with us, having died at the end of his life, and that he could be basically unbanned, and that way he could ultimately maybe posthumously be celebrated in the Hall of Fame and get some of the things after life here that he didn't get during his life. And Rob Manfred heard that and said he was going to discuss it and get back with the decision, and it came down today. And that breaking news is that lifetime bans officially end with death, according to Rob Manfred, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, which means that one of the greatest hitters of all time and the hits king in Major League Baseball, Pete Rose, will now be eligible on the back end posthumously here to be a part of the Hall of Fame and all of the things that come along with honoring his legacy again, now that he's no longer living.
And, added to that sort of less headline, but still noteworthy, shoeless Joe Jackson, and then the members of the 1919 Chicago Black Sox. So it's kind of an extension of that ruling, to your point, where lifetime ban, not to be flippant about it, but when your life ends, that ban no longer applies. And you can sort of get back to what this Hall of Fame is supposed to be, which is a factual retelling of the greats of the game, wrinkles and all, good, bad, and everything in between.
Yeah, I am a believer in, I've always been team Hall of Fame is a museum. So I am for putting all the steroid users in the Hall of Fame, even the ones that have gotten caught, not just the allegations, the ones we assume that did it. But even, Rafael Palmeiro who got popped, or, anybody else, A-Rod who got suspended, they should be in. It's a museum. People are big boys and big girls, and they can make up their own minds as they walk around the museum and figure out what they want to think about players. But we don't keep things out of museums, or maybe that's a conversation for a different day. But, we shouldn't keep things out of museums that are historical and tell our story. Our history should be presented, flaws and all. And I think in sports especially, that should be the case. So for me, I actually would have, Pete Rose is a different story than the steroid users because of gambling. But unless he bet against his team and then tanked because of that to lose, which was not the case, best we could tell, then I think he should have been in anyway. But I'm for this ruling, not just because I like the idea of the museum telling the positives, the negatives, and letting people decide for themselves, But I also think it's common sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a lifetime ban, you're not alive anymore. It's not a forever ban. They didn't say the ban is in perpetuity for all time. It was for your lifetime, and your life ended. So this seems to me like a pretty easy decision for Rob Manfred.
Yeah, I think so. And it is a softening because lifetime had sort of previously referred to forever. And you're right. That's not the word. It's not forever. I mean, my stance is even, I don't want to say simpler, but the way I've always felt is these gatekeepers of the Hall of Fame have appointed themselves to a larger role than they're actually afforded. And what that means is who decides who's eligible to play Major League Baseball? Major League Baseball does, right? They decide it in real time. For example, if I committed some kind of gruesome violation and was like, can I play Major League Baseball? And let's say I was good enough, Major League Baseball could be like, you know what? No, you're not eligible. And therefore, I'm out. All these players played Major League Baseball. They're the ones, the league decides who's eligible. The role of these voters is supposed to be, in my view, did what they do on the field, was that good enough? And if it's not, have that conversation. If it was, you do that. Instead, they've appointed themselves these weird sort of cultish guardians of some sort of set of values that remains moving and nebulous, etc. They've got all these guys in there who like one guy, I can't vote for this dude in the first year, but I vote him in the second year. He's either a Hall of Famer or he's not. This new distinction of he's a unanimous Hall of Famer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's more of a third ballot. All these weird sort of sub cultures and headings about players or not. The whole thing is cockamamie. The whole thing is wrong to me. And these guys have way too much power. It should be scrapped, started over with. Major League Baseball said, this guy played from this amount of time. Did what he do is what he did Hall of Fame worthy? Someone says yes or no, and that's the end of it. But they've decided that certain moral things have to be upheld, not others that are way worse, that have nothing to do with cheating in baseball. So the whole thing is so weird to me. To me, yes, Pete Rose has always should have been in the Hall of Fame.
The motto for the Hall of Fame is preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. There's nothing about morality, in that motto. But that's the news of the day out of baseball, and it's significant. And this is something that's going to shape the way the Hall of Fame probably operates, and voting is done by the committees that get the veterans in after the fact for years and years to come. All right, let's go to Rod in D.C. Wants to hop in on the NBA lottery. What's up, Rod?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So, look, we all know that the lottery sucks. The NBA knows that the lottery sucks. The NBA works exactly how the NBA wants the lottery to work. So when it sucks and we fans don't get the desired result, it's like, hey, the lottery sucks. It's not our fault. It's the lottery. But I think Dallas got, and I know conspiracy, Dallas got rewarded with the number one pick for doing the league a favor and kind of like resetting that Supermax contract once they shipped Luka away. Because there's no other reason for that. Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. So we could say, 1 + 1 is 11, or it could be 2. But I don't know. The lottery sucks. We know it sucks. The NBA knows
But what you're saying is, and you're not wrong, the lottery's not good, but it's doing what the league wants it to do. And what I'm saying to you is, I agree. And my point is, the league is wrong. The league is wrong. Tanking, number one, is not as bad as the league pretends like it is. You can't have both. The inability to sign a superstar player via free agency and also a very little chance to actually win that player in the lottery. In a sport where the Wizards can never sign one of these guys, they'll never want to come here. They're not one of the haves. When Kevin Durant is from here and has business ventures here, he doesn't even want to have a meeting with them.
Not even a meeting.
In a sport like that, where the players run everything and they get together and they're in cahoots while they're under contract and the same agent operates for all the agents on all the teams and it's all nonsense. And at the All-Star game, they're all forming the next super team in a way that is ridiculous and wouldn't be acceptable in any other league, but happens in this league for some reason. You can't have that where there's only a few teams that really have a shot and matter, and then also make it so hard for the bad teams to get those players. In a world where the Wizards can't get that guy, the Utah Jazz can't get that guy, Milwaukee can't hang on to that guy, Dallas can't hang on to that guy, and whatever else, what you need to be able to do is control your own destiny a little better. So if you don't want to give me the NFL, where you just pick in the order of how the teams finish, which, by the way, you should do it that way, and tanking is not as bad as everyone thinks, it's a great way to rebuild, the Wizards are doing the right thing, the correct thing, then you need to have the percentages skewed very, very differently. In the order of standings, they should be massively different for the worst team and the bottom 2 or 3 teams to have a 60, 50, 40% chance, not a 14% chance to get that pick. Because in your league that you've created and the player empowerment that exists now, everyone gets to call the shots that says the Wizards, in this case, who I care about, but most teams will never have a shot at any of these guys.
Yeah, you know who the teams are?
The only path forward is the draft.
You know exactly who the teams are right now that are not the cool kids. They'll never get that free agent just because it's the cool city. You can name them off the top of your head. You don't even need me as a prompt. And Washington's one of those teams. I wish it wasn't the case, but they have been. And they'll continue to be until something can change, and that was the way for it to change.
Let's go to Will in Arlington. Last word on this. Will, what do you got?
Will.
What's going on, Ryan, Danny?
Hey, buddy.
Chilling.
Hey, man. The Wizards are the Clippers or the Mavericks before Steve Ballmer and Mark Cuban bought those teams.
Mm-hmm.
In the sense that when I was growing up, the Clippers didn't win more than 15 games a year, and it seems like they got the number 1 overall pick every other flipping year, or top 5 pick every year. And the same thing with the Mavericks. The Mavericks weren't tanking; they were just terrible before Mark Cuban bought the team. And it seems like because DC isn't the 5th largest city in the country like Dallas is, or whatever it is, and or it's not LA, it gets doo-dooed on nationally or even locally sometimes, because it's not about politics in this town. It's always about the Commanders, winning or losing, and everyone else in this town, just not living up to the expectation that the nation's capital should live up to, being the sports town that it is.
Thanks, Will.
Yeah, man.
I got 2 tweets here. One from Chris in Hyattsville. He says, it's debatable if the NBA lottery actually discourages tanking at all. It doesn't. Tanking is not down. I made this case in the first segment. There is as much or more tanking now as there's ever been in the NBA. It has done nothing to quell it. It's another example that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's stupid. But beyond the point, other tweet that I like here is from Delta, who says, NBA business model is not parity. The business model equals 4 to 6 teams and 6 to 8 players. What it is, man.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate haves, have-nots.
That's right.
I mean, the class structure, it's like the super, super, super rich and then everybody else. And the rest of the teams don't really have a shot, although look at the Eastern Conference right now. This is a fun development with Indiana and New York up big.
And that, by the way, is what should be celebrated right now. But it's not.
Agree.
It's not the headline. I mean, it's everything but this.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Trey Hendrickson, Cincinnati Bengal. Will he be for week 1? Wait till you hear what he said today. One of the names that we talked the most about for the Commanders as a possible target this offseason was Trey Hendrickson, the edge from the Cincinnati Bengals, who led the NFL in sacks last year, has led the NFL in sacks over the last 2 seasons combined. He has had a total of 17 and a half sacks each of the last 2 years for 35 over 2 seasons. He was an All-Pro. He was the runner-up in the Defensive Player of the Year vote this past season with the Bengals, where he really came into his own over the last 4 years. Started his career in New Orleans. He spent 4 seasons in Cincinnati. He's very durable, has not missed a game since 2022. They still haven't fixed the edge position. They didn't do that in the draft. They didn't do it in free agency. It's a pretty big hole, and it's a major concern going into the year as to whether or not they're going to be able to generate enough natural pass rush without having to mix and match personnel and get creative with blitz packages. It seems like everyone just assumed that the ship had sailed, that Trey Hendrickson is still with the Bengals, even though they re-upped with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I remember I said to you that day, well, how's it possible they're paying Joe Burrow all that money? Then they're going to pay Jamar Chase record contract receiver. Then they're going to pay T. Higgins really good contract for a wide receiver. And they're still going to break the bank for $30+ million for Hendrickson. Didn't feel like it was quite done yet. Well, today he was at the facility and he was talking to a reporter, and it's pretty clear he's still really unhappy. So here are some of the specifics for that conversation, Danny. You can jump in whenever you want to. But Hendrickson has been told that he needs to be at the June minicamp or he will be fined. If he misses the first day, it would be $16,000. The next day would be $32,000. The next day would be $49,000. He says that what has transpired is between me and Zach Taylor, but he said we've tried to keep it the least amount public as possible, but at some point in the process, it becomes personal. Being sent 30 days before mandatory camp, or however many days it is, that I don't show up and I will get fined alludes to the fact that something won't get done in that time frame. With the lack of communication post-draft, it made it eminently clear to my party, meaning my wife, my son, and my agent, and a small group of people, that I had informed them that this might not work out. I don't think it was necessary. I think we should have all hoped for the best until proven otherwise. Other things have transpired, like the importance of me being here in OTAs doesn't seem to be respected. I think I've carried a lot of respect. I don't mean to insinuate anything about anyone's character, but that was disappointing. I think that's the word of the offseason. He used the word disappointed a lot today. Yeah. He said it's gotten personal between him and the team. And when he was asked, will you play on this contract? If you don't get a new contract, will you play this season at his base salary of $15.8 million, salary cap hit of $18.6 million? He said no.
The only thing that's happening right now is they're playing hardball, talking about Cincinnati. They're within their rights to do that. You can negotiate however you want to. I don't know that, again, what's the end game here? What are you hoping for? You hoping the player signs an extension? And maybe that happens if all of a sudden you turn nice and throw a bunch of money in his face or whatever.
I think you're just hoping that because of the risk of fines with the new CBA, he can't hold out all season.
Yeah.
At some point, he's got to play. He'll be unhappy. But guys like him, leaders and team captain types, they're generally not diva malcontents.
Right.
So the worst case is he doesn't show up until the last possible second, and then he plays for you down the stretch, and then he walks.
Yeah, you're trying to take advantage of his good nature. I mean, again, so when he turns it to that it feels personal, it does. In other words, like if he was a diva or a malcontent or a guy that wasn't going to show up and wasn't going to pull his weight and was going to be an agitating problem, would you treat him better knowing that he'd be more of a problem? That's counterintuitive, right? So I understand his frustration here. Now, again, they're within their rights to not give him a new contract. Nobody says they have to. But if the end game is I want him to be here and I want him to be happy and I want him to play for me, you would have handled this differently, I think. I mean, again, this reeks of Bruce Allen, Trent Williams, and kind of the end of the saga. Different circumstances, obviously, but the whole time I'm going, what's the point of all this? What do you want? Do you want the all-pro left tackle to be the all-pro left tackle here, or do you want him gone? You want him to be mad? You want other people to think worse of you because of the way you treated this guy? I don't get the upside here for Cincinnati. Because to me, again, what I would be doing is if I didn't really want to give him all the money that he wants, I'd still try to engage and say, hey, this is where we are. This is what we want. We love you. We think this. and you maybe you string them along. I don't know, but there's a right way to do it other than, hey man, I know we haven't talked in a while, but if you don't show up in a couple of weeks, we're finding your ass. Have a good Sunday.
You could tell it didn't go over well.
That ain't good.
But he made it very clear today. He will not play this season under his current deal. Now, I don't believe that because he doesn't really have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't show up
you can't accrue
before the end of the deadline, then you don't accrue the year, then you don't hit free agency, and they just hold your rights in perpetuity. So that's not a reality. I also don't know that he's a guy that's going to sit out a full season. My guess is you could sit out mini camp, get fined, sit out training camp, get fined several $1 million, whatever, and eventually show back up. And normally the team doesn't make you pay that if you come back before the start of the season or whatever. You could even go into the season. We've seen, some of the really good players in the league do that at times where a game, 2 games, 3 games. I'm thinking of the Chiefs' big defensive tackle 2 seasons ago who wasn't there for the Lions game, if you remember. And he came back the following week.
Why am I blanking on his name? Come on.
Chiefs D tackle, Chris.
I keep thinking of the Chris Singleton with the 18th pick for the Wizards.
Darius
That's not who it is.
blanking as well.
Jones.
Linnell's blanking.
Chris Jones.
Chris Jones.
My God.
The 4 of
Jones,
us
we
together,
couldn't remember.
We're trying.
Jones.
It is the least forgettable, rememberable.
You know
name
what?
ever.
When does the show end today?
Chris Jones. Did he ever run the 40, by the way? We got to look that. Let's watch him run the 40 during the break. Oh, God. I don't know if he's ever won the 40 at the combine. What's up, Linnell?
Jones is almost as bad as not being able to spell Ripken.
Almost as bad, but not quite. But yes, you're right. The 4 of us together might even be worse. Chris Jones. But anyway,
Jones.
It occasionally happens that somebody is not back for the start of the season. I could see him maybe missing a game or 2, but he's going to play the vast majority of this season. So it's just not reality that he'd sit out the year. But the Commanders should call them today. And they should call them every day. And they should offer everything that they can over and over and over again until they get a deal. He doesn't want to be there. They don't want to pay him. You need him. Figure this out.
What would a future deal look like?
Let's get into that.
Yeah. So this draft.
636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
We're brought to you by the Purple Heart Open, presented by Green Drop, is back Tuesday, June 3rd at the 1957 Golf Club. NBA news, brutal injury news for the Boston Celtics. It was confirmed earlier today that Celtics star Jason Tatum did indeed suffer a torn Achilles last night as the Celtics fell down 3-1 against the New York Knicks. So a brutal loss for the Celtics. Game 5 of that series set for tomorrow in Boston. Breaking Major League Baseball news, Rob Manfred has removed Pete Rose and other deceased players from the league's permanently ineligible list, including shoeless Joe Jackson. Those players are now eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Rough night for the Caps as they dropped Game 4 last night in Carolina by a score of 5-2. Jacob Chikrin and Alex Ovechkin lit the lamp in the third, but it was not enough. The Caps now down 3-1 in the series with Game 5 set for Thursday from Capital One Arena. Other NFL news, the drama continues between the Bengals and star pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. The multi-time Pro Bowler spoke to reporters earlier today after the team's workout and announced he would not step on the field in 2025 without a new contract. Hendrickson entering the final year of his deal, but is seeking a long-term solution. NBA news, the Wizards didn't have the ping pong balls bounce their way last night. They came into the evening with the top odds at the number 1 overall pick and fell all the way down to pick number 6. They also will pick 18th overall in next month's draft. The annual Purple Heart Open presented by Green Drop is back. Join them Tuesday, June 3rd at 1757 Golf Club. Enjoy a day on the fairway with fantastic food and prizes, all supporting our wounded veterans. Register today at purpleheartfoundation.org and help make a difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Nats Braves tonight. The rain has come in Atlanta, though. They got the tarp on the field. We'll see if there's a delay and what the outlook is for the Nats this evening. Pre-game scheduled for about 6:45 start time. Half hour after that in Atlanta if things go off without a hitch.
This radio program, sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
So Trey Hendrickson, the edge from the Bengals, says he's very disappointed with where contract talks are at. He said that it's gotten personal between him and the organization specifically, which was interesting. He said the head coach, Zach Taylor, which is odd. Maybe he's the one that reached out.
He's the communicating,
about the fines,
messenger, maybe, yeah.
But I would think personal between him and the organization. But the number one quote for me that shows his animus and his frustration is when he was asked, will you play on that contract? Basically, he's got a year left on his deal, and then he hits free agency. He didn't get the contract he wanted. He said, no, he will not be playing on his contract. So he is still agitating. Mm-hmm. He still wants out. He's doing it the best he can without being a pain in the butt. He's trying to show up for things. He's trying not to miss events in the offseason. He was at something he wasn't mandated to be at necessarily, talking with the media this week, and he said it didn't seem like that curried him any goodwill with the organization. So this is still very much up in the air as to how this is going to end. But it's obvious he does not want to be there unless he gets paid, and the Bengals don't have a plan on paying him right now. So this is simple to me. Washington should absolutely still be trying to get Trey Hendrickson. In fact, it probably makes more sense right now than it did a month ago, because they didn't sign a guy at that position that's going to help them a whole lot from a pass rushing standpoint, because they didn't have the draft work out in a way where they got an edge. They would have loved to have addressed that position. I'm sure of it. They couldn't. They didn't. They did other things. So now, post free agency, 2 or 3 phases, post the draft, you're not going to add anybody who really helps you a whole lot, who isn't 34 or doesn't have a crazy amount of baggage. So to trade for Trey Hendrickson, which would take a draft pick or 2 for next year's draft, I mean, those picks are way less valuable 11, 10 months in advance of the draft than they would have been 2 weeks, a month ahead of this year's draft.
Yeah.
I'm trading you a 2026 draft pick, essentially. Yeah, where do I sign up for that? So I am all in on the Commanders working the phones and just harassing the Bengals until this gets done.
I would too. I just wonder where the Bengals are on this, thinking that they're probably in a room congratulating themselves because look how good we're playing hardball. We're getting what we want, and who knows that organization marches to the beat of their own drummer. But I'm with you. I mean, there's a glaring need. this is now somebody that probably shouldn't be available, but is because of the direction that Cincinnati's chosen to go, and who's, as you said, is disgruntled. You're not getting the best version of Trey Hendrickson, you wouldn't think, if you're Cincinnati. So what's the value? What's the cost? Again, I'm terrible at anticipating these sorts of things, but that future first rounder doesn't seem as expensive maybe as this one would have in this current draft. That, it'll sting next year, for example, if they give up I'm just making up the 25th pick overall next year for Trey Hendrickson for this season plus, and then you got to pay him the $30+ million that he probably wants. I don't know. I wonder what I'd be willing to do. I think I would do that just because of the dire need and the window's open right now. And I care about him for the next couple of seasons while I think I can be really good. But I wonder if like a combo of day 2+ might get it done. Like the 2026 second rounder plus something. I wonder if that might wet their whistle.
They don't have a second rounder next year because of Laramie Tunsil. So right now for 2026, they've got no second and no fourth. So they're kind of in the same boat they were in this past year where they're down to 5 picks, although these are better picks. So they have the first rounder this year like they did with Connerly. That was 29. Maybe that'll be 24, 25, whatever. Then they have a third round pick, which is 90th overall. And then they don't pick again until the 5th round. They have 5, 6, and 7. So they have no 2 and no 4 right now. I would offer the third round pick right now for Trey Hendrickson straight up and let the Bengals say no before I even continue the negotiation. I don't know why they would, honestly. Maybe they can do better, but the way this is trending for them to go into the season having added a third rounder, that's a legitimate pick that you're picking up for a guy that's still talking in the media, that's still saying, I don't want to be here. I don't like them very much. I don't like how they're handling this. It's not like you can feel that close. Today was a little bit of it was definitely a regression in whatever discussions and dialogues going on. It was a complete step backwards. Why wouldn't they take that pick? But let's say they didn't. Let's say you offered them 3 and they said no. Okay, fine. Then I'll offer you next year's 3 and 2027 when the draft is in DC. I'll throw in a 4. A 3 and a 4 over the next 2 years. You're not giving me Trey Hendrickson? Again, I think that gets the deal done. If it doesn't, then let's keep talking. Let's keep the dialogue open. But I'm not hanging up the phone. I believe that this is a massive need for them. It's not like they're going all in, Danny. That's not a fair characterization. But they're certainly a veteran team that's going year to year, that's adding a lot of guys on 1-year contracts. They did it this past year. They pushed some chips in. They ended up being a lot better than we thought. And, oh, by the way, right now, ESPN just came out with the power rankings. They've got you 6th out of 32. The other power rankings that is somewhat notable that came out recently was NFL Network's, the .com power rankings. They had you 6th out of 32. You're right there. You're one of the better teams in the conference. The gap is supposedly closed between you and the Eagles and the Lions and the really good teams. Go get a great player at your biggest position of need.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it I care so much about the next 2 or 3 seasons. So I may have to hold the bag at the end where I have a bad cap situation because of Hendrickson when he's 35 years old, in a few seasons. And I may not get the best version of him because I'm going to have to pay him too. I'm fine with that. To me, I'm maximizing this window that we are in right now. And the right now window, as you said, you're a top 10 consensus team. I don't know talent-wise they are. This would help you go a long way to reinforcing that. As you said, at a position of dire need. Right now, it's laboratory experiments and a bunch of concoctions to try to figure out a way to get pressure. That's your easy button. Trey, on this play, beat your man and get after the quarterback. And now you can do that, and I'll see you at 14, 15, 16 sacks. That's a lot easier than mixing and matching and doing what Greg Williams had to do to send Sean Springs to lead the team in sacks one year. You know what I mean? Like, this is the easy button, and it's worth something. A premium position that's going to cost you an awful lot, both in terms of draft capital probably and salary cap on the back end. I am fine with that, given where they are. This is not what the Wizards are doing. The Wizards are doing a slow build, trying to find their Jaden Daniels. You got your Jaden Daniels at the most important position in the sport. I'm in favor of pushing your chips in right here. Try to go big.
Yeah, this is the time to do it while he's not making any money, pretty clearly. And there are some, I think, debates to be had in terms of like what's important and what isn't when you build a defense. Do you need it to be the rush off the edge as opposed to the rush from the interior, and what's more valuable, and how do you want to build your defensive line? But, for everyone that says, well, last year they got plenty of pass rush. Number one, you lost the pass rusher who had the most sacks. Now, I don't think Dante Fowler was hugely impactful outside of 10.5, 11 sacks, whatever it was. I think largely he was, when he got close, he got a quarterback to the ground guy.
He had a really nice year. It was a bonus because you were paying him like a punter.
But you lost him. You don't have a pass rusher as a speed guy off the edge on passing downs that will be as effective as him, period. That's number one. Number two, while Dorrance Armstrong's a good little player and I think he's fine, maybe 8, 9 sacks, something like that, probably going to lead your team in that category. You don't have a 10-sack guy on the roster. There's not a routine, consistent edge rusher who presents problems. I think you need that kind of guy who on a third down, you got to double, you got to account for. But somebody else might say, worry about D-tackle. You need we were just talking about Chris Jones from the Chiefs or one of these really good players who plays deep into the playoffs year in and year out, your game wrecker, your pocket pushing, just block attracting magnet, someone who can eat worlds in the middle of the field is significant. Okay, great. They've gotten worse at that position, in my opinion, too, up front. All the more reason why I think you need to go get a pass rusher.
Yeah, if you've got a great pass rushing defensive tackle, you want to hand me, I'll do that too. Like if that's available.
Daron Payne last year was the worst he's been as a pass rusher in 2 or 3 seasons. They went and got Javon Kinlaw. They're very sure about Kinlaw, and I'll take their word for it. They're smart. But Javon Kinlaw has not been a good pass rusher at any point in his career. Now, maybe in their system, they've got something figured out, and they're going to get more out of him than anybody else has, like they did with Dante Fowler. But he had career highs with 4.5 sacks and 5 quarterback hits last year. Like, forgive me for not being overly impressed. John Allen was probably their best pass rushing defensive tackle over the last couple of years. He's gone. So I think they're worse as a pass rushing group at D-tackle. Payne a year older, no to John Allen, having Javon Kinlaw in that mix. They need a big step forward from Johnny Newton, who I really, really like and I think could be very, very good. But I fully anticipate him being their best pass rushing D-tackle this year. And then at D-end, you've lost Fowler, who's your double-digit sack guy. You've got decent defensive end in Dorrance Armstrong. But for the people that say, well, they'll get plenty of sacks, the only way forward I see getting a bunch of sacks and pressures and actually doing a really good job with pass rush is if Frankie Louvu comes down from the linebacking position off the ball and is used like Carolina used him in his final year there, where he's basically like a hybrid edge, which, by the way, I'm steamed up for that because I think he could go get 12 sacks. That's the only path to having a double-digit sack guy who, becomes like a real impact player. But if somebody wants to say, I don't want to, your best pass rusher should be a D-tackle, not an edge in today's NFL. That's fine if that's the argument. They don't have either. I mean, has anyone seen Daron Payne's pass rushing metrics the last couple of years? I don't know where they went, but they're gone. So D-tackle's more important. Cool. Still got problems there. Which of his 4-sack seasons the last 2 years did you like better?
Seriously.
He had 11.5, got paid all the money. I remember people saying, I'm just not sure. I don't know if I would do that.
Yeah, I was wrong about that one. But
since then, he's gone from 20 quarterback hits the year he got his contract to a combined 18 over the last 2 years.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out the way I thought it would. I thought that was a breakout, not the handout. I don't know a better way to phrase that. But yeah, they're missing the easy pass rush. I think that's how I distinguish it, right? Lots of teams could get home a lot more often than they do. But they know that if they rush 5, 6, 7 guys, the quarterbacks in this league, the offenses and the audibles and the quick game and some of the hot routes and things are so sophisticated, you'll get burned. People have figured out. You keep trying to blitz Tom Brady. You keep trying to blitz Patrick Mahomes. They torch you when you do that, when you send extra rushers. So what became vogue in this league is to cover with more, rush with less. And if you can do that and still get home, see those dumb Giants teams going to the Super Bowl a couple of times over those years. See the Carolina Panthers with Ron Rivera and Cam Newton playing Superman. They rushed with 4. If you can do that and play your regular old defense and cover with as many guys as possible, that's your best bet at getting consistent pressure and playing really good defense, generating some of the turnovers that you want. They right now are tasked with Javon Kinlaw doing what nobody thinks that he can do, and a bunch of, run stuffing, edge setting, jag type players like Dietrich Wise and company maybe out kicking their coverage, or mixing and matching and trying to figure out a way to get a couple of guys loose to hit a free run at a quarterback. I just don't see it working effectively enough to challenge the Philadelphia's, whose offensive line is built from actual bricks housings.
I actually
brick houses.
Brick house.
Brick housing? What was I trying to say there? Made from actual bricks.
Van Helsing.
The vampire hunter.
Right.
It's been a long day.
I actually
Wizards got 6th in the draft lottery.
As I don't even care really what position the better pass rush comes from or like where defensively. It's positionless to me. On defense, I need 3 or 4 ballers. Like I need guys that offensive coordinators don't want to deal with. That is my philosophy. It's nice to have a great edge like that. You get Myles Garrett, awesome. It's really good if you have Chris Jones at D tackle. Who would I rather have? It'd probably be Jones, honestly, because you come downhill and you force a guy off their mark. It's with all the mobile quarterbacks in today's NFL, you kind of get them moving and they're more likely to run the football than reset in the pocket and throw it. Yeah, I'd probably rather have the best D tackle pass rushing presence in the league than D end. But I don't even know that that's the right way to view it. Do you have 2 or 3 studs? Washington has not had an all-pro on defense since when? I think it's like Wilbur Marshall in the really early 90s and Darryl Green a couple years after in like 92, 93. I'd have to look it up, but top of my head, that's what I'm thinking. Because for a while, Matt Turk in 96 was their last all-pro as a punter. And then they went to Brandon Scherf in like 2017. They don't do the all-pro thing. Jeremy Reeves as a special teamer most recently. But in terms of a defensive player who was the best player in the league at his position, you were going back almost 30 years for this football team to find one. Go get me a superstar. This guy's a superstar. 17 and a half sacks, 2 consecutive years. And it's not just the sacks. It's the pressure rate. It's the pass rush win rate. It's the fact that he's hit the quarterback 70-plus times over 2 years. He's made 4 straight Pro Bowls. He was an all-pro. He was, again, the runner-up DPOY last year. I mean, when is the last time Washington had a guy sniffing the Defensive Player of the Year award?
Been a long time.
Your boy was either not born or in a diaper.
Yeah, it's tackles for loss. It's the disruption in general. Again, it's the easy button for defense.
He's there to be had.
Yeah.
He wants out. They're not paying him. You don't care about your draft picks. Give some of them to the Bengals and go get this guy.
How much would you give? Would you give next year's first rounder? 2026 round 1?
The only reason I say no to that is because of the money that I have to also then give him. You're talking about paying him $30+ million a year as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the commitment with the money, I would say no. I would give up a 2 that I don't have. So if they would take like the 2027 2 and we're in DC and now they don't have a second round pick because they have Trey Hendrickson, I would do that. But a 2 years from now is less value.
Right.
I don't know why they wouldn't rather have like the 3 next year with like next year's 3 and a 6 or something more than the 2 in 2 years. But whatever you'd like.
Yeah, whatever you guys are thinking about.
Yeah, a 3, no brainer. I would give up a 2 like this with the quickness. I told you I would have offered him 36 this year.
I would have,
Absolutely.
yeah, for sure.
Straight up for Trey Hendrickson.
But again, they're sitting back and waiting for the value. The market for the aging veteran used to be a great pass rusher. It hasn't really materialized yet. I think their thought, non-Trey Hendrickson division, was we're going to bide our time, see who gets cut, see who moves on, change a scenery candidate. Someone's going to want to come play here. We'll sign someone from that Judon Von Miller tier for not that much to kind of, have one last ride at it. I think that was going to be their strategy. I wonder how much it changes knowing that Hendrickson's available.
Brett points out that there is a 4th this year because they got one back in the Tunsil deal as well. So they traded their 4th. Was
it a swap
in the Tunsil deal? No, it was. I want to say there was a 2 and a 5 maybe next year for Tunsil or something, but they got a 4 back in that deal. I'd have to look at the specifics. Right now, Tankathon lists them without a 4th. But
yeah, I don't think they have a 4th, so I could be wrong about that, though.
I think they may have gotten a 5 back, and he's confused.
Yeah, so
I have to look at
looking at future draft picks. It's a 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. That's what
Tankathon. That's what I'm looking at.
I have a NFL mock draft database. Same difference.
Okay. So then if 2 sites are saying it, then he's probably wrong. Darius, what do you have for the Tunsil deal? You were looking that up a few minutes ago as the specifics for that deal.
So we gave up a 2nd and 4th next year.
Yeah.
And it was a 3rd and a 5th this past season.
But then we got something back with Tunsil too.
Oh, I missed that. But yeah, it was like a late round pick that we got in return, if I remember correctly. Here, I'll double check.
See what they got back. That's kind of the question at hand here. I don't think it was a 4, but we'll see. Point of the dude's story, though, he's there.
Yep.
It's still happening. The draft was kind of when I thought something might percolate. It didn't. The fact that he showed up and is still agitating and still wants out tells me that him and his agent kind of got together and said, all right, we got another shot to get this thing back out in the news. Let's do it.
We tried to play nice, and they weren't very nice.
Well, in the meantime, by the way, they haven't talked to him about money, supposedly. Yeah. They haven't tried to pay him, and they came to him and said, by the way, if you hold out, here's how much we're going to
fine. Yeah, the first time we hear from you is, by the way, if you don't act right, we're going to fine you.
I also just think the Bengals with this stuff.
This is what they do.
They bungle it so badly.
Yep, they bungle it.
It's so embarrassing how they handle these things. I mean, they are really, as far as organizations go, like in their disputes with players, I almost always will assume that the player is not in the wrong and the Bengals are. They just seem so cheap and ridiculous when they do this kind of stuff.
So the final details were Commanders received a 2025 4th-round pick in return, along with Larry Tunsil. The Texans got a 2025.
So it was the 4th rounder this year that replaced one of their 4s.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. And then the Texans got a 2025 3rd and a 7th from us, and then a 2026 2nd and 4th.
Got it.
Yeah.
So that's where the 4th came in.
Yeah.
The one that they just made, that they just used. But no 4th next year. So you don't have a 2, you don't have a 4. A little less ammunition if you want to go get Trey Hendrickson. Are the Capitals nothing tonight? Traveled back to D.C., getting some rest. Idle again tomorrow. So no Caps game until Thursday evening. A little extra time for them to get their sea legs back under them. I'd imagine they'd have one legitimate practice, which will be ideally helpful. They got work to do, man. But when you're down 3-1, it actually simplifies things a little bit in a weird way, right? Because now you come with everything you've got, you throw the kitchen sink at the opponent, and with every shift and with every period, you're facing elimination, and all you got to worry about is winning a hockey game. Because if you don't, your season's over. When you win that hockey game, now you're only one win away from a Game 7 on home ice. Like, that's the way you have to view this. Win the game, and afterwards in the locker room on Thursday night, you're going, look, we haven't been able to go down to Raleigh and win. It was terrible house of horrors for us. But if we somehow, some way can win Game 6 against a team, we're really, really good. We like our chances. They're really good too. Now all of a sudden, pressure's on them to not blow this thing back in our building in Game 7.
Having been on the other side of it, I can comfortably tell you that losing that first closeout game, then the pressure's applied to you. I've been on the other side of it, and I think a lot of Caps fans have as well. When you're up 3-1, it's usually not an accident you're up 3-1. It's because you were the better team until that point, and the pressure's on you to close it out. If you lose that first closeout game, everybody starts doing that internal monologue or that math. Well, then if we lose the next one, then we do a Game 7. All of a sudden, you flip it. And right now, the pressure is on the team that's win or go home, right? But if you win that Game 5 somehow, some way, you do it, now all of a sudden Carolina could potentially get puckered a little bit. I've seen it the other way. Let's put the pressure on them one time, see what happens.
Win a hockey game at home with the crowd behind you, extend your season, give us 60 more minutes of hockey. That's what I'm asking for now. Caps playoff coverage on the Fan all day long, brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For a quarter century, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Nats Braves, assuming they can get things going here shortly, going to be playing next hour right here on the Fan. Pre-game coming up in a little over 20 minutes. We'll get you the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Michael Soroka, leading off point shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting second in left field. James Wood, he's playing first. He's batting third. Nathaniel Low. Batting fourth, doing the catching. K-Bear Ruiz batting fifth at third base. Amon Rosario batting sixth. Your DH, Josh Bell, batting seventh in right field. That's Dylan Cruz. Batting eighth at second base tonight, Jose Tena. And batting ninth, your guy, my guy, our guy. Why, that's Jacob Young's music.
A homecoming for Michael Soroka. Was a one-time runner-up for Rookie of the Year with the Atlanta Braves as an all-star. The youngest ever opening day starter for the Atlanta Braves.
He was the youngest in charge at that point.
And he was the youngest in charge movement, I think he called it. Every time he pitched.
Yeah.
Finished sixth in Cy Young balloting. That's the youngest in charge movement right there. 2.68 ERA, 29 starts for Michael Soroka with the Braves in his career year. And now, all grown up at 28, several injuries later, he's coming back to Hot Atlanta with the Nats.
Had a pretty good start until it wasn't, and his final inning work made one bad pitch 0-2. Otherwise, those numbers would look a lot different than they do right now. But hopefully he continues to pitch well, and the Nats finish first once.
He had a really, really good slider.
It was good until then, yeah.
That start, he was fun to watch. All right, enjoy the Nats tonight. That's all you got DC sports-wise. But look, the Wizards cannot hurt you. The Capitals cannot hurt you. Me and Danny, until 2 o'clock tomorrow, will not hurt you.
We can't hurt you.
You just celebrate yourself. Put your feet up. Have yourself some fun this evening. The Nats can hurt you, and they will. Their inability to score may sting, but maybe they find a way to win. Be the first time in 7 games if they did. All right, that'll do it for now. Grant and Danny saying so long on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.